Seasonality. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we had a long weekend. Yesterday was closed. There was some future activity. Honestly, markets weren't that bad. Europe had a little bit of a rally there. China was kind of all over the place. And then today, China woke up again. It really wasn't that good of news there. It was something related to their data there. I think ISM services. We get ours on Wednesday, but for the most part, China, foreign names, they sold off a little bit. So did Europe. America was closed. Bonds are moving. And now this week, believe it or not, we don't have much to deal with, but we are going to be dealing with now our first full week of September. So, Chad, it's going to be an exciting one. I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're feeling good. We should be getting some news, but I don't know if it's going to be crazier than last week. But by the end of this week, oh my goodness, next week, middle of September, it gets wild. So, Chad Adonia, good morning. How are you, baby? Happy long weekend. Happy Monday, Tuesday. We're back, baby. What's up, Kristen? Zoraz, Flav, Smart, Joe's Chase, baby. Good morning, Wandering, Maria, Laurie. Good morning, baby. How you living, open face? What's up, Shay, McBride, Gunnar, Nelson, Risers, baby. Monica, Christina, Young, Ugly, Alex Lozano, Cam, baby. Good morning. Happy Monday, Tuesday. What's up, Samuel? What's up, yeah? What's up, Pirelli, Ayush, baby? Day Hunter, baby. CYB, Mr. McAllister, man. Good morning. Xbox Fanatic. Oh, my goodness. What's up? Nope. Tom Riddle's in the house. 10% Alex. Marcus Hanlon. Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, Ben Stone? Natalie. Man, the chat is going nuts. David Lamas, Ian Ganther, Brandon Piazza, Sungirl, baby. Dylan Jordan, good morning. Oh, and the one and only Najee Wolf and Carissa Hyde. Hey, Sarah, good morning, baby. Happy Monday, Tuesday. What about the Twitch? What about the Twitch? Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Slizzin, Braxton, Blizzy Bees. Hey, man. Wind up, Charlie and the tree. Good morning. Bruceosaurus, Destroyer, BDA, Cookie Monster, Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Chatadonia, it's a blessing. It's a blessing, huh? Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a blessing. I did go somewhere for the weekend, but I think what happened to me happened to a lot of people. My girlfriend got sick as we were there, and then everybody was like, I keep getting COVID. I don't know if it's called COVID, but yeah, but either way, we good though. So my girl got a little bit sick towards the end. I got a little stuffy throat, but I feel amazing. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, Chatadonia. I hope you enjoyed the long weekend, but yeah, I saw a lot of you guys in the chat. You said you got sick too. So drink water, relax. Here's the good part. There's not much crazy this week. We'll see what happens with the China stuff. We'll see where everything leads us. But for the most part, again, up until Wednesday, that'll be our only data set. And then after that, we go from there. So, Chad, don't worry. Stay healthy. Stay hydrated. Take a vitamin. You're going to be good. But, Chatadonia, let us get into the news. Stocks retreat and the dollar rises as risk-off deepens. European stocks fell and the dollar strengthened as a fresh set of drawn B data from the euro area and China underscored the relative resilience of the U.S. economy. U.S. currency gained as much as 0.5 against a group of G10, touching the highest level since March. Treasuries fell in the first day of trading since after Monday's holiday. Europe stock 600 traded down 0.2 after pairing a drop as much as 0.8, and S&P futures pointed to a retreat at the Wall Street Open. China's service sector saw the slowest growth in the year of of this August in the industry data showed, adding to evidence that the economic recovery is losing traction and dampening earlier optimism over government stimulus in Europe. The Composite Purchasing Managers Index undershot expectations, posting a contraction for a third straight month. There's a real concern for the euro area picture, with survey data suggesting that the economy is sliding into recession, said Sarah Hewen, head of Europe and America's strategy at Standard Chartered. It raises questions of how aggressive the ECB can be going forward. I'm seeing something. Russian Deputy Novak will extend reduction of oil exports until end of the year. That's coming out. Yeah, that's coming out literally right now. There's a real concern for the euro area picture, with survey data suggesting that the economy is sliding into recession. We already had that. The European Central Bank, which meets next week, faces a quandary over interest rates given recession fears and above target inflation. By contrast, recent data in the U.S. economy is holding up well, and rate cuts may not come anytime soon, even though economists say the Fed has come to the end of its 18-month-long tightening cycle. Goldman now sees just a 15% probability of a U.S. recession in the coming year, down 5 percentage points from their previous estimate. The U.S. currency is the strongest since July against the euro area, and the pound against the yen. It's approaching the highest since November. Key events this week: factory orders on Tuesday, ECB Lagarde, as well as ECB legal conference on Tuesday, Australia GDP on Wednesday, Eurozone sales on Wednesday, Germany factory orders on Wednesday, U.S. trade on Wednesday, Canada rate decision on Wednesday, Bank of England Bailey on Wednesday, Federal Reserve issues Beige Book on Wednesday, Boston Fed Susan Collins will speak on an event, the economy, at the New England Council on Wednesday, China trade and Forex on Thursday, Eurozone GDP on Thursday, initial jobless claims on Thursday, Bank of Canada to speak on economic progress report on Thursday. Then New York Fed President John Williams in a moderated discussion at Bloomberg Market Talk on Thursday. Japan GDP on Friday, Bostic on Thursday, and then German CPI on Friday. Those are all of your events for the week. There you go. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Let's see. Oh, wait, I think I have pre-market movers here too, just in case. Just in case. China recovery. China service sector saw the slowest monthly growth so far in the year of August, according to the survey, adding to a series of disappointing data. Our analysts say that Beijing is increasingly at risk of missing their growth target of 5% this year, and they're unlikely to release a stimulus package to drive growth like they did in the financial crisis of 08-09. President Xi Jinping instead wants to control debt and to shrink the property sector share of the economy. A weaker GDP trend in China, the world's second largest economy, would have an impact on almost every country, according to the IMF. Find out why China is avoiding using their bazooka. Goldman optimism. Goldman Sachs now sees less of a chance in the U.S. will slide to a recession, as cooling inflation and a still resilient labor market suggest that the Federal Reserve may not need to raise interest rates further. The bank now sees the probability at 15, down from 20. Previously, the Bloomberg consensus at one point was 60%. Why so optimistic? First, real disposable incomes look set to reaccelerate in 24 on the back of continued solid job growth and rising real wages, said Jan Heitzis, chief economist at Goldman. Second, we strongly disagree with the notion that a growing drag from the long and variable lags of monetary policy will push the economy towards recession. Return to office 3.5 years after workers were sent home en masse to limit the spread of COVID. Companies, employees, and governments are still trying to figure out the rules of corporate life. Asian and European workers have largely returned to office at a faster pace than their counterparts in the Americas, and the U.S. policymakers have stayed largely silent, leaving bosses and employees to navigate the changes on their own. The stakes are huge. McKinsey Global Institute estimates that pandemic shift could erase as much as $1.3 trillion of real estate value in big cities by 2030. Today's Big Take looks at the return to work around the world and their significant financial consequences. Don't worry. S&P futures are down 0.2 Wednesday morning after U.S. equities Tuesday morning, after they finished higher last week with mega cap tech plus retail, home builders, and semis and banks among the standouts. Treasuries are weaker with a bit of curve flattening following the late August reprieve. Dollar index is up by 0.5 on broad-based strength, which best gains off the Aussie following the RBA decision. Gold is off by 0.6. WTI crude is down by 0.3 after big gains last week. No big directional influences at work, though some focus on softer China service data, which seem to overshadow some of the better news surrounding the property sector. Stocks are also coming off of a strong finish to the month of August on the back of a meaningful recovery in treasuries. S&P is back near overbought territory in the face of negative September seasonality. Fairly quiet week ahead outside of some sell-side conferences. Next week brings Apple iPhone event on Tuesday, CPI on Wednesday, and ECB meeting on Thursday. Thursday also marks the expiration of the UAW contract with the big three automakers, and strike expectations have continued to ramp higher. China Caxton Services PMI fell more than expected in August with a new business in drag while unemployment ticked down and inflation eased a bit. ECB survey showed uptick in 3-year inflation expectations in July, though 1-year inflation expectations remain unchanged. RBA left rates unchanged as expected. South Korea inflation surprised to the upside in August, partly due to higher energy costs. Chinese property giant Country Garden Holdings made payments on $2 bonds within their grace period on Tuesday, narrowly avoiding a default. China's service sector grows at slowest pace this year amid softness in New York. ECB survey reveals uptick in 3-year inflation expectations. PMIs show Eurozone August downturn deeper than previously anticipated. UK service sector PMI still weakest since January despite upward revision. Goldman Sachs reduces odds of U.S. recession to 15% from 20%. Japan household spending shrinks by most in 2.5 years. UK consumer spending growth slows in August despite boosts from latest movie releases. South Korean inflation reaccelerates, keeping a live prospect of another Bank of Korea rate hike. Morgan Stanley's Wilson says U.S. stocks weighed by weaker U.S. economics this year. Global funds push their China positioning to the lowest since October. RBA leaves cash rate unchanged as inflation cools, reiterates some further tightening may be required. Lagarde keeps ECB rate suspense favoring action over words, while Lane cautiously optimistic on inflation. Speculation growing that ECB will shrink their bond portfolio at quicker pace to ensure that they keep financing conditions tight. Country Garden pays interest on $2 bonds just days before 30-day grace period ends. Debt crisis threatens almost all of China's top private developers. U.S. says North Korean leader Kim Jong-un seeking talks with Russia about providing weapons for Moscow's war with Ukraine. Putin says Moscow could return to the Black Sea grain deal if Western sanctions on Russia are relaxed. And then Chevron LNG workers plan 2-week strike from 14th of September unless significant progress is made in negotiations. More pushback against September seasonal concerns. Seasonal headwinds continue to get a lot of action in September, the weakest of the year for equities. S&P has dropped an average of 1.1 in September since 1928, the only month to average a pullback greater than 0.13. The S&P has now been down in September for 3 straight years, including a 9% drawdown last year. However, some discussion about how last S&P 500 and their September losing streak from 2014 through 2016, it followed a 3-year winning streak. In addition, Bespoke Investment has pointed out that September has not typically been a weak month when the S&P was already up double digits year to date, and they noted that the 33 years in 1928 that has happened, we have been up 10%. So the new fun fact is September 2014 through September 2016. Apparently, every single one of those days was green. Don't worry, I got a couple more headlines for you. Home sales in 2 of China's biggest cities soared in the past 2 days following mortgage relaxations, an early sign that the government efforts to cushion a record housing slowdown are helping. Existing home sales for Beijing and Shanghai doubled over the weekend from the previous one, according to CGS-CIMB Securities, who were surprised by the strong pickup in Beijing and Shanghai despite the challenging economy. Chinese property developer Country Garden made payments on $2 bonds. China Caxton Services PMI for August was very soft, coming in at 51.8, down from 54 in July and below the street's estimate of 53.5. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un plans to travel to Russia this month for a meeting with Putin, which the two will discuss Pyongyang's ramping up weapons supplies to Moscow. Ukraine President Zelensky said that he was replacing the Minister of Defense, confirming recent speculation in what is the biggest shake-up since Russia launched their invasion. The world's most powerful financial watchdog has warned of further challenges and shocks in the months ahead as high interest rates undermine economic recoveries and threaten key sectors, including real estate. In his regular update to the G20 ahead of the summit, New Delhi this week, Klaas Knot, chair of the Basel-based Financial Stability Board, said the global economic recovery is losing momentum and the effects of rise of interest rates in major economies are increasingly being felt. The U.S. deficit is climbing, but not for reasons that are inflationary. Things like higher interest expense, reduced Fed earnings, and lower non-withheld tax revenue are pushing deficits higher. Trump lead grows more dominant. He's now the choice of 60% of GOP primary voters, up 11 points from the prior survey in April. Biden age growing politically liability. 73% of voters think Biden is too old for a second term versus 47% who feel that who feel the same about Trump, and Trump has an 11-point advantage on record of accomplishments as president. Private equity giant Blackstone is the latest addition to the S&P 500, the first alternative asset manager to join the equity gauge. Airbnb is added as well. New York-based Blackstone and Airbnb will replace Lincoln National and Newell Brands prior to the start of trading on September 18th. And then the continued positive inflation and labor market news has led the GIR to cut our estimated 12-month U.S. recession probability down to 15%. That is Goldman. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, we got some pre-market movers. What time is it? 9:15. Kind of good timing. I think we'll be good. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We got a couple of plays. And then after the plays, it is your Monday, Tuesday. And again, I think today should be chilled. There was Christopher Waller, too. I forgot to mention that in the morning. He said some stuff about rates that got us moving here. But so far, pretty much nothing really good out of Euro, nothing good out of China. So Vivo CL, they're talking Biden and Trump. Well, here you go.
Wall Street Journal poll.
I will be right back.
Out in the last couple of days. Bloomberg's AMH joins us from Washington, D.C. Anne-Marie, who's going to win that battle for those unions?
Well, for the UAW, Jonathan, at the moment, it's still up for grabs in the sense that they have not come out and endorsed anyone. And they've said that people in Washington need to take note about what is going on. If they want our endorsement, they need to be there for us. So that is something you see the former president, Donald Trump, try to tap into. He was out with a Truth Social post yesterday about this, saying there's an EV glut and UAW should not be backing the Biden administration. We should note the UAW did back Biden in the last round. They likely will lean towards the Democrats, but they're probably just using this endorsement as leverage at the moment, the same way they're using a strike as leverage at the moment, as they are up against the three big auto companies. And Jonathan, that contract expires September 14th. And when you heard from President Biden yesterday, is that when he said he didn't think there would be a strike, Sean Fain, the UAW president, came out and said he must have more information than we do.
AMH, the president says he's the most pro-union president ever in the history of the United States. I have no idea what that means. Isn't this the most easy time to be the most pro-union president of the United States, given where union membership is relative to where it was decades ago?
That is true. Relative to decades ago, if you look at the 1970s, an organization like UAW had more than 1 million workers. Right now, it's a few 100,000. But at the same time, the president does want to make sure that he is talking about labor unions. He talks about the fact that he's a son of Scranton. This is where he was talking on Labor Day in Pennsylvania. This is something he wants to lead into. His biggest issue, though, Jonathan, is one of the biggest gripes the UAW has is with the electric vehicles. When you see this administration come out and talk about loans or subsidies or grants for companies to build battery plants, the UAW, they do not have kind words for this administration.
His biggest issue this morning is in the oil market. Anne-Marie, let's go there. Two headlines in the last 10 minutes or so. One from Saudi Arabia, one from Russia. The message pretty clear. We're not going to stop pulling back anytime soon. How do you think this White House responds to that?
Well, there was Russia news that did just come out there. Again, they said they're going to hold till the end of the year. But Chatadonia, happy Monday, Tuesday. Good to be back. I hope you're feeling good. Don't worry, I'm not going to throw in, I'm not going to have Mosby come on at the end too. So you guys will not be confused by the end of it. It's a full day. It's a full day. I hope you're excited to be back. But Chad, time to talk about some plays, yeah? I think so. I got a couple of plays here too, but let's go over the pre-market movers. Airbnb is set to join the S&P 500. They're up 5.7. Fidelity to join the S&P Midcap. They're up 4.4. Blackstone as well to join the S&P 500, up 3.8. GoDaddy is up 3.7 off of joining the Midcap 400. CF is up 3% for no reason. VST is up 2.9 to join the S&P Midcap 400. Oracle is up 2.1 on a Barclays upgrade. VTRS, they are up 2%. FDA tentatively approves pediatric formulation of Viatarises, abacavir and dolutegravir and lamivudine. I think I butchered that the worst. DHI, they're up 1.9 off of nothing. SPG up 1.8 off of nothing. Again, those are all real estate related. CNHI is up 1.4 on a Bernstein downgrade. ZLab is up 12.9. Phase 3 Innova TV. 301 confirmatory trial met primary endpoints. BRC, Brady, they're up 10.9. Earnings guidance and dividend increase. Miniso, they ran last week. They're up 8.9 off of nothing. BBIO, 7 off of nothing. NXGN, 6.1. Thomas Bravo is in advanced talks to acquire NextGen Healthcare. PINC to join small cap 600, up 5.6. INSM, top line results from phase 3 study of Aracasi. They're up 5.1. SHLS is up 4.2. Cantor Fitzgerald upgrade. HPP, Piper Sandler upgrade. They're up 3.7. ST up 3.6 to join midcap 400. APLE is up 3.4 to join small cap 600. Allies up 3.0 to join midcap 400. And then Holly up 1.7 receives notice of intention to request special meeting of shareholders. Unsolicited offer to acquire acquire the company. That's on Holly. Then WVE is up 15%. Submission of first clinical trial application for WVE 006 and plans for upcoming virtual R&D day on September 28th. DHC is up 11%. Diversified Healthcare Trust Properties agrees to terminate previously announced merger agreement. SKYX is up 10% off nothing. MXCT up 7.8. Starts further clinical trial of APN 401. AMAN up 7.3 on nothing. OMA up 4.6, 180 million. Combined financing as far as stocks trading lower. VinFast down 11. Li Auto down 4.5. Telecom down 3.1 on earnings. CTVA down 0.3 off of a UBS upgrade. Manchester United down 9%. Glazer family to respond reportedly post-sale until 2025. NBSW or SBSW down 7.3. Citi resumes neutral. GFGD down 8.2 on nothing. GNSS down 5.2. New 1.9 million LRAD 500X RE and 1,000 XI order from Vietnam military. And then UVE down 4%, move from small cap 600. 8 removed from small cap 600, down 4.1. And AAN down 3.8, removed from small cap 600 as well. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So there's all your pre-market movers. Chattadonia, I got some plays for you. Let's see what you got for me, but it's your turn now. We only got 9 minutes till the bell. What's the first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let's see what you got, baby. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got, baby. Good morning, good evening, good night. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Wait for it. Airbnb spy. Holding cash, QQQ calls, Apple puts, UNG, Affirm, watching AMD and PayPal, probably Tesla puts, UCO, vitamin C longs, Tesla shares, oil long, Pfizer long, Intel 37.5, SPY put, Affirm, watching coin, oil bro, wheat, placements, UUP if it goes above 29, SPY credit spreads, Airbnb playing the pop, bank calls, ENI, Airbnb calls, smashing the light, TQQ, bank stocks, Meta calls, Airbnb puts, Airbnb, oil, screaming 10%, long, open, then short, puts all around, HE long, ZS earnings play, Qualcomm, Nvidia short, Count cash, Tesla, SPY calls, buying coffee and breakfast, Disney puts, TCES, XLE, AMD puts, JD 35 calls, September 8th, Tesla shares, good morning, ClearSpark launch, shop calls, let's go, XOM, good morning, watching names like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, amen. Oh, we did not do a random play, shop calls, let's go, buying BKSY, Disney if we get below 78, love, baby, SPY debit spread expires today, pew pew, let's go, Baba calls, selling any green, short Carvana, Commerce Bank sell, Dow Jones Industrial, futures, Asana 13 credit puts, average into 929 440s, micro futures, ADR, what about screaming 50%, Affirm, Blackstone, MES, calls on John Cena, how we get the pew pew, Jesus calls in the final play. JP Morgan, NVO, and NVIDIA calls. Let's go, baby. Oh my goodness. All right, honestly, I got a lot of weird plays here because half of them are biotech. So obviously Intel from last week, AMD, I still like those plays, and then Airbnb getting added to the S&P 500. Great news, it's at a level. We'll see if it actually holds up. But now VTRS, as ZLAB, INSM, and then WVE, these are all biotech. So play with caution pretty much. If any of these names hold up after the first couple of maybe an hour, I'd say, then that's where you're probably going to know it's going to keep holding up. So watch out for that. And then finally, Meta, like I said on the video last night, that's the only thing I had on my watch list. Again, they had big news on Friday related to an ad service, and nothing really happened. So we'll see if there's a play there. But obviously, we're kind of starting off the slow weekend a little bit slower. You saw a wet AMD drug commercial? Oh, no way. That's how you know. Bro, I'm telling you, it's going to be big, bro. I don't think it's going to be Ozempic big, but it's up there. It's up there. My goodness. But Chad, we got about 2 minutes now. We've went over the place. I hope you enjoyed your long weekend. We have a lot of different activity here today. And then again, by the end of this week, it's already, halfway done tomorrow. Remember, next week gets even crazier. But Chattadonia, any questions, any final plays, anything you need from me, go check the credit spread on October, short the 92 and buy the 95. What happens? Is it like a free option? But the thing with Activision is because the buyout. So I'd have to double check the buyout price, but assuming the prices are weird, I'd assume that's what it is. So we'll see. Am I flat positioning wise? I mean, kind of. I still have big bonds and big yen, and then I have a lot of chip sides, and I don't really have that many shorts. But there's a couple of old. I closed out the Bowen one. Airbnb, baby. Factory orders could move some things, but if anything, the most important data this week will be on Wednesday, and that will be the ISM services. Other than that, most of the news this week is it's going to be foreign. So especially that we're waking up here with like a slower, China, slower Europe. There's ECB, Bank of Canada, Australia this week. That's probably going to be the bigger effect. Otherwise, it will be in the middle there Wednesday with the ISM services. That's going to be the key. What was Apple news? Oh, I think, didn't it just come out? When there's something on Apple and I think Apple September 15th for the phone. I got to double check if that was what moved it. But then they had something on Friday too. Remember, there was a lot of news on Friday, but the reactions were quite small. Oh my gosh, Chatadonia, don't let me lose track. Well, ladies and gentlemen, besides the news, besides the plays, besides anything here at the Cult, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. God bless you. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. I hope you know we all appreciate you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. So shout out to the vets, baby, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody giving back and having that positive impact on their community. Keep it up and God bless you, baby. Way to go. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby! Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby! Oh, no! Let's go! Oh, good morning. Chad, what's up? Good morning. Are you ready? So a lot of biotechs. I don't know if you want them after last week, but either way, you got a lot of those movers. All the China plays are down. I don't know how big tech is doing. There's been a lot of additions and removals to all of the indexes. So those are another source of plays there. Other than that, though, again, China, Asia, they had their little activity. But remember, we were kind of the star of the show last week. So everybody was open yesterday except for us. So let's see where that takes us. But now we got about a minute and 20 seconds to the bill. Okay, so hit the button that go thumb and make sure to have a good day. Happy Monday, Tuesday. Very beautiful day, And yalla. Yalla. Oh, no. I need to get my news scanner. Please hold. All right, we'll be good. We will be good. All right, 50 seconds. Like the video. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, I feel like today should be chill. The only problem is that you just don't want to get too trapped on anything. And remember, September is now officially began. But bonds, all of that. Dollar's up a ton today. So hopefully that thing chills out a little bit. I'm ready to do my best. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it, man. Good morning. The yield max, I've heard a lot about them, but I haven't really used them. I've traded them a couple times, but I don't know about like holding a yield max in the long term. That's the only issue that I have. Buy bill for LT. Yeah, if you want to chill. I mean, we're going to get a deposit here for the long term. I'm going to put it into bill. But the idea here is, we either buy stuff now or wait. I was looking at a lot of MO still, but other than that, I mean, this is it. Round one. Fight. But yeah, so we'll see. Vlabsimo, it was Roche. Oh, interesting. They had another approval recently on something good. Watch out for them. So we're opening up. NASDAQ down a quarter. SPY 0.8. Then Dow Jones is only down 0.2. Russell is down a lot. Meta is waking up. No shit. Yeah, so there it is. I think Meta's waking up right off the open there. Again, it started off pretty weak. Actually, did it just shoot up 1% only to come down? Let's see. All right, we'll start. I did 50 of Meta at 290. Oh, 298. I thought it was going to be 297. I'm starting with that. Again, they were down a lot more. That's the risk of it. So they could still get flushed there. Intel's still going up. We're holding that. I bought 50 shares of Disney. Or excuse me, not Disney. Maybe I want Disney deep, deep down. But I went with 50 shares of Meta. 298. Again, it was down the morning. I was going to wait a little bit. But that cash open run, I kind of like there given the news. Netflix on the high. RTY. Airbnb got added to the S&P 500. So on September 16th or September 18th, Airbnb will be fully included into the index. So it's actually very big news for them. That means this whole time that we have owned Airbnb, they have not been a S&P. It's been like a mid-cap 600 company, I think, but it's never been on the S&P 500. Saudi says production will be roughly 9 million barrels a day until end of December. Netflix going up again. Another headline here. All of the China stuff in the morning. Yeah, that was moving some stuff. Or excuse me, all the oil stuff. So that one's kind of a big deal there. QQQ. There's Netflix. SPY still coming down again. Bonds are getting absolutely destroyed today. So even from last night too. So keep that in mind. That's been the trend as we were closed. Everybody kind of did their own thing, but it wasn't as exciting. UNP, again, Meta's on the low. UNP's down 1.8. They're kind of flushing there. Airbnb's on the high, AT&T. So it's 50-50 right now as far as what's bringing you down and going up. I mean, high-low ticker kind of split there. Is that Telsa or Tesla? Tesla's breaking out 1.2. Again, there's AMD, or excuse me, Intel. AMD's down. Intel is up. We're still up on AMD, believe it or not. NVIDIA now going green. Oh, where was the other one from Friday? Broadcom. Remember, Broadcom got murdered. WFC. Broadcom's still going down. I forgot about that one. Tesla on the high still. Airbnb's now coming up. Again, 142. Let's see. Oh, I think I left DVR on. My bad. Affirm on the low. Airbnb candle. SPY candle. Intel still up. Meta, that one kind of a dud for now. Not really hitting. Tesla, though, that one is kind of impressive. Oh, damn. RXRX. That one's still up. I forgot about that. Roku's on the high. We saw Roku running a lot. Intel with another candle, too. But even NVIDIA, now Oxy's trying to move up. Actually, oil plays are up a ton here, so all those headlines are actually hitting. Pfizer popper. Yeah, up 1%. Not bad. JP Morgan's on the high. Russell's still down 0.75%. Why is the Russell murdered like that? So regionals aren't even down like that. XLF's green. Regionals are red. But Russell's down 0.7. Maybe it's all of the introductions. Yeah, BABA, it went green. BABA was just down like 2% or something like that. Baba, Uber. Is this the floor for Airbnb? I believe it is. I think Airbnb is like what? It's just like 140, 141. Remember last time it got above here, I think like 145 or 148 next. But usually like 138's the level, then 141, and then now it's like the 150s to 160. But, I mean, he hasn't had a good time up there. Spotify green. Oh, Eduardo, baby. Good morning. Spotify. Meta's on the low. Airbnb, though, that's 7% now. Huya on the high. Yeah, Baba woke up there. They were down. And, again, energy plays are absolutely killing it. Dell. Oh, I forgot Dell earnings. That was another one. And then Tesla, bro. Tesla's insane. XPEV now starting to play along. Micron a little bit from the bottom, but it's not really moving. And then Meta's still low. Tesla again. Roblox, another candle. Intel about to be 37, actually. Isn't this a breakout spot for Intel? Almost. 37.14. Intel, this will be a new high of the year. Honestly, this will be a new high since, what? Since last June, last May? George Caradimas, baby. Good morning. Disney and coin. I forgot. I haven't looked at Disney yet. There's Meta off the bottom, 296. Still not down a lot yet, though. BLRX has PDUFA. It'll run. There's a lot. So even to wake up this morning with the amount of FDA, like, you know, trial this, trial that, or data, there's actually a decent amount. Baba up. Watch those China plays if they wake up. There's Meta a little bit off the bottom. XPEV still working. Now you got AMC on the high up 1.8. Dude, Tesla though. Tesla looks insane. 2.5%, but it's just all green candles. And literally the volume bars are actually quite consistent here. And then another high on Airbnb. Next week is CPI, and there's something else that's important. This week you're just going to get Fed speakers, and then Wednesday ISM services. I think we do have some data coming out here soon, but I think factory orders or something, but I don't know if that'll move us as much. But you never know. Remember, last week was a very, very big theme of bad news good, good is bad. So we'll see. Airbnb, watch 144 to 145, and then the next level will be 148, and then 151. But we'll see. But that's actually killing it now, 8.3. DVA on the high or on the low. Snap moving up now. Now NVIDIA, still energy too. So energy and tech aren't doing that bad. I mean, Dow right now is down by 0.09. Russell is dying. I don't know what it is, though. Regional banks are not down as much. Now they're dropping. So regionals were green, but the Russell was still down 0.7 when they were. So regionals are dying as well as the Russell. Then Dow's 0.11, SPY's down a quarter, and then NASDAQ's down 0.32. So there's a lot of upside today in certain areas. Like, again, Airbnb's up 8, Netflix, Tesla, they're killing it, but it's still kind of a mixed bag, and it's only been 10 minutes. We have not talked about the yen getting murdered, but I think it's part of the data. Their data, ever since we even made the play, though, there was that little streak of it getting strong, but lately the data has not gone there, and then also the dollar coming back up. So people are talking about the intervention, but I think it's going to be a game of chicken, essentially. But I'm still waiting I have not averaged down since my first play or the second one, whenever we got the YCL after the future. KRE dying. It's just weird, though, because KRE was green at one point, and then the Russell was green. That's why I'm kind of like, wait a minute. So we'll find out. Fubo crazy. Meta's getting some candles now. Let's see if Google. I forgot about Google. They're still in the red. Airbnb again, 143.81. City running into resistance. I'd watch the banks though too, man. They keep finding a way to slip beneath the radar. CRM's on the high. Don't forget, CRM had earnings last week. Yeah, CRM's going straight up, still red. JP Morgan is about to go red to green or green to red right now. A good call out on that. So banks are starting to flip. XLF went green 0.3 to red 0.3. Yeah, KRE. It's weird though with the Russell. So maybe we need to find out what else is dying in the Russell because it's not all financial. Now it looks like it, but earlier in the day here, I mean, the Russell was still weak regardless. Starbucks, I'll have to see. I still think it's kind of high. Yeah, this is still near all-time highs, low-key. They move kind of stable. I'd wait a little bit on Starbucks. Good company, though. Microsoft on the high. Cigna now, some healthcare, and then SPY. I feel like we've looked at a lot of individual names, but we haven't really looked at the S&P right now. We're right above 4,500. So, I mean, it's better than 4,400, but if you remember from last week, I mean, I don't think we actually went below 4,500, except for the first time we broke it on Wednesday. So that'd be tomorrow, technically. That'd be a week. IONQ on the high. Intel 37. Intel's about to hit a new high. I think Intel's about to start hitting 52-week highs if that keeps printing. Mm-hmm. 641. Yeah, KRE. I just had it up. Is it down more than 1.6? Yeah, 1.5, 1.68 right now. But it is dying there. I think something's going on there, but it's not the full story. Because a couple of real estate plays were up in the morning. But now, yeah, even Vanguard Real Estate's given up. But like I said, the Russell is outpacing with or without the banks. That's the interesting part. Microsoft even coming down. Dell, remember they had good earnings there on Friday or Thursday. And then VMware's up. SPY just hit a new low. Are we breaking 4,500, bro? That's it, 4,572 now. You're lower than any point on Friday. I mean, you're lower than any other point this week. Last time we came this low, again, was last Wednesday. You did fill that gap, so it's not like you're missing out on anything. 4,568. Oh, you broke it. 44.99, 93. So you actually went below it. We'll see. It's either going to chicle below and bounce up again, or if we break below and can't get above it, it might be a... You might have to work a little bit. NVO's news from Bellevue, Washington. Novo Integrated Sciences. No. Is it everybody getting sick over the weekend? Let me check. NVOS. After the company said they received an underwritten clearance notice for an unsecured $70 million promissory note with a maturity of 15 years. So that's what it was. Somebody, I don't know why, someone's giving them a unsecured loan of 15 million or 70 million that matures in 15 years. It's very interesting. Airbnb with another one. That's weird. It says it's up 27, but my thing said it was up 50. Oh, wait. That was on September 1st. That's why. So, actually, Novo doesn't have any. That was all from Friday. And then Meta coming down. UNH, I mean, if anything, I've seen healthcare names on the high. Target's going up. It's my hometown. Good company. I've never heard. I mean, to get a offering like that, though, it's very interesting. Someone just gave them a lot of money with a 15-year term backed by nothing. There's rumors of Spotify being involved in money laundering. Wow. You got to email me some info on that. That sounds like some good tin, bro. MO popped here at the high. DNLI on the high. I think that's another biotech. Google's on the low. Meta had a candle there. XOM, Halliburton, Oxy, those are still running. Again, XOM still going high. Remember, there was oil news here out of Saudi and Russia. Intel manager to German newspaper. Intel does not need industrial power price in Germany. What's that mean? Intel made some sort of comment towards power. I don't know. Or Intel manager to German paper. I'm an idiot. Unless, I don't know, maybe there's a chance. Airbnb still running. Google did go down. Sava's on the high now. Micron's starting to wake up. They were down. Again, Cigna's on the high. That's another healthcare name moving up. Yeah, Airbnb's up 8. 144 is big now for Airbnb. If we get above here, 144, 145, you go to 148. You get above 148, we go to the 150s. But like we said, it's a pretty hard price here now. I like Adobe. I think some of their AI stuff sucks. Honestly, I have a weird one. You guys. I have a very, very weird one. This one's like I could give this to you as tinfoil or like just like a weird ass play. It's just the idea. It's related to AI. I found a secret AI play. I don't know. So you tell me if you guys want this. How many likes are we? We don't have 1,000. You give me, I don't know. It's 400 to pretty much. There's a secret AI play. It's just like, remember when I told you about Adobe a month before everybody was tying it into AI? I have another one. It came up through my research. I needed a service, and it was actually it's very interesting. Well, we'll see. Well, tell me when it's there. We'll go for 1,000. Call it a day. Only thing better than AI is secret AI. PayPal 63, Microsoft, Peloton 2, and Intel is going to come up. Again, 37.14, I'm pretty sure is the high on Intel. PayPal's about to go green. Yeah, Tesla's going nuts. Is that NVO thing? Oh, no, it's INDO. 3M's on the high as well, too, right now. And then Airbnb. 3M's at 107. Airbnb chilled out. NVIDIA's on the high now. So is TSM. I think all of the chips, except for AMD. Micron started to wake up there, too. NVIDIA. Did Intel? No, it didn't print yet. Where is the high on Intel then? Am I tripping? How high did it go? I'm waiting for the 52-week high thing to flash up Intel, but it's not. No, wait for it. Again, SPY right below VWAP. I mean, honestly, this has been just straight down since we have opened up. NVIDIA. NVIDIA hasn't gone to 500 since it broke above it. We'll see there. Maybe by Euro close, and then we'll get some time. But so far, cash open, I mean, all we did was just start off and start selling. I mean, we gapped down. Cash open's been the sell-off. I mean, we saw a lot of craziness last week in terms of how we opened. I mean, you're still holding 4,500, which is a good sign. But, I mean, for the most part, this has just been straight down. There's Intel now. Intel's period printing 52-week high. So I was waiting for 37.21. Show me the link. I'll look into this. This is interesting. It says Sweden's largest newspaper, Svenska, published an investigation into how criminal networks have used Spotify to launder money for years. They've been paying for false streams of music published by artists with ties to their groups and then capitalized on the engineered popularity. But how is it money laundering? Interesting. We'll go over it in a little bit. Yeah, some Swedish article. Burlap just sent me a website. It's from the Next Web. It's like a Swedish website. Oh my God, do they have that peach toe? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's here on this beautiful Monday, Tuesday. Welcome back from the holiday. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, are you kidding me? This is real. Oh my God. My morning has been made. Honestly, you could start or end your morning now. It's up to you. It's up to you, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Pay for streams with crime money equals receive clean money from Spotify minus their cut. That's assuming you could buy advertisements with like cash, you know? But that's the thing. I'm assuming if the drug cartels already have the money to buy ads and bots, you know? Unless they do it with Bitcoin. But at that point, maybe. I've never heard that's a wild concept. I know about all the fake streams and all of that, but I've never had anybody say it's like money laundering. The horn is sounding very crisp. I mean, you could thank Bradley Frizzle for that. I mean, you know, bringing in the energy, it feels great. Feels amazing. But even then, I'm down to my last horn right now. I need to order a new pack. Coin flushing. SPY from the bottom again, still near 4,500. Meta's trying to move up here a little bit. Tesla's still holding. Again, Intel, 3720 is the 52-week high. It's definitely not a classic case of money laundering because the money isn't technically from an illicit source if it's coming from Spotify. Yeah, and I'm just like, if you're going to put in money into Spotify, I feel like it has to be clean. Again, Mr. Frizzle and the Peach is our forensic accountant. So, you know, thank you for the insight. That's, you know, here at the Cult, we have everything. NVAX, another, I mean, bro, a lot of people got sick over the weekend. I don't know. Again, you could call it whatever you want, but all of the headlines related, you know, if we're going to keep getting that hype from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Myrna, maybe we see that continue one more time. They're all up, actually. I think NVAX is up the most. And then bonds, 10-year through the low. A USM on the high. Very interesting, actually. Tesla, Meta, Costco's on the high. XLV is down. XLP is trying to go up. XLK down 0.3. NASDAQ still down 0.3. Best way to play crude. I mean, the companies, you can't go wrong. I mean, I like my first thought wants to say futures, but like you got to just play everything perfectly. But if you go look at like XOM, Oxy, Halliburton, any of those plays, you know, I would watch those because they just held up no matter what. Even if the price of oil, like hypothetically, if the price of oil dropped 50%, XOM isn't going to drop 50%. And that's kind of the advantage right there. Trip, TMV, TBT. And then bonds are flushing right now. 10 years is dying. And then we're right below 4,500. You actually held below here for a while. So this little dance here is all at 4,500. And then bonds are getting murked right now in the process. Is it Google or Sava? Spotify's on the high. Procter Gamble. Pfizer came down. Yeah, Spotify's 157. And then Airbnb chilled from 145. I feel like a lot of things chilled out. Honestly, you had a lot of things either they've made their first run or they lagged, but now like everything's calming down here. And then bonds too. So SPY's either going to inverse it or it's going to match up with it. Or maybe SPY will start moving once the bonds bounce. But so far, bonds are dying. SPY's still near the low. High-low ticker's kind of balanced out 50-50. Nothing's down more than 0.5%. But Russell is down 1. I don't know if this is correct, but I'm seeing Russell down 2% almost. Let's see. So what time is it? So right now to start off the morning, NASDAQ 100, believe it or not, you have 74 names red on the NASDAQ 100. Then for the Dow Jones, 18 names red, 12 names green. And then S&P, we're looking at 373 names red, 130 green. So actually most stuff's red today. So literally it's like 60, 70% of stocks are red here on the day. So we're actually holding up kind of decent, all things considered. I think it's all of the additions to the small caps and S&P that's doing that all. Oh, I forgot about weed. Yeah, remember last week the declassification news? Yeah, bro, MSOS is up another 6 or 7. That's crazy. IoT. ARM IPO. People were talking about it, but I don't think it's out. I think either this week or next week. Apple's coming down 0.79. FTI 52-week high. I think that's Nordstrom's now. J&J. Then Dell's still going. Dell all day. You've actually watched that hit the high. XLK selling off. Intel's still kind of holding up. Procter Gamble again. Staples might go green. Yeah, Staples just went red to green right there. Tesla giving up. Yeah, Meta's even coming down here. Tesla gave up. Well, Tesla's up almost 2% though. So we will see. Tesla's free. I can't believe Tesla's kept doing that. Bro, it's been like 3 weeks of Tesla. I mean, I guess this is how the whole market looks, but how Tesla did it on these days, like I swear, every time the market's going down, Tesla's going up. And then even on the days the market's up, Tesla has held on very, very well. Look at travel plays. Which one? So Airbnb is going to be up on its own news. But let's see. Uber's down. Love is down. Delta. Marriott's murdered. Who's the other one? Hilton. Yeah, bro. They're all dead. They're all down 2%. Travel is murdered today. From like transportation to lodging. They're not doing too good. And then that's it. Airbnb is just benefiting from the S&P news. Yeah, even IYT is down 1.6. Good call out on that. Yeah, very, very weak in travel. Old tech all going up. Halliburton, Target, Overstock again. When does Overstock? Bro, I drove by a Bed Bath & Beyond. I saw like a big-ass Bed Bath & Beyond over the weekend, and I don't know if it was open, but when do they make the shift? Factory orders, negative 2.1. Estimate was negative 2.5. So actually better than expected data. So factory data is coming in right now, and it looks like it came in a little bit worse. Hold on. I see consensus 2.5, but then I see forecast at 2. So honestly, that shouldn't be too big of a surpriser. So factory order, again, expectation and forecast, kind of a nice spread, but that shouldn't move much. However, watch the bonds. CPB on the high. UNG, LNG, And then 3M, again, high ticker still moving, but then also you got some gas on the low ticker as well. So GE on the low, too. Oh, more oil on the high. Yeah, Overstock looks very illiquid, but it's moving. Durable goods, negative 5.2 versus 5.2 previous. I think there's supposed to be an economic data point. Dollar General running. Yeah, 2 points. Dollar General is killing it, actually. And then General Mills now. So a lot of these value plays are actually running here. So some more than others. The cushion's not that big, so don't go too crazy. But some of those staples, like we said, just went red to green. U.S. stocks index extend losses after July factory order data. U.S. Consumer Board employment trends. Those dropped a little bit. Spotify now green. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we were just looking at it red. Target 2, 127. I want to say that's where their other earnings were. PayPal keeps going up here too. Revolve, BDTA. Is that the one? Is that the biotech somebody called out earlier? We're going to see. PayPal. ASAI. AAP on the high. And then AI is dropping to Advanced Auto Parts. You guys kept bringing that one up. Well, that one keeps moving. YRD. That sounds very familiar. Urinder Digital. And then BDRX. I don't know if that's the one. There's like BRTX and then BDRX. They're both moving up. So one of them might have a PDUFA. I got to double check. Yeah, bonds are dying, but the market hasn't moved. So remember, last week we got pretty much all of the relief of bonds has been given up in these last 2 days, essentially. So again, last week was all about, reprieve in the rates and things calming down. But now, I mean, if the 10-year's here, I think Shy is doing a little better. But yeah, even though they all came down. And then even the TLT is about to go through the low. It's actually pretty wild. Flora growth FLGC resumed. I don't know why I keep getting that little cough. The dollar was up 0.5 from the morning. That even has to do a little bit even with the yen and what we've been watching there. But definitely, I mean, remember, like we said the other day, yeah, on Friday, it was like the dollar was up a lot just to get us back to normal. But now, so remember, we like gapped down and then the dollar got you back up. But dollar's up 0.5, and I'm pretty sure it's a new high. So welcome to September. But it's weird because the China stuff, it was the China stuff that slowed us down in the morning, which is weird considering because, they actually had some good news, but comparing it to last week, it just seems like the momentum kind of slowed down and died off when it's all said and done. China, their factory order data was weak, but then there was good news about Country Garden, but pretty much is like bad data. But like compared to what you got last week, it's like ironic that was the the straw that broke the camel's back. It's not like, again, markets and equities are good, but the problem is, again, if bonds start hitting a new high and your dollar starts, hitting a new high as well too, I mean, it's just not going to be pretty. I made the meta play with shares. I did 50 shares. We were up on it for a little, and now I'm down on it. I was up $60. Now I'm down 60 or something like that. Let's see. Overstock still DWalk now. Again, Overstock. You're getting some. Dude, you're hugging 4,500 though. I hope you guys are aware of this. So we had every opportunity to die around here, but you are still holding up and going up. So let's see. And then DWalk, big pop here. High volume, just shot up almost $1. I have that in the bottom right. Yeah, weed stocks all day. Honestly, weed stocks look immune to everything. And that's just kind of been the trend from last week. Straight gas in. Meta's still holding up a little bit. Let's see the chips. Intel came down a decent amount, but they're still in the green. Expedia is on the high. Interesting. So all those travel names are down, again except Airbnb, but now Expedia is up. PayPal, another high, almost $64. So PayPal's trying to get to a solid level. Now Southwest on the high. They're down by 0.3, so maybe travel does come up. But that was a good call out earlier. They are outpacing there. It's only been, 37 minutes? Still super, super early. Is that Mulan? Southwest again. Wish. Overstock, bro. I had this up here since like 26 and a half. So it's almost up another $1 there. That one's still going. And then Tesla. Yeah, Tesla looks like it wants it. I already have that up there. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA came down. Micron, AMD. Yeah, AMD were negative now. Teladoc, I still have that old play we made free, but other than that, I don't think I'd go out of my way to go grab it again unless there's like a lot of hype. Tesla, dude, Tesla's running up here. Ollie too. I think, didn't Ollie bargain? Didn't they have news on like a week ago? And then J&J's on the high. Nasdaq still down 0.46. Dow is the best on the day, down 0.22. And then S&P is down 0.34. And then Russell is still down 1.6, my man. DWalk is the Trump play, yes. Oxy over 66. Oh, yeah, we're green on Oxy. Usually right when we go green on Oxy, it goes negative. So we'll see. But either way, we held out for a while. You've got the divvy. And then SPY kind of coming down there. Again, you had your opportunity to break out. So let's see. Roblo pop. Roblo's doing good, but Roblo's still in the gutter. So again, there's a lot of big poppers today, but the question is, like, even Fubo's up 9 or 10. It just depends. There's like small movers, and then there's some like outsized ones. Because again, most of the market is red today. So if it's up, it should have the ability to really hold. Airbnb's up there. Tesla's going again. DWalk, that's the Trump one. We had that. It's up it's up $2 since the first call out. So that thing's going crazy. I have no idea why. I'm sure it's probably going to be a political headline. You think Threads will affect Meta? Yeah, maybe. I mean, like I said last time, I'd be worried about how much it costs, but we're going to see if they could try to bring something out of it. They didn't really talk about it too much on the last earnings, so we'll find. I posted on Threada the other day. On Threada. Threada, that's what I'm going to call it, Threada. Instead of Meta, Threada. But, like, what ended up happening, bro, is that, like, I posted on my threads, and I was like, I forgot it existed. Like, I actually forgot. Like, I haven't used it in a while. SEC says Prime Group failed to adequately disclose millions of dollars in real estate brokerage fees. And then Russia's Putin, Western curators put ethnic Jew to rule in Ukraine to cover glorification of Nazism. That's this. What did I just read? That's a headline? Yeah, Putin just made some crazy... Dude, Putin just made some crazy statement and just called Ukraine a bunch of Nazis. I just got that one, bro. I literally just came across the wire. I just read it, man. I just read it. I think it's from TASS again. Or I think he's speaking. And then China, they put out a statement on something investing. He's been saying that. He said that again. And then Russian Bank Deputy Governor Zabatkin, Russia's GDP will be closer to upper limit of forecast in 2023. Lots of tech. I mean, SPY got above 4,500. Like we were saying, like you had either really big small cap movers or not. Staples and healthcare seem to be doing better than not, but then financials are very awkward on the day. Most of the day is red, but at least we're holding 4,500. And then I don't know where the China plays are. I don't know if they were able to come back up there. Yeah, Baba even flipped. Remember that went red to green. Plug XRX. Xerox. Someone's saying that all the old tech is up. Xerox, IBM, they're killing it on a day like today. Intel came back up. I thought Intel, again, we got to watch out because once everything makes its first move, if it can't retest that high, it might be done till the end. Meta's going. Yeah, there you go. Amen. CGC, that's another weed play. Again, I think all of the weed plays are killing. Again, Tilray's up even 11% right now. Tesla. Bro, PayPal 64.16 now. I hope that one holds. We're going to see what happens with it. PayPal back to the gap area, I think. 63 is like the low. 62 is where we got in from the earnings. So, kind of. This is like the low end after their earnings that brought them down. They could go as high as 67, but pretty much kind of keeps them pinned over the last 100 days, minus the outlier. Coin green. Yeah, by 0.7. SPY's coming down. We were just talking about how the SPY's fighting and holding up there. Again, you're back below 4,500. I mean, the amount of times we've broken above and below it now, you're really testing this. So let's see. 4498, you're about to hit within the, again, 1 point of the low of the day. Coinbase, Tesla's still up 3, NASDAQ 0.4. And then it has been, what, less than an hour? So we're 15 minutes shy of 1 hour. Still super early. So don't worry, don't worry. A lot of time. The DVR. You got to I turned off the DVR. I accidentally left it on. But if you refresh it now, you should be good. Do I ever go short stocks? Yeah. We have a couple of times. Several times. Invac's huge. Boom. So I timed you out the first time for pumping everything with the little money sign faces. I got it. Trust me. But at this point, I think you're pumping it. I'll call them out. Again, it's hitting the high, but spamming it all the time is not going to do us a service. Thank you. Thank you. I hope your weekend was good. And I hope you respect my boundaries and don't take it personally. So like I said, I haven't banned people. I've only given warnings. So hopefully you've been able to pay attention with that. But for the most part, it's chill. I don't even really care that much. But I don't want to keep seeing it. Video. Mara's on the high now. Yo, Mara, 2 big candles, and then Rhythm, RYTM, Coinbase popping 2, but Mara getting way bigger candles, I think. I think they're both kind of moving there, but Mara literally straight up. You got time, sorry, not taking. That's because it was a drugs. I don't like it. That's all. Don't tell people you're making edibles and shit like that. I don't know. I frown upon that heavily. So it's not anything else. Everything else you said was good, but there's no need to tell people if you're doing any of that shit. Again, in the mornings too, I see people with it. It's a shitty way to start off the morning. So everything else is chill. Like I'm saying, keep it on topic. Any of the outside stuff is usually what it is. The mosquito thing? Which one? Was it a bunch of mosquitoes? Otherwise, I didn't. I saw one video. Did y'all not see Burning Man? They were trying to say it was Ebola, bro. Mara's on the high. Yeah, Mara again. Mara, Riot, both of those are killing it. Now Apple. So hold on. That could be your pop off the bottom, and you're getting everything here. Mudding man. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't go to Vegas too. Still wait. I am adding MO more. I was looking at because I saw MPW. Our yield on MPW is the same as MO now, but then I was like, I'll take MO every day. So still waiting. I only have 1 deposit. We get another deposit today, and then we're gonna find out. We are going to find out. I think Riot, or which was Mara, the one going crazy. I don't know though. I don't like any of the crypto miners though. So I don't. If you want to play it with the hype, be my guest. But for the most part, I just see them. I go with Coinbase or the Bitcoin futures if there's an opportunity. But I haven't played it in a minute. But I'm not really. So they might be outpacing, lagging, whichever it is. But I don't know if those are going to be the move per se. Again, they're all running from last week and all that hype. Oh, Disney? I have not looked at Disney. Airbnb still holding. Wait, is Disney $82, bro? I forgot. It hit $80 on Friday. Zion's on the high. TTD. Advanced Auto Parts. That's ran up a couple of times. Apple 190. Intel's killing it. Again, Intel's now almost another 10 cents higher. AP. Folk is on the... we're still in... Folk actually came up a decent amount. I wanted more off of that, but it's actually... We made a sit for a week. Folk is finally going up. Buying bill, yes. Actually, I need to check if it's in there. SCU. NCLH on the high. Qualcomm. Expedia. Again, watch out if any of the travel plays come up. Like we said, Airbnb and the other one were the only thing in the green as far as travel's concerned. So watch. If those end up going green, that could be a source of energy for the market. Weed stocks last week, there was really big news that the like HHS was considering, and the DEA, they were considering declassifying marijuana as a drug. So that it's pretty much, I think weed is up 40% since then, if not more. So very big news in terms of the drug and the plays it's related to. But that news was on, I think it was like last Wednesday, and ever since then it has just gone crazy. So where is it? Oh, yeah, we have our deposit. So I'm going to buy Bill with it right now, actually. Where is Bill? Let's see, 30 bills. Oh, 29 bills. $29 bills. So then that means we could get 2 bill in the small one. Okay. I am now build up. Oh, I think I got to do it for Colt Sister too. Let me see. I bought Bill. Yeah. 3M's on the high. Again, SPY's still going. This is first recovery. We failed and then hit the low again. So see if we could get above here. This could look a little bit nicer. Let's see. Yeah, Colt Sister. I don't know. She got her deposit. I'm not going to do any. I'm going to put that one in Bill too for now. Because remember, we got to use everything else. A Bill, you just put your money in there until you need it. And then every day it goes up, and if you hold it for more than a month, you get a dividend. It's a very, very simple one. Very good for everybody. TSLY, that's the yield max one, right? I mean, if you want to play Tesla, you can. I mean, my thing with Tesla is just how it's moved every single day. Just, again, with how the market's been, whether it's a good day or bad day, I feel like Tesla has moved very unique. Meta's at the high now, so we're back to green on that. And then SPY finally above VWAP and now back above. This is the first time above 45.05. since the morning. Again, we opened up 45.10, 45.13 will be the next level, then 45.15 will be the gap. MOD. Intel's still going. Bro, Intel's crazy. So you guys realize we're up almost 10% on equity on Intel. So we're up 9.75 right now, but that's insane. So Intel is like actually every single day since NVIDIA got to 400, it went nuts. ZW. There was a lot of Russia. ZW is still cheap too. It's sub 6 right now. And you have all those headlines. It sucks because it's either going to take a random pop and drop, but I like banking on the buy the dips on those. So the next like stupid drop on wheat, just buy it. If there's the same headlines. Again, they were talking stuff on the grain deal this morning. I'm at 6. That's good. Again, I think like 580, I haven't lost at that price. That's where you get the cushion. Even 6, and then I've always sold around like, lately on the short term, I'm getting out at like 612 to 615. Just because it kind of gets hard up there. UK DMO chief Steetham, results of syndication, welcome manifestation of ongoing support for long-dated gilts. And then, so SPY, little bit, giant candle up, and then that turned into a red cheek-lay. Macy's is removed from Goldman conviction list, director cut. Check Macy's, kind of bad news for them. They're running up on it. HSDT, what's this? Yo, HSDT, Helios Med, unhalted, up 71%. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, it looks like one of those hype plays where it just keeps getting halted so far. It's micro float. J&J long term, maybe at a lower price. I like the company, I just don't like the current price. Again, or yeah, J&J, or I'm thinking Procter & Gamble. J&J still has the risk of everything with the cancer stuff, and they're still doing good. But Procter & Gamble, I liked it at the 120s, but they're all still, those are killing it. I think the only cheaper like super value names are like Coca-Cola. That's still like near the highs of 2020, but I still think those need more downside. Otherwise, I'm cool with like an MO. And then Walgreens still massacred from Friday. Intel came down there after literally running up a little bit more. XLF is chilling. KRE still down 1.1. SPY below VWAP again. So back to 45.02. You went up to 45.08, almost to the 45.10 we opened up at. Then we got a quick cheek laid down. J&J, Southwest on the high. HSDT again. That is the one that you guys said is micro float. Remember, a lot of last week we saw a lot of those plays. Goes up, then halts, goes up and halts. Any 10 at 10? I had it earlier, but the 10 it didn't come in. I don't know. I think I might. I don't know. I think I might might have to end it. Actually, unfortunately, I think 10 is now over. Per the council, that's it. We're gonna sell it to you now. So now I'm gonna just make little shorts for 10, and then I'm gonna have them on the private website for everybody. 10 is no longer for sale anymore. That was my last sale today for 1,000. We fell up short, but we got to close the doors. Everything must go. We were not able to pay our rent, so we have to move on with the 10. This will be the 10 loss of 2023. 10 shorts sounds very uncomfortable. It would, unless you're in what's that movie? Is it Cinderella? No, the one where they click Dorothy. Yeah. SGML on the high. Sigma. Oh, didn't they have a deal with Tesla or who? What? Remember Sigma Lithium? DWAC again. Damn. Yeah, DWAC's up 13. That hit the high the first time we called it out. Then it came down, but now it's running up there. Very interesting. Yeah, not bad. Oracle, yo, big pop Oracle. Remember Friday they had all the moves back and forth. Actually, we played it a couple of times. It was CRM earnings I was confusing it with, but Oracle, oh, they had something today. That's 3 candles. It printed the high ticker, but it looks a lot smaller. Again, they don't move as much, but Oracle is making its way up here. And he had something UK DMO. What time is it? Bristol miles are on the high. It's only 7:30. Wheat's still going up, so it's still super early. A mortgage going to 9.10. Yeah, they could. We've talked about it. I mean, pretty much at this point, it's either things either slow down or not. But, you know, come 2024, if inflation starts to come back up, the economy is not slowing down, I would not be surprised to see a higher mortgage rate like that. I mean, honestly, I remember I shared it with you the other day. You know, I got a mortgage quote on Friday or last week, like Thursday or something. I think it came in at like 8.35. It was for a client, but it was like you're almost there. I mean, that's it. You know, give it a couple of months into 2024, and if things don't get any better on that front, then yeah, I think 9-10% is almost guaranteed at this point. Oracle. Spice, dude, you're coming. It looks like a wishbone. You know, Thanksgiving, when you guys get the wishbone, that's just what happened right here. You're about to wish. So I don't know. Make your wish if it breaks up or down. But if this comes back down here again, I mean, we've done it all. We've literally spent 30 minutes like trying to break 4,500. So we'll see how this plays out. But you're already coming back down again. Russell's the weakest. Dow is the best. SPY and NASDAQ are more matched up. So maybe this is like energy, but then you still have runners in the midst of all of it. Yeah, like it looks like energy gave up. I think that could be it. That's why the SPY is matched up with tech right now. Descending wishbone pattern. These are bearish. I don't even know if you're being sarcastic with me anymore. It's my fault, but it looks like a wishbone. The pace of home building has picked up and the prices are ridiculous. I mean, the good news is that you got to wait, and that's the bad news. But, you know, I think real estate is going to play out with everything else. We're going to, like we're talking here, it's either broader inflation and the economy just keeps firing on all cylinders, or it doesn't. So it's just like, until then, if real estate keeps going, things keep firing, that's not going to be good. But if, again, by 2024, even by end of this year, if whatever else happens and we start to notice the economy chill out, then I think real estate's going to calm down with it. But for the most part, it's just we now got to get to that moment. I mean, this is the final quarter of the year, give or take. Technically, there's 2, but yeah. You got scammed 2,600 over the weekend. You put your guard down. Well, hopefully it was a learning experience. If it was the speaker scam, I understand. If you got scammed at Burning Man, that's your fault. But other than that, I don't, you had the weekend to relax, bring in good vibes into thy Monday, Tuesday. BA little Chicle. Oracle's about to be up 1.5 to the high. Yeah, Boeing's coming down 221. And then SPY low-key wants to die. And remember, you had a little bit bounce off the bottom with bonds. And now we'll see. Because if bonds hit another low, it just might start all over again. The speaker scam's got to watch. Are you ready? See, that's what I was saying. It's not tinfoil, I could charge you likes for this one, but like I said, I think I just have to hold these for the premium service, but I'll just, for your safety, I hope you guys are careful. There's it's an old scam out there, and it's like the speaker scam, but they do this in the middle of Hicktown. So here's how it plays, bro. There's a scam going on that's always gone on, and what they do is they approach you if you don't have your driveway paved. And what they do is they offer to pave your driveway with extra asphalt for a stupid cheap price, and then they end up paving your driveway with like dog shit and then charging you for it, and then you get screwed. I saw that scam the other day. I saw someone make a video about it, and they compared it to the speaker scam. This is the Irish traveler scam, is it? Yeah, I didn't know the name, but the whole general idea is they say they're going to pave your road, and then it's just like, they do it, but then it's just like, it's not real pavement, and then you spend all this money for nothing. This is asphalt. We call them gypsies. Yes. Yes. I should have saved my like. Well, there's no more tin. That's it. I'm selling all the tin. That's it. I'm gonna privatize everything. Everything that gets overlooked for the price of $3.99 will be privatized. Unfortunately, I don't want to add that pressure to Chads anymore. That's it. The tinfoil era is now over. I'll miss you, buddy. It's been a long time without you, my tin. And I tell you all about it when I tell you again. It's been a long day with tin, my friend. And I tell you all about it when I see you again. Tesla still. Oh yeah, you gotta refresh because you gotta request well, what's it called? You gotta refresh because the DVR was on. That's such a good song. Yeah, my eyes are sweating. I'm not crying. It's a good song. It makes me tear up too. It's been a long... It's because I watched Fast and Furious over the weekend. That's why. In that song, I watched the new Fast and Furious finally. The market has to correct today? No, not at all. So remember, last week was a trip in terms of, big day was the JOLTS jobs report. Then we're reacting to the non-farms. But next week, we have way more data. And then this week, like if anything, this week might be its own little burn one week, unless China, Euro, CPI wants to have a problem. Did I take reverb or bass off my mic? Sounds different? No. I turned off my air purifier in the background. That's it. Zoom on the high. 2%. Where's Roku? That was another one we kept watching in tandem. And then SPY, again, did the little 4,500 break again. This Monday, Tuesday is kind of crazy if you think about it. We're doing a lot of this this dancing here, just like right at the level of this is the point of no return. I can never go back. So I don't know, man. Pretty crazy here considering. And then these are the last, I mean, this was what? August 10th? And then August, beginning of August? Future. Oh yeah, we did. We got durable goods data that didn't move much. And play on SPY and QQQ. I'm waiting for a couple of things, but it's either before or after Powell. I mean, another thing we could talk about is VIX seasonality. So that would be something I would have thrown in there, but I would watch out for that. But other than, as far as making that play, I mean, I think it's going to be a mix of the data and then how Powell plays. But if data does not change enough to change Powell, I think we are just going to be at mercy of whatever happens. And September, this month is going to be wild. I think we've been very seasonal all year. And right when the calendar shifts, even right when January shifted, we did a lot of things. But it's like this is going to be a very weird month in September. So I don't know if you got this from the morning. This is the one that I went over. But like legitimately, the S&P has dropped an average of 1.1 in September since 1928. And the only, literally, it's the only month where the S&P average is dropped more than 0.13. And like they say, there's only been 33 instances since 1928 where the S&P was up more than 10% year-to-date by September. And then when that happens, the results are a little different, but then meaning that September is usually bad unless the market is up double digits. But now, here's another fun fact. September 2014, 2015, and 2016, that was a 3-year September winning streak regardless of what happened, which makes it that much more interesting. So, fun fact, seasonality will be huge in September. So that's where we're at. Fed Mester, the cost of undershooting in monetary policy is still higher, she says. Thanks for the follow. I love you. I follow. Make sure it's not the fake, Josh. Okay, but I love you. God bless you. I think it was because I think I saw it. Make sure it's not the fake. You had some dope ass guitars, right, Adam? I think I remember that. I think I was vibing, bro. I think I was vibing. But just make sure, just in case, it's not the fake Josh. Lagger here back in real time. Yeah, you got to refresh. Apologies. What's this? I got a Goldman Oil. There's a Goldman Oil report that came out last night. AMC, TSCO, Pinterest on the high. Pinterest is up 3%, and then SPY trying to work its way up again. I think it was energy. So like halfway through here, remember energy was leading, and now energy they came down a little bit, but I'd watch out for that. Intel, I think it's all the stuff from last week and then all the chips and then kind of holding up here. But I did like listening to Mr. Gelsinger last time. So we've still been holding that. But literally ever since NVIDIA, they've been the one with the most value. They've climbed up considerably. Okay. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning, good evening, good night. And I will be right back. SPY's still near the low of the day. A lot could even happen from here. We're not out of the clear. You got about just under an hour till Euro close. Happy and good morning.
What would it be? How should I think about them?
Companies, yes, so most of them are private, right? Definitely growth companies, I think that's right. But I think we're going from growth into scaling, right? And that's a slightly different issue. And so the issue here is often, we've got the technology, is it fully de-risked? Maybe. But especially in the current market environment, what people really want to know is fully tech de-risked, but also the commercial risk is becoming more of an issue. And that's where really the scaling piece comes in, and seeing how can we get the investment community comfortable with that, and how do we unlock new pockets of capital.
Higher rates,
yes.
Do they hurt this case? The higher they go, the more you got to de-risk.
It has become more challenging. I think that's fair to say. So for these companies to raise private equity capital in particular in the last 18 months has become more challenging. For a lot of these investment firms, they've become much more selective in where they want to step in. As we already said, tech risk is definitely something they're less comfortable with than maybe they used to be. So what are the consequences? Private raises are taking longer, 9 months plus, maybe. They also want to see revenue generation earlier on, if not already today. And even from a profitability perspective, they used to be a lot more patient, say 18, 24 months out. That's fine in a business plan. Right now, ideally, they want to see that today, or at least a very clear path to that much nearer term.
Who do you think are going to be the ultimate investors into this space? Where is the money going to come from?
I think what President von der Leyen was saying was right. Like, we need to sort of solve this together, right? So there's definitely private equity, venture capital in the earlier stage. Sovereign wealth and pension funds are definitely also keen to get heavily involved. But the concept we've touched on a few times, how do we de-risk it in order to have a wider pool of investors be able to deploy, right? Who have certain requirements when it comes to risk return versus their end investors. And that's where I think we need help, potentially from government, but also sectors like the insurance sector can step in and help disaggregate that risk.
So, because if you take a look at, say, the traditional stuff, like you have the automakers we talked about in terms of transitioning to EVs and how great, thanks for the subsidies, but then there's these other problems that come with it. Ørsted, for example, so it's great to build these wind turbines, but we're kind of seeing what happens at the other end of the cycle, right? You can even go back to Solyndra, which I'm sure no one wants to talk about, from like a decade ago. And are we going to be in this space? Like, is that going to kind of dent insurers' capabilities, dent their ability to de-risk?
I think it's, again, fair to say that in the last 18 months, some investors have had some challenging situations, right? And again,
that's a nice way of saying it.
Nice way of saying it. And then again, that's sort of adding to the challenges we're already facing given the rates environment. I would also, sorry.
Yes, is it going to make it more difficult for the insurers to de-risk because of it?
Forgive me. And so, yes, there will be failures, right? Not all business models will work out. Not all technologies will work out. But if we go back to the problem statement of how do we decarbonize the global economic system, we know that this is going to be a puzzle with many pieces and many things.
How do you decarbonize the globe? Intel. SPY's, it's the third time doing this, I guess. I don't know if this one counted. No, 1, 2, 3. So you're going straight up here. We'll see if it has enough momentum. This is all just the 4,500 dance. Hop at Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, Netflix at 450. So we'll see what's going on with the conversation. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was a delay. It sounded like they were going back and forth, and then the environment is key. Meta again. Netflix 450. Was it Netflix? Is it still like 480 though? Is the high? Yeah, I can't believe they even hit that. NTNX, Nutrinix. Again, you had NVAX running earlier. That one came down from 10% to 3%. What was the other one? NVOS or whatever. That was the one we were looking at. Okta 2, where's Overstock? Okta is a good one off of earnings. Adobe's going up. You guys were talking about that. We watched Oracle. They're still near the high. Again, CRM from last week. That's another one. Bonds don't matter for risk off. This isn't really risk off right now. So if anything, I think this was the weird holiday stuff, but it's back to the same theme of August. We wake up in the morning. So I don't know. I mean, I still could kind of go down the list, but from August 1st till today, it's borderline been you wake up to news from China, Japan, or Europe. Europe, Germany, Italy, anywhere in between. And then America does its thing. And then we kind of react with bonds and rates. And then right again the next day, you wake up China, Europe, ECB, some sort of news. And then America comes back, and then you do it. We just keep doing it all over again. So, and then whatever data that we have. So right now, I wouldn't view it too micro in the sense that every single, like what I'm seeing today is just that a lot of the stuff from last week is just that was good, woke up down today, and what was down today woke up. But it doesn't seem like we're moving too much. It does not seem like this was a development. So unfortunately, this is what I was bringing up earlier. The sad part is that last week, part of that bullishness was bonds calming down. So now if the bonds sell off to open up the week, we'll find out. But I'm sure by data, China, again, you have China CPI, Eurozone CPI, and a couple others this week. That should start to open up the doors. But I've been calling it out on the watch list. Just pay attention to these little morning events that we wake up to. We're literally waking up to like a groundbreaking China devaluation, new windfall tax, new stimulus. It's like every single morning, and a lot of it's been historical. And the video going green or red to green. Does Disney have value? I think Disney's at a great value, but unfortunately with this momentum, if it does break though, I do think 70 flat is where it's headed to. Maybe lower, because that's what we were saying at the high 80s. Once that broke, I mean, it just straight down. Yeah, Tesla with the candle. Meta now is up there, so I think we got like $1 or $2. Woo-hoo. Yeah, we got $2 a share off 50 shares. Broadcom. See, and remember, Broadcom did. It was like good, bad on Friday. They sold off, so it's hard to say continuation or not, because the continuation would be down. So we'll see. But I think both ways. I think watch with the other chips. Pretty much, if everyone brushes this off, it's gonna have a nice bounce. But if it kind of starts like lagging and limping behind, I definitely think they could go. They just move $20 to $50. And then Spire, we higher than where we were at earlier. So 45.07, we sold off at 45.07.89. There's Tesla once again. Nutrinix, is that the other one? It was something like that. I got money for Disney for the law turn. Let's go. I like it. That's why I'm waiting here. And again, we just got our deposit. I decided to wait. But Disney is one of those that, honestly, I think it's like 7% lower now, even from the beginning of the year, from where we started to grab it. Disney is crazy. I think there was something over the weekend. Tesla just hit another high. And then Disney came down. Meta, again, was about to hit 300. Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Disney charter stuff. That was the story. That's what even gave them the death blow on Friday. I know you're lit off of Airbnb. I mean, it's cool. I hope it lasts, man. I hope it lasts. And I think again, it's good to now have that in the S&P, just because I mean that helps you solidify the idea that it's quality. But other than that, though, I mean, my belief on that is just a matter of time. And then stocks with the dollar, we're gonna see. But the dollar is it's one thing, but like I told you, around like 29.50, man, the dollar goes nuts. This is where the dollar could get like terrifying, and then it does not help that we have 5% interest rates. That's the next thing. Last time the dollar was here, interest rates weren't this high. I mean, you could kind of argue like in October they eventually got high, but as of right now, I mean, you not only do you have strong dollar, you have high interest rates. It's like, again, anything related to the tightening that could crack things. I mean, you're witnessing it. Yeah, UUP actually moved. This is like, honestly, it's been enough of me telling you not to worry about it, because now this is where you start to worry about it. So like 29.50 and above, this is the danger zone. I don't know if you remember me telling you guys. You may have heard a quote from Uncle. He says, I ain't even, something about until the dollar much stronger, then I ain't really stressing. You may have heard that from Uncle. But this is the spot. 29.50 and above, things get shaky. But like right when we start going above 30, that's where the dollar starts getting strong enough where you should get worried. So even right now, though, it's like the dollar, though, a couple more. Again, the yen is almost at a yearly low. This is related to it. Go look at the pound. Go look at the euro. But it's just quite simple. We break October highs, huge problem. But right now, these were the highs leading into the most hated rally when Jackson Hole. When all that imagined, that's when the dollar really started going crazy. Again, August, September. So this is a very, very big price level, though, and we do got to watch out for it. But dollar above 29.50. That is where you start to keep watch, but because it could start wrecking things again. Don't forget the dollar wrecking ball. AMAT. They had to move on Friday. They're doing good, up by 0.05. They just went red to green. Scary part is dollar going up, and so is oil. Everything. I mean, even it's weird. I mean, commodity future prices are interesting, but there's still even a lot of higher priced commodities, higher priced oil, energy, higher priced just goods, and then higher priced credit now too. Everything is borderline there, but then again, the time it takes to have an impact or when people respond, that you cannot predict. Microsoft running up here now. Again, there's dollar top right. Let's see if SPY could get above 45.08. That's really like these little top candles here. Do you think easing will actually take place in 2024? I think easing can still occur in 2023, and I still think it can occur in 2024. It just depends. But then in that same respect, we may not see easing until 2025. Because then that means the Fed was still wrong, believe it or not. Because the Fed has a terminal rate cut of 2024, but you never know. And that's kind of the whole idea. It just depends. I mean, the way I look at it is that I think that Powell, governments, and the Fed, I think everybody is just trying to keep everything exactly where it is unless something gets clapped. So that's it. If there's a clapping, again, like banks, or there's some event where they need to loosen up, I think we're pretty much just waiting for that now at this point. And in the meantime, if nothing's bad enough to cause that, I think things will hold up and ride out from there. Soft landing until it's not soft. Pretty much. That's why I'm like, when the cut happens, if it's not, I don't think it's going to be telegraphed by Powell. It's going to happen the same way you got your last rate cuts. The only other time we didn't get like a surprise rate cut was 2019, our first ever TLT play. But that at the same time, it was a very interesting situation where it was either one event or the other because of the Fed futures. But I don't even think, I think the easing is going to happen once they, it's going to happen as a result of an unforeseen circumstance. So I guess that's pretty much the question is, how long do you think it'll take before unexpected event happens in the market? Pretty much unexpected bad news to occur, really bad news. So it's like, I think that could happen between the end of the year all the way to the end of 2024. That's why it's like there's a lot more bad that could happen, but at the same time, we saw so much bad in October. Everything since then has only been good. We are higher than the wishbone almost. We actually never broke the top candle of that, but it's holding. But now the bonds are going down lower now. Booking actually did good again. I think the hotels were down, and then the Airbnbs and Expedias did good. You were far, yeah. It happens. It happens. Once he cuts rates, would TLT go up? Would it be in the 1 day or spread out? I think it'll play out how it did last time. But it would take a couple of days. But if you want to know, just look at the last rate cuts and take a look at how TLT performed. That'll probably be the best guide. Amazonian. Folk is still holding up. All right, now we're higher. Now we're getting into the opening level of the morning. 4508 is like the low end of the calendar or the candle. You're above the wishbone level, and now you're about like 4 or 5 points from the next support level, and then another like 6, 7 points from filling the gap. Dollar, unless the pound, euro, and yen start to weaken. I don't know if the dollar, or excuse me, strengthen. I don't know. If the dollar, again, it's the same exact setup as last time. You have all of the other places around the globe now. They're going through their weakness. I mean, again, people are getting worried about a Europe recession again today. So it's just like if those currencies have an effect, that plays out on the dollar, just not to mention what everybody is just expecting from the overall economy. Meta, 299. And then Apple's at the high, so even Apple's still red, or Apple's break even right now. NASDAQ went green, actually. So 0.03 on the NASDAQ, down by 0.12 on the SPY, and then now Dow is down 0.14. So they matched up. Dow was the leader on the day. And then Russell is still down 1.49, though. I don't know how I feel about that. Mm-hmm. 729. No, we're past that. 803. So 27 minutes till Euro close. Just under 2 hours on the day. The meta news, there's nothing today. There was just news on Friday. That's what I made the whole video about yesterday. Airbnb has been included into the S&P 500. So on September 16th, it will be fully included. So one of the now, again, they included Airbnb on the NASDAQ 100, I believe, last year or 2 years ago. But now Airbnb is now a S&P 500 stock. Or as of September 16th, they will be. Did I upload? I posted a YouTube short instead of a full video. We have no data today. I think there might be some oil stuff, but for the most part, we have gotten durable goods and all that. Yeah, you're going to get like ECB Schnabel. No, we had that. Yeah, you'll get a 52-week bill auction, then that's it. Then tomorrow you get 30-year mortgage, Fed Collins, exports, balance of trade, then ISM services, and that'll be the big one. And then final readings on the S&P composite PMIs. Is the meta move from the news? I think so. I think that's I just played it off of that, but I figured that's why I was moving. But other than that, I did not have anything else on it today. I just made the play in the morning, going off the idea. I liked how they were holding up, so thought I would take it. And that ruckus on the high, we're still in that one. I think we're down $1 or $2 a share. And Meta is still going up. I'm still in the MP dubs, yeah. I looked at it too, even for the long term yesterday. I still have the flip shares. I think the flip shares aren't too bad considering the range it's in, but I would rather buy Altria now instead of MPW for the long term. Airbnb, Meta now 3, and Meta just like taking off. So again, 1.6, a nice outpacing on the day. So yeah, we're good. We have $3 a share on that, a little bit more. So that's 1%. Upstart going up. XLK and then XLY is moving up. So again, NASDAQ just went green recently. SPY is near the opening. So now 45, you're actually about to get above the first candles of the morning. If we hit 45.13, we haven't hit that. And then 45.15, you would fill the gap. Microsoft now moving. Burlington, I see Yi. Our China plays moving up. Microsoft vertical. Low key, yeah. Microsoft and Meta are now both up 1.6. Microsoft caught up there. It wasn't moving like that. Zoom's still on the high. O'Reilly's on the high. Where's Young in the video? NVIDIA's still red. Micron's into the green. Intel's still working its way up there, but it's not into a new high. Oh, AMD did bounce. Yeah, I was like, because we were down on that. Now we're up on it. Nice. It is a bounce season. DraftKings. Fitch takes various actions against U.S. enhanced municipal bonds. KO back. Qualcomm on the high. There's AMAT. Someone was calling that one earlier. I mean, I remember it barely went red to green. Now they're hitting a new 52-week high. Any AI in the long term? I don't think so. I mean, we have stuff with exposure. Like, I have Meta in the long term, but otherwise I don't have any play solely and specifically that we bought for AI. Broadcom on the high again. Yeah, big volume, 881. So I think this was where it flushed from on Friday. Yeah, it was like 880 to 878. And then they bounced off at 879. I think they need to get above like 890, though. If Broadcom could get above 890, it might start to turn into a U. Mara picking up. I forgot about that. Mara and Riot earlier. Meta still at the high. Microsoft still going. And then SPY now is about to hit a high. Yeah, Mara and Riot came back down. Airbnb bill on the stream alerts? No. So at this point, again, I automatically put my money in the bill if I don't use it. So I don't think a stream alert is necessary for that. It should be automatic at this point. Now with zero risk associated with debt default or debt ceiling, 100% just I'm buying bill the minute I get my money, and I let it sit there until I need to buy something. So I just, like I said, I don't think it warrants any alert. It's automatic. Don't you know? Pump it up. Well, I think we're already at the. I don't know. We didn't pump it up at 4,500, or I think we did on the way up, if you remember. So we'll see. But technically, we wouldn't be pumping it up till 4,600. We just hit 45.13. Are the markets rallying off of Waller's dovish comments? It's hard to say. He was very dovish in the morning, and this was Waller right here. So we were gapped down a little bit, and then we started selling off. Then this was Waller, but technically speaking, we're at the same price as Waller pre-market. So that was part of it, but it's kind of hard to say if that's really the case. I think today was a mix of all the overseas stuff, getting us back into, getting us back into the short week. Again, the China stuff wasn't good. We have big data tomorrow that could move us. And really, I think until U.S. data starts taking over the story in bonds, I think today we're kind of just limping. We're limping into all of this. Like the video, amen, and God bless you, Najee Wolf. Good morning. It's still early, man. It's early. Meta again, 3301.22. We is running, I think, 602. But just get ready for the headlines on wheat. That's what you need to move it. MCL looking nice. FSLR, IONQ, BNB's trying to run up here. 143.50. Again, 144, 145 is what you want to watch. Apple worth shorting. I mean, you're just borderline fighting the wind with the market, so it just depends on how things go. But I mean, they got premium, they've outperformed. I mean, their earnings weren't the hottest, but that's about it. Magnitude 6 earthquake strikes New Guinea, and Nasdaq turns positive. Is that Ross on the high? Oh, what about all those retailers on Friday? I think they all kind of bounced. NTAP on the ATVIs. I did not. I think I said, what's the buyout price? So I'll have to look it up. But now, I think I asked earlier. I was hoping you were going to get me that. What's the Activision buyout price? So $95 a share. So it just won't go above 95. So you have to just make sure if you do any sort of play, any sort of butterfly, I mean, just going, one, it has to have enough time, and then you have to short the 95s. So in this case, I mean, yeah, if you shorted the 92, you would lose. I think that was the play you said, right? But even then, even if you buy the 92 and sell the 95, I don't think it'd make you enough money. Because the idea is these 95s are going to be worthless. If you have the right to buy the share at 95, there's no value. So then even if you buy the 90 or you short the 90, if it's going to get bought out at 95, you lose an immediate $5. So the play here is just trying to get intrinsic value and maximizing the contracts. But that's why the spreads are like that. But we have until October 18th. It's not official. But what's the play, though? You can play there, but by October 18th, if nothing happens, like, it should go through, though. So it's not like the only way you can make money on the 95 call is if they don't get bought out and then, like, it doesn't happen. But if they agree to a higher price or anything, you will get clapped on it. So essentially, this just, even if you short it or buy it, either way, it doesn't really work. So if you short the 92, you're liable for $2 of equity. If you buy it, it's you get break even 94.50. You get 50 cents of money. Won't time decay do its job? Oh, I think I get I see what you're saying now. You're saying short the intrinsic value because if the deal doesn't close, you're saying that the deal is going to close after your date. Is that what you're trying to do? So if that's the case, it's really defined. It's like a coin flip, meaning that if you wanted to short the 92.5 and take the, you don't even have to buy, you don't have to waste your money to buy the 7 cents, but that the only way you make money is if the deal doesn't close by October 18th. But if it does, you'll lose an instant whatever, the difference is between in there 95. So I don't think it's a good play. I don't think it's a bad play, but I would probably lean more towards it's a bad play. But I could see if you're up for that. I mean, I get it a little bit more now, but I don't necessarily know the odds of that, more or less. Interesting, though. Why 10 to 18? Yeah, either way, though, it's a good. The idea makes sense, where it's just like you short the intrinsic value contract, you take that money, and then if the deal never happens and doesn't close, I mean, it theoretically sounds like free money, but it's also like it's a guaranteed loser until something does or doesn't happen. That's like the only paradox of it. Hawaii and Maui sued for gross negligence in deadly wildfires by victims' families. Court filing. Dow Jones, I mean, it's holding up. NASDAQ's doing better, but Dow was the leader on the day. VMware's on the high. So that's another buyout, too, if you want to try to look at that option chain and figure that out as well. Hive, that's another crypto one. MLS season pass subscriptions grew by 110,000 on first day of Messi. Jeez. For the input, yeah. Let me know. Let me know if you do it. Would love to see how that one plays out. Mara picking up RSPT. Folk is still doing good. Tesla again. And then Meta's about to break out. Beto is on the high. Zoom you've seen all day. Apple is break even. So Tesla 3.5, Meta 1.6, Google is barely break even, and then Microsoft's back to 1.692. Yeah, weed stocks all day. They killed it, man. They killed it. So literally since last week, I think every day since that weed news came out, every day has been green for the weed stocks. Come on, Spire, we need you. Remember when market gassed with weed? Well, the weed comes and goes as far as market reaction. Sometimes market goes with it. Sometimes it's its own little pocket. But like we were saying from last week, just into this election, I mean, it's such a funny election that I know weed stocks, you're going to hear about it so much during this election. Weed is gonna be so political this year just because it's or next year it's gonna be a necessary part of the vote. I feel like you even gonna get Donald Trump talking about legalizing weed. You think so? I don't think it's out of the question. I definitely think even again that Trump may even bring up weed. Yeah, it's. I think it's gonna have a little bit more emphasis for both parties. Just because again the younger middle voter is just a very necessary part of the political system right now, and it's just like that's it. I mean pretty much. How are the Republicans going to defend against all of the abortion stuff that's going to happen next year? The only middle ground I think would be weed, but even then we'll see. But I think both parties are going to talk about it a lot. Excuse me. The One Piece show, I watched some of that on the weekend, man. That's it, bro. We were just kicking it. I check out the 1970s Lakers show. Oh, I think I have watched it. Dude, the HBO sports shit is really good. All of them. I did go to the spa, bro. I had a very nice weekend. I was chilling, bro. I was just like, that's it. Even then, I was like, it's a short week, too. I gave you a short watch list. It sucked that everybody got sick, so, like, I couldn't really spend as much time with my family because I didn't want to get my mom sick and then everybody else. And then I had some people traveling, but it was a beautiful weekend. I was very glad. I got some good naps, everything. It was great. It's an actual show with the Step Brothers guy? What? Which one's that? He dying? Remember, I just read some Maui headline. They're down 12. It doesn't look like it's dying per candle, but it just like slowly just dying. You think it'll go below 10? It's up to you. That's on, like I said, the Hawaiian Electric plays, going after the utility BK plays. It's going to take a long time. And there's a lot of back and forth, but we've gone over how to play that several times. At this point, I think it's like if you have the patience and risk management for it, where again you're pretty much going to be risking 30 to 40% every other day. And if you have the timing for it, the patience, and it may not happen in a day, it may move every couple of weeks, then I'd go for it. But other than that, I've stayed away from it for those reasons. Here, hold on. Okay, sorry. I keep having these like cough, like it's not even like a cough. I just start. Tesla price cuts, like I think we said it on Friday, man. I think Elon is still going for the, instead of thinking about Tesla, I'm just thinking about the whole competing for market share debate. Maybe. I mean, I got a little stuffy over the weekend, but like my girlfriend never gets sick, and she actually got sick. I was like, that's crazy. I saw the Burning Man Ebola stuff. That was wild. Well, then they said it's a little better. I don't even know, man. Weekend was trash. Dude, a lot of people got sick. It was weird. Again, a lot of people just even in the chat in the morning. And then I had a couple of people out. I was like, wow, look at that. Roblox researches advancements for generative AI. What? You're getting Roblo. Yo, Roblo AI news right now. Is this real? Yeah. Let me double check that. I don't know if it's going to actually have as much hype. Because, again, are they a taker or a spender? Which I would go with the latter. Yeah, Roblox is becoming an AI powerhouse. Motley Fool article. So this is like totally a pump. Motley Fool loves it. It's a premium version of Motley Fool. They made a YouTube video. It's based off of a YouTube video. Yeah, so I don't think it's like a company announcement. I think it's more so like analysts saying they're bullish on them getting into AI. Dominion, I've seen it a lot, but I've not traded it. And again, for me with like energy, I don't have any energy in the long term. Right now I'm holding Oxy. I've held it as like a 1-year swing trade from all the oil stuff. But I mean, if you want exposure to oil companies with how things are going, I think Dominion has been selling off some assets, but other than that, though, I try to I keep a handful of oil companies I'm down to trade, but I don't really own them for the long term. And then Restoration on the high again. That news on Roblo. Meta came down, and so did the SPY. So we're not over yet. Remember, Monday morning and kind of go green, hit a new high, then be red by the end of the day. That happened a lot last week. So we're still not out of the clear. We're like right back up to open. Bonds hit a new low recently. Got a couple of movers. NASDAQ went green from being red all day, but that's about it. I'm not going to flip Roblo. I think it's good. I was going to look at some of the options just in case, but I don't, again, that it doesn't seem like an announcement from the company. Do you still do PHILO time if it was meant to be at the right time? Buffett by Dominion? I thought they sold off a unit or something recently. They've had a long-standing history. There's a lot. Like, there's a lot of, for me personally, just, I think, trade energy names, but I'm not an owner of them, unfortunately. Teladoc buyout possible? Maybe, but down the line. It just depends on their valuation and what, I think Teladoc will get bought out once people, like, once the bigger health, like, companies, if there's a certain trend, kind of like Weight Watchers getting bought out. Like, again, Weight Watchers is a Ozempic play. You know that, right? So, like, Weight Watchers went from your diet drug to literally prescribing Ozempic. It literally changed the whole entire company. And then all they did was buy out one of those Ozempic plays, and then they turned themselves into that. So, down the line, I could see Teladoc becoming something, but as of now, I think their valuation is still too high. So, I think people are still discussing, what's it called? They're still discussing it kind of being at a very high price. What is the valuation? Yeah, it's like $3.7 billion still. So even if you're going to buy it out for double, it'd be like an $8 billion company. It's not cheap. I work in insurance. The Teladoc, the doctors are shady. I feel like it's not supposed to be like a real doctor. Like, in the sense that, if you really, like, are sick and you need to see somebody, like, I would not use Teladoc. But, like, if you just don't want to sit in urgent care and you need antibiotics and, like, you know what I'm saying? And instead of going to the process of, like, sitting in the doctor, sitting in an urgent care, doing all that, it's like the Teladoc is very convenient. But other than that, it's like, they're not going to help you if you need, like, something checked out more or less. Oil's going crazy because Russia, they made headlines today, and then so did Saudi on cutting production. Yeah, if we lock down for COVID, it will pop off for sure, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen yet still, but like we've talked about over the last couple of days, it's super weird. Just especially, again, watch everybody getting sick over the weekend too is just super, super weird. Oh, price target? No price target, more so market target, in the sense that I want it to get stuck behind, but market selling off, bond yields ripping through, dollar hitting a new high. Last thing I want to do is buy something with commercial real estate. But then again, a lot of the names I'm going for, I feel the same way where, we only have 1 or 2 deposits now. We wait a little bit. But until something calms down or gets stuck in the mud when everything turns, I'm not going to buy anything. Or unless MO drops low again. My wife got sick over the week. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just weird. But I'm not really bullish on lockdowns. But I definitely, again, I got sick like a month. This week I just got like a stuffy throat. I was fine, but my girl never gets sick. She got sick, and then I think at least like 20 different Chads have reported a sickness on their holiday. From the top rope. Bonds dropping. Yeah, 10 years hitting another new low. You got really sick this weekend. Dude, take vitamins, though. I'm telling you. My girlfriend, she started feeling better. I gave her some vitamins. It was great. Just trust me. Get your malnourished ass some vitamins. Drink some water. It's very, very good for you. Very, very. Just get some vitamins, man. INSM. Did we watch this earlier? Oh, Insman. I think this was the one from the morning. It's holding, but it's barely moving up. It's very, 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 very chill. Euro close. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. And then we're like right below the opening. ISNM and then USO on the high, interestingly enough. So I think energy plays are coming back. So when we did have this little sell-off, I think energy gave back up. We ran up. Energy came up a little bit, and then tech was outpacing. Tech's red now. Very interesting. Yeah, weed stocks are just insane. Not all vitamins are created equally. I'm telling you, it's the one thing I got. It's like propolis and echinacea will get rid of any sore throat. It's wild. So I have a vitamin with that in it. I also have a spray too. But if you could get like one of them natural vitamins with propolis extract and echinacea, it hits. It hits. It tastes awful, but it tastes so bad it works. Cause that's in my mind how it works. Cause I'm like, dude, I don't even like eating this, bro. So I'm like, that means that whatever is in my immune situation, nah. Mm-hmm. Hyssop tea. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, was that the Chad who gave it to me back in the day? I think it was somebody in the Chad, bro. And it was, they gave me the hyssop. And I remember I used it for a little bit. It's straight from the Bible. And like, it worked. It worked for a good amount of time. I've heard good and bad about it, but it's actually pretty legit. It tastes nasty as hell, too. The hair thing, zinc and what is it? Zinc and iron. Vitamins with zinc and iron will make sure your hairline is nourished. Silly Sap on the low. Yo, Sap dying. This is German. Again, big German company. And then Koksuya Electric. Listing would be the biggest offering of Japanese market in at least 5 years. NMN. INSM, that one's still running. MJ's on the high, more weed plays. SAP, big candle down, but then it's not really moving too much. And then MSOS is up 15% again. That's actually insane. So the weed stocks all day, nonstop. My goodness. And then Meta came down to 299. LMT, Boeing's back in the green. MSOX on the high. MO will be the leader in weed with Weederettes, 20 little green buddies instead of tobacco. Tell me I'm wrong. Tilray partnership. Think about it. Holy. Believe me, man. We've been talking about that for a long time, and that was like the hope because they're so big. They should be able to dominate the weed market. But here's the problem. Since like 2018, Altria has fell behind the weed game. So like from 2014 to 2018, they started making acquisitions and people were talking about that. People were talking about that whole idea. So this whole idea of like a legacy cigarette company becoming massive and, you know, pretty much selling weed at gas stations. Oh yeah, everybody has been on that. But the problem was some got into it more than others. So like Philip Morris, I think they have way better weed exposure than Altria. Altria has a lot of cash and I'm hoping that they would, but you know, over the last couple of years, like, they're not, Altria is kind of falling behind in terms of buying the weed. Is it deja vu or is he always saying that? I always say it. No, that's my Joe Biden for you. I'm repeating myself because it's a question that comes up a lot. But unfortunately, it's like one of the best and worst things I like about Altria. Tobacco was legal and still bit the makers in their ass. I suspect they're gun shy on weed. It just doesn't make a lot of money. That's it. Weed is really expensive if you want to like compete on an industrial level, and then you don't make as much. I mean, in a weird way, some of these companies they might do better off just by sticking to tobacco. And then in tobacco is way more addictive than marijuana. So just unless they start selling you prepackaged spliffs, but other than that, it's just the shitty economics of the industry. Like tobacco is a way better commodity than marijuana. These companies compete. Well, and it just like, you guys got to think of the cost. You need land, you need energy, you need water, electricity, you need, again, the land to actually plant it. You have to pay for all of the equipment. You have to pay for the grow stuff. It's like there's a lot of cost. And then you don't have the banking system. And then you got to talk about shipping and moving it around. It's just like, it's a pretty difficult, like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So it's like you're spending you're spending a lot more. All the same inputs as tobacco? Not necessarily. Again, weed and tobacco, they grow different environment. I think they grow them a lot outdoors. Again, tobacco just outside is you could grow tobacco outside anywhere. It's not like, again, certain weeds, depending on where they do it, they're doing like greenhouses and all of that, but it's and then if you already have that in place for the last 50 years to grow enough to supply the world, you're not, the cost to start up a brand new weed operation is much, much lower for tobacco. Yeah, man. But we'll find out. Ultra is behind for now. I think Philip Morris is the leader in weed. But then again, who knows? Who knows if we'll ever see a weed cigarette at a gas station? Trump media SPAC rises after Trump buys more time. Oxy again. So Oxy, we're back to green on. Every time we've gone green throughout the year, it has sold off. So I don't know what you guys want to do, but now we've collected a year of dividends. So you've gotten almost like, what, 3-4% back? And then now, it's wherever it goes from here. Not even, I think it's like 2%. Oh, 1? I'd be down to cut it. I am too, but then I feel like oil, this is the highest oil's been in months. So it's like it just sucks because when we hold it, it just goes down, but it doesn't die, but then it never goes up. But it's like, dude, oil's about to hit $90. We have the dollar rocketing. I guess, yeah, oil was at $90 in November, but that's the only thing about it is that if it starts to tick up from here, we might like some of that oil exposure. Yeah, oil, it is trying to break out, but this is where oil is either going to be met with turbo boosters or a shit ton of resistance. Because that's it, man. You're about to be above 90. I like Hershey's. It's just not cheap enough. So oil prices extend. Futures rise by $2 to a high of 91 a barrel. So Brent is already above 90. My president, Joe Biden, would never let oil hit 100. Amen. But then again, I think the oil companies would benefit. But I'm down to cut it because it's been annoying. But that 100 shares is cheap and it's held. So I don't know. And then it's just like if oil does break, it's not like we've missed out by holding this long. So I think I'm gonna lean a little to hold it. We got $1 a share now, though. BTS fuel costs. I think it's Air India. IoT on the high. And then SPY's below VWAP. What price is this? Having DVR on is rough. I know. People like it, but you just got to refresh and it'll go away. You're keeping eyes on the BRICS with Saudi and UAE joining? No. The BRICS is a waste of time. There was a report today by S&P, I think. They were talking about how the BRICS will not have an impact simply because you can't mix this is a great take, but you can't mix developing and non-developing countries together and apply them to the same currency and think they're going to operate. It's a very, very good logic. But that's what the S&P Global said today as like part of like a upgrade downgrade thing or something. The bonds, well, IEF is what I use for the 10-year, but it's an inverse on the ETF. So when you see this going down, that means yields are going higher. But remember, a high yield is bearish for bonds. Isn't that what the dollar does? No, the dollar is we're a developed country. So we do whatever we want. You could use our currency if you like, but it's like you don't mix Brazil and China and Russia and all these people together where one, like, again, Italy, like pretty much Italy and Russia, I'm just giving you an example. They have two very different economic goals. Again, Nigeria and China, one of them is more developing and needs, a weaker currency, while the other one prefers stability. So whereas the dollar, you only have to deal with America. It's not saying let's put 4 countries together, and it's like if America combined our dollar with the euro, then we'd have to worry about Europe and Greece and other places like that. But thankfully, we have that autonomy by being the United States and having our own currency. The fact that other people want to use it, that's on them, but it's not the same scenario where we're trying to combine all these people together. The website for the news, youtube.com/thestockmarket/live. Like if you enter that in exactly, that wire should show up in real time. You should be able to access it every single day, Monday through Friday, while the market is on. Those countries will develop. I hope, but not on the same currency. There has not been I don't think there's one historical example of developing countries developing without either fat assistance from somebody else or, again, utilizing their own currency. So that's kind of the whole logic, is that any of those developing nations are pretty much signing up to deal with whatever happens, but it's not, it may not meet their objectives or goals. Let's start it off. Good morning. What's up, Iris? I hope you had a wonderful long weekend. I hope it's good to be back and you're ready this week. I mean, we're going to get some data tomorrow, but not much has been too crazy here. Do you have any way to cool down oil price since SPR is empty? No. Besides like price caps, though, again, price caps, I mean, don't sleep on Europe, but then again, it's almost been a year and now things are slowing down. Weed stocks are on the high, MSOS again, and even Micron's going up. But, don't underestimate price caps and like demand usage, but for the most part, if oil really starts to go crazy, we are pretty much, we have like one more small chance at dumping the SPR, but other than that, the SPR is pretty much depleted. I still think we are at 80s levels. I'm not too sure. We didn't restock? No. Even if we did, it's just not. Even if we restocked like last month, or even when it was cheaper, like unless we restocked the whole entire amount, it's a very low, like just don't underestimate what we did from 2021 till today. We eliminated about 85% of our entire United States oil reserves. So that was about, again, the lowest since like the 70s, I believe. So even if we did refill it, you would have had to really refill it. So we were talking about making small purchases, but we never actually went ahead and did it. Again, every time price would go up, the administration said no. But right now, I think we're left on. We got like maybe, I think it's like 30 to 90 days supply. Maybe I'd want to argue. It's something really low. I'm trying to get it for you, bro. I'm trying to get it from energy.gov, and like it don't even load up. You can't even load up the reserves right now. Let's see, emergencies. Yeah, so here it is. So just, again, mandated sales full year 2020, 9.9, then 16 million, then 38 million, then 180 million in 2022. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's not loading. I'm trying to see the amount. But we'll see. But either way, oil is up. It is sour crude. Yeah, that's what I've said from day one. So it's not like we use it, but it's still, just in general, prices shoot up to 100, 120. What is, what's going to happen? How will we respond? Now we can't dump oil. We may be able to get other countries to dump their oil to help impact that, but for the most part, I mean, they even think about China's economy slowing down and how that factors in, but that's kind of, we kind of ran out of options. But like I said, those price caps and like limiting usage, that's probably going to be the next step. It works really good in Europe. I mean, whatever they did, limiting the prices, making it where you have to turn off your electricity by 7 p.m. or whatever, it worked. Microsoft URNJ, is that uranium? Sprott Junior Uranium Miner ETF up 5. That one's interesting. BNB. Finally. Again, September 16th is where today was like responding to the news, but I think that's when they'll get their final, S&P volume. But that news was just S&P news all day today. Past few days of sideways spies is getting old. Well, that's why we took a vacation on Friday. It was worth it. I mean, now this week we don't know what's happening. I mean, that's it. We're still starting off. Again, the China stuff, like we said, overseas wasn't really hitting. Now we get the next one. Apple to make low-cost MacBooks to challenge Chromebook. Report from New York Post. So see if that hits. Watch out. NY Post headlines. They don't really hit for finance. At PayPal, PXD, more energy plays. XLE is now back on the high after high sell-off. But then this time we're coming down. So maybe it's tech bringing us there. Yeah, NASDAQ's back to red. 45.04. We've done nothing. This is kind of like a weird remix of yesterday, Friday. We still need ways to split the OPEC. I mean, either way, I don't know. It's going to be hard. I mean, depending on what strategy we want to employ. So if you want to get rid of OPEC while, pumping out EVs, that's going to be hard. But if you're down to pump EVs, pump a little oil, and then do it, maybe. But as of now, I mean, OPEC is still the captain. AMD, AMD, rocket up here. Not seeing any other headlines on any other chip name, but AMD is now running through Intel, or excuse me, NVIDIA is trying to go up here. Something's going on with AMD. That's literally $1 off of one candle on AMD. Advanced micro devices. AMD, Google, and Synopsys interested in $735 million stake in ARM takeover. Oh, no, that was that was an hour ago. Check it. AMD powers Hitachi next generation forward camera system and enhanced vehicle safety through AI detection. That could be old too. That was at 9. Yeah, 6 o'clock. That's old. I see Android, Samsung to bring AMD GPU to mid-range Exynos chips. Yeah, they've had all these news. All these headlines are old. So literally AMD, bro, $2 into the high right now. No idea what's going on. Again, you had all those headlines from the morning, but AMD is still rocketing. Where'd I end up going for the weekend? I went to my secret location. I found a new spot. I found a really cool place. I was really, really excited, but obviously for privacy, I will not disclose where I hide on the weekend. It was good though. I got a tan. It was not really though. It was raining. I was gonna go to Margaritaville, but it was good. I'm glad I went. AMD speaking at Goldman Con. There it is. I was gonna say, bro, this one, it's just like the other day. Let me see if I could get you. Is it on the schedule? Yep, Goldman Sachs Tech Conference. I got it. Speaking at Goldman Sachs Communicopia Tech Conference. AMD talking about I'm getting it up right now. AMD's at yep, here it is.
I guess the question.
I don't know if this is AMD's CEO. I don't think it is.
Crowding out of
the Goldman Sachs Tech Conference.
Traditional server spend, if you will. Many companies, including yourselves, have spoken to this shift in wallet share, if you will, away from traditional servers to acceleration. Do you see this as sort of a one-time transitory thing that is very specific to 2023, or should we brace for continued sort of shift towards acceleration going forward?
Well, I think the key is the data center market continues to be a very attractive market, and any way you look at it, people need more compute. I think what
that's Lisa Su.
Seen this
yeah,
year,
that's Lisa Su. The chick is
that
is CEO of AMD.
Off of some of the heavy purchasing that happened through the pandemic, and so some of the cloud guys are sort of optimizing their data center spend a little bit. But as you go forward, I think there'll be a nice balance between general purpose compute. Lots of workloads will continue to require CPUs, and general purpose compute will continue to be important. I think what's more important there is efficiency. So there's a lot of conversation about data center space and power are at a premium, and so you want the most efficient compute. And AMD delivers the most efficient compute in the CPU space. And then there's a huge opportunity for accelerators. I think our own data would say that we could see accelerators becoming a $150 billion plus market in 2027. So that's significant growth, and we have the ability to really optimize as we look at both general purpose compute and accelerated computing. So from that standpoint, we will continue to see data center being a very strong growth market overall, and then for AMD, it'll be our largest growth opportunity.
It's fair to say that CPUs aren't going away.
CPUs are not going away. No, I would say that especially very efficient CPUs.
Got it. Good to hear. Maybe shifting gears a little bit, talk about the competitive landscape in server CPU. You've done a really good job in growing your footprint over the past several years. When you look at the third-party data, the rate of share expansion over the past quarter or so, it's slowed a little bit. So we are getting investor questions about your competitive footing relative to other x86 competitor. Speak to what you're seeing there, and any progress on the enterprise front, because historically you've done really well in cloud, maybe a little bit less so in enterprise, where share tends to be a little bit more stickier.
Yeah, thanks for that. When you look at the progress that we've made with our EPYC product portfolio over the last 5 years, I mean, it's been tremendous progress. We started with, let's call it 1% share in 2017, and we've grown very, very nicely over the last 4 or 5 years. When I look at where we are today, though, I would say there's still significant opportunity for us. We see growth across a number of vectors in the server CPU space. We've done very well in cloud, for sure. We're very honored to have sort of every major cloud company using AMD. We've done very well on internal workloads. I think we have even more opportunity with cloud as it relates to external workloads. Amazon just announced their new M7a with Genoa. Google last week announced their C3D with Genoa. Oracle, Microsoft, all of the large guys have Genoa in their portfolio. And then enterprise is, again, a market where I think we're underrepresented. I can tell you that I've spent a ton of time with enterprise customers over the last number of months. They want the power efficiency, the performance capability that's back to the optimization. There's a lot of old compute in these data centers, and they need to be replaced. Genoa is 1.9x more performance. It's 1.8x better power efficiency. Clearly, there's a value proposition that's there. Enterprise is a little bit muted right now. I mean, there's some decisions that are being made that are taking a little bit longer. But when I look as we go into 2024 and as we go forward, I think there's still significant opportunity for us on the server CPU side.
And I guess within the context of enterprise, any verticals or applications where you're particularly excited about?
Well, I think when you look across the board, but if you talk about financial services or telco or manufacturing or sort of anything that you require significant computing capability, I think we do very, very well. We've partnered very well with the top ISVs as well to ensure that things are optimized to EPYC.
As we've discussed, you've executed really well within the context of x86, but we are getting questions from investors who are a little bit concerned about competition with your customers. We talked about Graviton backstage, but how do you intend to compete with not just Amazon, but perhaps a larger group of customers who are looking to develop internal solutions?
Yeah, I think the key thing about this whole computing landscape is when you have an area where you need all different kinds of compute for different workloads, it actually plays very well into someone like us because we have all the pieces. We have
this
CPUs,
is AMD
GPUs,
at the
FPGAs.
Goldman Sachs Tech Conference.
DPUs.
Just like yesterday, Friday with Intel,
SoC
it just started happening when we put it up.
We're leading edge in terms of foundry and manufacturing. For those reasons, I believe we're extremely well positioned. Some of our customers are developing their own silicon, and I think that makes sense, right? When you have computing workloads that are so diverse, there are some places where you want to do custom silicon. We also have the ability to do custom silicon with all of our various pieces. And for us, it's around leveraging our IP to ensure that there's the best, let's call it, workload-specific optimization. So I feel that our sort of overall roadmap, standard product roadmap, is very, very well aligned to where our largest customers are going. But I do think over time that we'll see ourselves do more customization. As the volumes in compute get higher, it makes sense for you to do customization. And customization off of our workload, our IP capability, I think will do very well.
Okay. And when you say customization, is this sort of custom ASICs or your CPUs more tailored to certain customers and certain workloads, or a combination of both?
I think it's a combination of particularly using our IP, whether it's CPUs or GPUs, and putting them together. If you think about what we've done, for example, in a very, very different market, in the game console market, it's been for very high volume applications, taking our IP and putting it in the most optimized format for a given workload, in that case, gaming. Now, as we go into the data center, and especially around AI, we're going to see some very similar characteristics, right? One is the volumes are going to get significantly higher. I think workloads are more optimized depending on whether you're doing training or inference. Are you talking about the largest language models? Or are you talking about, sort of more, tailored models? And with our IP portfolio and our capability, we can optimize for those different workloads.
Got it. I wanted to squeeze in a relatively near-term question on data center, if that's okay. I think that the biggest sticking point with investors today is sort of the implied second half data center outlook, half over half. It's a pretty robust outlook you have embedded in your guidance. Can you share with us your conviction level as it pertains to your ability in hitting those targets?
Yeah, so I think when you look at the data center market today, I know there's a lot of puts and takes that people are trying to understand. I feel very good about the market. I feel that the first half of the year, we did have some of the optimization going on with some of our largest cloud customers. As we move into the second half of the year, what we see is, first of all, the positives are around AI. The AI demand is definitely there. And what it's driving is both CPU as well as GPU demand for us. CPUs as the head node for some of these AI instances, and GPUs with, as I mentioned, interest in MI250 that we see over the second half of this year into next year, as well as early shipments of MI300. So those are positives, and I continue to see that the AI demand is positive there. There are some things that we're watching as it relates to what's happening in enterprise. So enterprise is, continues to be, I would say, a little bit muted, as I said. And there is some optimization going on in cloud. So if you put all those factors together, we do see a very strong second half of the year for our data center business. It's really driven by some of the ramps in AI that we're seeing, and we feel good about it.
That's great. Shifting gears a little bit, let's talk about PCs for a couple of minutes. It's really nice to see your fundamentals improve in the client business. A year ago, we were going through pretty rough times for you and the broader industry. Do you see a path back to 300 million plus units for the PC industry, or is the current 240, 250 kind of the steady state? And how should we think about AI as that becomes integrated into PCs? Could that drive a big replacement cycle?
Yeah, so I think the PC market was very volatile over the last 4 or 5 quarters. I think we had to, off of the highs of the pandemic, there was a lot of sort of inventory dynamics that were happening. Clearly, we're pleased with our PC business performance. I think the second quarter was strong. We're guiding to a stronger second half of the year as we see the sell-in more closely match sell-through. When I look overall at the PC market, I think it's a strong market. What we see now going forward is the opportunity for a very differentiated PC environment where AI does become much more important. We're leaning into AI in PCs. We've put a significant amount of effort with our AI engine, both hardware and software, working very closely with our partners like Microsoft, ensuring that we have that capability going forward. So I do see growth for the PC market going forward. I think for our own business, I would see that we will grow better than market from the standpoint of strong demand for our products. Our Ryzen 7000 series that recently launched, we're seeing strong demand for Phoenix as well as some of the other products in the product portfolio. And going into 24 and 25, when you think about PCs as your productivity tool with AI, like we can all be much, much more productive with it. So I do think there are opportunities for us to grow in the PC market as a market, and then as AMD growing above market.
Got it. And then in terms of the competitive landscape in PCs, I think your market share peaked at 20% plus. I believe it was the June quarter of last year. Since then, according to third-party data, you've lost about 6 percentage points of share. How should we think about your strategy in PCs going forward? Which segments do you pursue? Which segments do you perhaps prioritize?
Yeah.
Your differentiation. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I think our strategy in PCs is about gaining profitable share, and that will continue to be our strategy. What that means is, the segments of the market where we see significant differentiation are things like commercial, premium consumer, gaming, AI-driven, PCs. Those are all places that play very well into our strengths. We are not prioritizing as much the low end of the market. Those are, sometimes I call them empty calories. They're good if you have a fab that you need to fill, but they're not necessarily good from a profitability standpoint. What I like about our PC momentum, though, is really this focus on commercial is very synergistic with our enterprise data center focus. So much of what we're doing is really ensuring that we have a strong go-to-market there. So the products are excellent, and as we drive more go-to-market capability, more feet on the street from AMD standpoint, selling to CIOs, we think there are opportunities for us to gain profitable PC share. And especially as we add AI more broadly throughout the portfolio, we think this is an opportunity for more enterprise adoption of AMD PCs.
The Xilinx acquisition has been an absolute home run. It's been growing very fast and obviously a very profitable business. I'm cognizant of the near-term headwinds, but how would you describe the long-term growth opportunities in the FPGA business? It would also be helpful if you can give us an update on how we should be thinking about some of the synergies.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Xilinx acquisition has exceeded everything in our acquisition case. So it's been very positive. I think the integration of the teams have gone very well. The embedded business in general is a great market. It's a very durable market. We saw exceptional growth over the last, actually six quarters. We've seen, we're getting into a period where there'll be a little bit of a normalization, second half of this year into first half of next year. But when we look at longer-term opportunities, we really like these markets, right? If you think about industrial, aerospace and defense, automotive, communications, networking, these are markets that play very well into needing more computing. We have a stronghold with the embedded Xilinx portfolio, and we're adding to that our embedded processing portfolio. And there's actually quite a few sales synergies that we've seen. So we've seen customers who are, let's call it traditionally Xilinx customers that now are asking for, hey, show me all of the AMD portfolio because I want to really leverage the full computing portfolio. But I will say probably the number one synergy for the acquisition is in AI. The addition of the Xilinx IP and the Xilinx talent has actually substantially strengthened the AMD AI portfolio. When I think about, for example, we were talking about MI300 and what we've done there, we've actually really consolidated all of our software resources in a place where we can accelerate our ROCm software development so that our portfolio is actually much, much stronger with the combined team.
UBS said to Mole reopening Apollo deal for Credit Suisse's SPG.
Actually came from the Xilinx acquisition, and we're using that to build out sort of the accelerator portion
That's coming out now.
of it. So
again,
we feel
this is
very
still
good
the
about
AMD.
the embedded
This is
business
Lisa Su at the Goldman Tech conference.
We feel even better about how it is a better together story, especially around AI. So the timing couldn't be better to really bring together these assets.
I think you have a CPU part that's tailored to the comms infra market as well. Is that part of the story with Xilinx as well?
That's right. So when we talk about some of our communications and networking customers who were traditionally very strong Xilinx customers, they are now looking at a broader portfolio of AMD, and processors become part of it. So we expect, if you look at just the embedded segment of our business, we would expect the processor portfolio of that to grow very nicely over the next few years.
Got it. The geopolitical environment continues to be challenging, tricky. Remind us roughly what percentage of your total revenue today is derived from customers in China, headquartered in China, and more importantly, how are you navigating through the current backdrop? Has your strategy as it pertains to China evolved?
Tesla's ripping.
Yeah, so
Zoom
China is an important market for us.
And this is a good question about China.
From a revenue standpoint, it's probably about 20 to 25% of our revenue. I would say that that's not all indigenous. Some of that is coming back outside of China. When I look at our strategy, we continue to believe that China is an important market. Obviously, we're monitoring all of the export rules and regulations, but we'll continue to invest in China because we think it's an important market.
Got it. Somewhat related to that, a question on how to think about your supply chain. You have a very deep and long history with TSMC. That said, given the geopolitical environment, I'd imagine you and your team are thinking through all sorts of scenarios. Is TSMC's proposed expansion in Arizona good enough, or you need to think of a
Tesla's still ripping.
As it pertains
Again,
to
market's near the high, but it's
well,
where we open.
I think we've gotten extremely good at managing supply chain, so I would say that's one of our core strengths. TSMC has been a phenomenal partner for us in terms of advanced technology, both on the silicon side as well as on the packaging side, and we very much value that relationship. Geopolitical, when you think about the geopolitical situation, geographic diversity is important to us. So the Arizona factory, very important to us. We're going to be one of the early users. We're putting our first tape outs in shortly with the idea of being a significant user of Arizona. I think we'll continue to look at geographic diversity as an important piece of it, and also just supply chain diversity. One of the things that comes up, as we're talking about AI is, are we able to even supply everything that we need to do? And frankly, we've been working on that for many quarters, and so we think that supply chain is actually a strength for us. And we really look forward to being able to rapidly grow the company for all of the various opportunities that we have, given our supply chain strength.
Yeah, I guess on that point, Lisa, I think you've been very front-footed as it relates to supply chain diversity, and I think 18 months ago, 24 months ago, substrates were an issue. But at this point, is there more to do in terms of supply chain durability, or are you pretty happy with how you're set up today?
Well, I think we have invested ahead of the curve. So we invested ahead of the curve for substrate capacity, and now we feel very good about the capability there. Right now, a lot of the conversation around the most advanced AI chips is around CoWoS capacity, as well as high bandwidth memory, HBM capacity. We have very strong relationships across the supply chain there, so we feel good about what we need to do. We were actually one of the very early users of 2.5D and 3D packaging, and so I think that's given us good visibility in what needs to be done to secure that capacity. So yeah, we feel good about it. We'll always keep an eye on supply chain, but I do think that it's an area where we've made some good proactive decisions.
Got it. I guess to sort of bring everything together, I wanted to ask a question on the long-term financial model. It's been a year plus since your most recent Analyst Day. You threw out a couple of targets, I think 20% revenue CAGR, gross margins higher than 57%, operating margins in the mid-30s, and 25%.
This could actually get good if she starts talking guidance.
Happened since last
and then
June
Tesla's running up here still more, bro. Tesla 255.
Are those targets
UPS
still
on the
relevant?
low too.
What are some of the upside downside scenarios?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot has happened, as you said, a lot of puts and takes. I think at a high level, the key drivers of our financial model are very much the same. There may be a few differences in terms of the details. So what's going to drive our a substantial growth over the next few years? It's going to be around our investments in data center, embedded and commercial. Those are the key things. In the data center business, we now see just a huge opportunity across both our CPU and GPU franchise, but certainly AI has driven those opportunities. I think they're even more pronounced now than they were a year ago. We continue to watch the macro like everybody does, so we need to see how all of that settles out in the near term. But we feel good about growth. I think margin expansion for us is very much around product mix. As more of our business goes towards those data center embedded businesses, those tend to be margin accretive portions of our business. We've had a little bit of headwinds as it relates to the
bonds are moving a little bit, but not enough. SPY's still holding.
Some of the
she hasn't said anything about guidance yet, but she might. This is the question.
Needed to be corrected. As we come out of that, we expect improvements there. So that's our margin expansion story. And with that, we expect to see leverage in the overall model that will drop to the bottom line. So we'll go through the details as we think through what happens over the next number of quarters with the macro. But overall, I think the key fundamentals of the model are very much intact, and I think the punctuation on it is, AI growth will be a larger driver than perhaps we thought a year ago.
And, with your model, you generate very robust free cash flow. When you and Gene and the broader team sit together and think through capital allocation, how do you prioritize investing in the business, which I assume is number one, maybe M&A, maybe shareholder return, but how do you think about those things?
Yeah, I think we have a very, very strong balance sheet, so we can do all of the things, all of the above. I think number one priority is always going to be invest in the business and investing in the business to drive kind of the growth
Zoom.
that we're
You guys
talking
said
about.
CNBC?
We've committed to shareholder returns through buybacks. We're going to continue to do that.
It's trading just like Intel when we got that first reaction.
That is something that our board and
from that event last week
team are very supportive of. And I think we do have the opportunity to do some strategic acquisitions as well. Mostly to build out sort of some of our capabilities. So we just did a small software acquisition, for AI. We'll do, we're looking at, a few things, but mostly around, building out sort of our overall technology capabilities. But I think the strength of our balance sheet gives us a lot of options as we move forward.
Okay, great. We do have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to pause here and see if we had any questions in the audience.
Oh, yeah?
I think we have mic runners. Any questions?
Hello. There's no video.
You've asked them all.
Oh, there's on the front.
What are the biggest pieces of the puzzle you need to get have a very successful MI300 launch? Is it networking? Is it software? Is it other pieces? What's sort of the thing you need to get right to get that really going?
Yeah. So we feel really good about where MI300 is today. I think we have, hardware is great. I think we have, strong software capability as well. I think the customers are very much actively working on it. I think for us right now, it's around execution. And execution, we want to continue to ensure that our software, as we tune the software, the product will actually get better. So as we see it, we see opportunities for performance to improve over time. But from what customers see today, they're very excited about the capabilities. So this is about
still
execution,
going.
Qualification.
That's another one, but Apple's barely
in the
barely
data
green.
centers of our customers.
Thank you. Terrific discussion, Michael Park. You talked a lot about AMD's advantages on the inference side. Could you expand on that some more, especially in the context of inference being increasingly done on the edge as opposed to on the cloud, potentially billions of devices, et cetera? It seems right now, generally looking at the field, that the consensus seems to be focused on more LLM AI in the cloud. And it feels like that has not been thought through on the edge side. I'd love to get your sense, given AMD's excellent history.
Yeah, look, it's a great point. I think a lot of the emphasis has been on the largest language models in the cloud because that's the nearest term, let's call it, a very steep ramp. But I think over time, what we're going to see is you're going to need inference everywhere. And what we like about our solution is we have the solution for the largest language models. We also have the solution for the edge and for the client. And then our software stack should work across all of those pieces. So we do think there's a large opportunity there. It's perhaps a little bit, if you think about it as a 24, 25 opportunity, whereas right now, it's about large language model inference. And in any case, I think we have a broad portfolio to service it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're out of time. Lisa, thank you so much for supporting the conference. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much.
Okay, good timing. Good timing. Made it back just in time. That was Lisa Su. It's over. I mean, I don't know what she said on the headline that made it go up. I think it had something to do with generative AI, but other than that, didn't say much. You got a nice pop on AMD. It was up like 1% at one point. It moved up from the bottom again. It was down a decent amount of time, so then it started to come up. Is it funny that you never hear from the BAT or from the CEOs? You would believe them if it didn't sound like they were trying to sell you. Is that weird? No, I know what you're saying 100%, because like they all sound like pumpers and salesmen. It really depends though, but like with all fairness, I keep making a funny joke, and I got a very funny joke, bro. I can't, it makes me laugh. Something about it was just funny, because he's not like an economist, but like there are CEOs or people high up in companies or who founders that you would assume acted a certain way, but it's like they've warned us. Like they have not always talked positive. So it just, I think it's weird sometimes, but then it's also like humans too. We as an audience, we only pay attention when it's kind of extreme. Like when they only say good and when they only say really bad, we pay attention. But then again, the joke is, don't forget, like last year, bro, it was like less than a year ago, just around here, like Jeff Bezos was telling you not to buy TVs because there was going to be a recession. That wasn't necessarily a good comment. There was a lot of people, like all of these chip people, like even Lisa Su that you've heard, at one point they were like, yo, we're going to make like 30-40% less on our chips and on our guidance. So that's why you got what you got. That's why I'm like, man, to put it all in a perspective, I think it's a very, it's an interesting comment in the sense of, do these CEOs always talk bad or talk good? But generally, they speak positively about their company. I think that's an easy way to put it. So, we will see. But Chattadonia, welcome back, my friends. Welcome back, and I hope you're doing good. It's still very early. I mean, right now, NASDAQ is actually break even. It went green for a little bit. Dow, SPY matched up. That wasn't the case. Russell's been murdered. We're about to be 3 hours in. So, Chad, I think we missed it. But let's start off our Monday, Tuesday. Let's get back from the holidays. Honestly, 3 more minutes. Let's do it, man. It's push-up time. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But listen, you lazy mother effer. It's push-up time. You can't be sitting here. You can't be sitting here not moving your body, okay? Your body going to get mad at you. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10, 12, 13, 2, 20, 40, 50, 1, 2, 3, as many as you like. You could do push-ups, bicep curls. You could do jumping jacks. You could do the worm. The whole idea here is just to move around for a little bit. Honestly, I mean, you want me to be I'm going to be nice to you. Let me be nice to you. Let me do a curl. I'm going to go hit my 35s. Okay, honestly, let me go do one set. Hold on. You should know the rest of what you'd be doing right now, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to just tell you. I'm going to give you the easy answer, man. I'm going to give you, that's it. I'm going to give you the easy answer right now. Hold on. I'm going to do my curl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's the first arm. Now we got to do the other arm. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, we got to breathe too. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. The last one. That's it, chat. So that's it, man. That's it. So now, okay, listen. If you're eating your cereal right now and you have not been sitting down for 3 hours so far on this day, it's okay. Then that's fine. You don't need to do your push-ups. You know what I'm saying? Listen, the general idea here is that you should be moving and standing up maybe at least once every 15 minutes. So hopefully you don't forget your push-up time. That's why it's good to go to the bathroom a lot too, but generally. So if you've been sitting your ass down for the last 3 hours in a row as the market has been open and you are eating your cereal, maybe just like go eat your cereal standing up or something. But if you just sat down, I mean, I think you'll be safe. You'll be safe. That's it. Just generally good advice to not mangle your spine. And on that note, legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Come on. I don't know. Stop kicking your nuts. Stop. You're doing weird stuff. The spine is getting mangled right now. So that's all I'm saying. Just chest to the sun, relax a little bit, and finally relax the jaw going. Now breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath and go. How many push-ups can I do in one set? All of them. It's an impressive feat I've accomplished. I've been doing push-ups for a long time. That's why I've moved into bicep curls. So now, after years of push-ups and everything, it adds up, bro. I need sit-ups. Honestly, that's it. I need my 19 pack to form, and then I'm doing resistances right now because you need the back too. That's the thing. I got baby back muscles. It's getting a lot better, but it's still not. It's not what it should be. Who did you challenge on stream one time in push-ups? I think we had. Did I challenge anybody? I thought we had another challenge. Oh, wait, I think I did. I forgot. And then, I don't know. I think we had a lending tips challenge, too. This is good, though. This is good. Just move around a little bit. Again, if you haven't been sitting down, you get a pass. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Because I know. You'd be like, why is it now? But go at your own pace. Go at your own pace. The hold your arms up challenge. We've had a lot of different challenges. We had a lot of different ones, man. That's it. And Mosby, what's up, baby? I finally get to see bro, I got to listen back, Mosby. I feel bad, bro. I don't know how the co-real estate boys kind of jacked you on Friday, dog. I feel bad. I listening back, bro. I love co-real estate. Shout out to Tyler and Trey. But y'all know I did not set that up like that. That was not meant to be like, that's it, bro. They just straight got on, bro. And that's it. It was like, bro, it was like 15 minutes. They got you, Mosby. I was like, Mosby, this was your job interview, and you turned it into co-real estate. I was trying to have him I was trying to see what was up, bro. So, but it was a lot of fun. Friday, I think this Friday too. Maybe that's it. Make a video. If you want to host this Friday, make me an interview video and tag me so I can see it. That's it. If I get enough interview that's it. I'm down, bro. If one of you wants to run, I'll give you 30 minutes on Friday. He did open it up with I am the captain now. That is how he started off. He was just, that's what he did. I'm down for it. Let's go. I want to see it. I want to see it. Foreshadow of things to come. No, I had a lot of fun with it on Friday. I was having a lot of fun on Friday. Once we do you not remember that debate? Stop. Oh, I just beat the shit out of them. That was a harder than average. I'm sorry, microphone. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. But yeah, bro, no, the Friday thing, it was great. The debate, that's why. So I kept going, bro. I just kept going. We kept the Zoom running. That's it. Until the Chad is not good, I will keep running it up. That's usually how it is. You know what I'm saying? It was holiday vibes, and just I like momentum. They have taken me out. We're getting back up. Twitch, we're good. No lost connection on Twitch. We only lost connection in YouTube Landia. That's it. You need your daily morning purge. Get them out of here. Thanks, YouTube bandwidth. That's it. They cut us off, bro. They cut us off. Twitch was up the whole time. Look at no issues. No Twitch 100 uninterrupted. That's it, man. Twitch is always up. It's sad. But it worked. It was very, very good. Jeff Bezos figured out the streaming. He figured out how to do it. Charadonia. Yeah, I was saying I like the momentum with the Chads. I like when, we get Chads on the Zoom. It's all good. That debate was beautiful. That's how it is. So I like that positive momentum. I had a lot of fun on Friday. Chat is blocked on your computer for some reason. That's weird. That I've heard for people at work. I've heard that you can't watch stock market live at your job. That is frowned upon. Unless your boss is chill. And then AMD's still up again. We just had that Goldman Sachs event. Wasn't too crazy. Oracle on the high again. Oh, that thing's up 2.7. We saw that one early in the morning. They're kind of a slow mover. That one's still going. I'm the IT staff at my office. Stock market live flows. Amen. Amen. Tell up. Tell up. There's less of delay on Twitch too. I thought Twitch had more of a delay, but then the quality was a lot better. So I know Twitch quality, like audio and video, is so much different than YouTube. It's insane. Bro, Tesla, another high, 256. Tesla's up 4.7. Remember, last week was the week of like 7 and 8% days on Tesla, but like it's doing it again. I've talked about it all day today, just in context of how Tesla is like either market's been red and they've been up, but dude, it's doing another $11 day. Market is barely unchanged. They're down 0.15. NASDAQ barely green, but like, dude, look at this. That's it. That's crazy. And then AMD still moving. Melly, wasn't that one from, or no, was that the other one? That was MDB. That was the earnings from last week. Grateful for your remote work. They let you watch it. Amen. Amen. It's disgusting. Tesla. So, I don't know. Something could be happening. I think it's related to the price. Remember, like, it's not like Tesla has been without news. They had the German factory. They had price cut news. I mean, you're seeing Tesla. You're seeing Cybertrucks everywhere. I don't know. Have you guys seen that? You guys know that's like, I feel like lately. Oh yeah, the new Model 3 as well, plus the price cut. I forgot they've been coming up with like It's not like they've had a lot. It's not like they've had a lack of news, more or less. But dude, have you guys been seeing the Cybertrucks? I've been seeing them everywhere now. Not in real life, but like on social media. You're like, you're starting to see more of a Cybertruck in the real world than like any other time in the last 3 years. Yeah, I keep seeing the clips. There's a lot, but I'm still kind of like, wow. Like, it does not matter. Damn, Celsius still going up too? But it does not matter what. Tesla is just like, it's running big on these days. I don't know. So I have my order for the Cybertruck. I think it looks really cool. Like, again, I'm the only electric vehicle I'm probably ever going to purchase will be a Tesla. But it's like, I'm going to get a Cybertruck. But like, I keep seeing these clips and like, yeah, man, that shit look ugly as hell. I don't know any other way to put this for you, man. You know, I don't know any other way to put it to you, man. Like, dude, the Cybertruck is ugly as hell. I have mine order. I'm going to get it. I'm going to hope it grows on me. Maybe I'll, like, paint it another color or something. But, like, after seeing, like, 5 of these clips, no, bro. I saw the side view of it, dude. It looked ugly. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just not, like, I don't know. It, like, remind me of, like, those Balenciaga shoes that some people wear. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just, like, big, clunky. I'm like, listen, man, I see how you could get behind that, but I don't know. Maybe I got to see it again. I got to see it in person, but maybe, I don't know. For now, I'm still going to get it. I like it. I love my Teslas, but it just don't really like it. It looks hella weird so far with everything. Like, it's an ugly ass vehicle, dude. It's not. I'm hyped, but it's so not. Like, the new Prius hits way, way harder. I don't know, man. It's hard to explain. Yeah, like PS. It just, dude, I don't know. I just saw one. I'm sure it'll look better, man. Like, I don't know. It's like, you ever see like a girl before, and like you ever just see a girl and you look at her like the wrong way, and you're like, damn, and then you can never look at her again the same. That's what I feel like happened with the Cybertruck. I just saw it turn, and it was turning, and I was looking at it, and I was like, dude, that thing is hideous. It looked like a Pontiac Aztek. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it straight up looked like a Pontiac Aztek. And even then, I fuck with the Pontiac Aztek. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like it if it's a Pontiac, but it just looked like some weird Terminator, Pontiac, Aztec, man. And I was tripping out, man. I was like, this one's not it, man. Yeah, look, Walter White looked better in it. Elon proving he'll buy any garbage. Like I said, I'm buying it. I feel you on that. I've totally, because like, I don't want like a fucking Ford Lightning, because I'm sorry. I think it's a cool truck. Only Ford Lightning I want is a 2001 Ford Lightning. But it's like, that's the only other EV, and I've waited so long. I mean, worst case, I'm hoping I get my Cybertruck early. We try going off-roading with it, and then I flip it. But other than that, it's like, at the same time, the general concept, I was down with it, but I saw one of those real-life videos, and now I can't go back. I'm like, it's a filter. We're going to find out. What about Rivian? The only thing that goes hard from Rivian is the delivery trucks. I could get behind that in a second. Anything else, I'm not with it. Rivian, I don't know, but still, the comparison. The Cybertruck's way better. I don't know. I don't know. I think the Rivian might look better, low-key, than the Cybertruck. I don't know, but the Cybertruck, it's hard to explain, dude. I just saw it. Really weird, bro. I just saw it, and I can't go back now. But the Rivian, I've never been a fan of the Rivian. Like, you guys know it's okay to, like, if you make an EV, it's okay to use edges. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm glad the Cybertruck is, like, incorporating that into an electric vehicle, like a straight line and edge, you know, because that's it. Every other electric company, they're like against using like a straight line and edge. The Rivian looked like a weird futuristic bubble. They all look like weird bubble cars. I don't know how to describe it. Again, I'm not the fan of EV, but I do have Teslas. Bubbles probably flow air better. I'm sure you could do one with like a straight line, you know? You know what I'm saying? Took profits on Oxy. Celsius went up. We haven't really moved much, man. And again, we did our push-ups. It's still very early. We got still like 20 minutes until 10 a.m. So bright and early here, Chatadonia. You have a tremendous amount of time left still. Not much has happened. Again, China news, bad services in the morning. That's what kind of started us off there. Even Europe, again, they had bad data. You saw that play out. The dollar strengthened a ton. Not much, but again, even yesterday while United States was closed, it was good overseas. And now we're waiting for data tomorrow. A couple more Fed speakers. There was Waller in the morning, and he was bullish. I mean, that's why I think somebody asked that earlier. This is like Waller. He's a voter. He said some bullish stuff. He said we're pretty much done raising. He reiterated that again, but was saying that we shouldn't raise. He was cautioning against raising again. Sox L on the high. AMD's moving. And then Tesla again, bro. 4.7. Where's Meta? I forgot we're still in that one. Meta, we're up. That one came down, though. Comparative from the morning. Yeah, you got like $1, $1.50 per share. Yeah, Tesla's all day. I think how many highs is that? That's 1,000 highs of the day. 1,069 hits on the high ticker today. So Tesla's like actually just killing it. I don't know if you want me to have this talk again. I'm still in the AMD. That one's good too. And then Intel as well. And then, like we said, regionals were very, very bad today. Same thing. In the midst of all this, the Russell 2000 is down 1.5. Yeah, but Tesla's, dude, 1,058 or 69? I think more now. Very good for Habibi. Tesla. Switch gears. Was it down pre-market? I know Meta was down like 1-2%, then right at cash open went up 1%, then a quarter, then down, and then started going, but I don't know if Tesla was red. That's 1,000 highs intraday, almost 1,100. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, so Tesla was lower. By your actually, no. This was all pre-market, believe it or not. So you were lower, just like Meta. You were lower than by pre-market. It took off, but it just recovered all of that sell-off from Friday. The screener is on your screen right here, the high-low ticker. That's great for finding, highs and lows throughout the day. So that's where I pulled that number from, just right here. So again, literally Tesla hit the high ticker 1,000 times today. So you saw over, again, almost just under 1,100 prints. I don't think there was Tesla news unless it was related to the price stuff. I think, again, there was stuff on Friday, too, with the Model 3, the new model, the price cuts, and there was a lot of other stuff. I think there might have was. I might be blanking on something from Tesla today. Let's see. Manu, I don't know. Manu's getting annoying. The Glazers, there's a report today that said 2025. So remember, we were in it for a while, then we had the back and forth, we went up, then it shot down, then they said we're not doing the deal, and then they said we're doing the deal, and then now it's just like, nah. Tesla needs a 2.8% rally to surpass the bull market threshold. That was at 7:50 in the morning. But yeah, I don't think there was anything on Tessie. Was there auto sales numbers? August auto sales? Yeah, that could be it, actually. August auto sales. So for GM, Ford, Tesla, if you took all the auto numbers this morning, you had 1.3 million. It was plus 16%, 27 days versus 26 days of inventory. Yeah, so you had broader auto numbers. Oh, and then I see Tesla output plan for China. And then all the news from last week on again, even the German factory, that was fat news last week. I think it got attention. I think it started off red, then went up. And then the other stuff is very, very good. Hey, man, it's your birthday. Let's go. Is that our first birthday of the day? Where is it? Horn. Hey, man. I gave you that horn first. Now you get the big one. That's good, man. Happy birthday to anybody else out there with a birthday, too. I missed the birthdays. It's been 1 day since we've had the birthdays, or 2 days. I hope you enjoyed it. You had Troy's birthday on Saturday or Sunday. So, amen, and get ready for September, bro. We got a lot of September birthdays. So happy Monday, Tuesday. It's a Tuesday that feels like a Monday that we call Monday, Tuesday, or you could call it Tuesday, Monday, if you feel that that's more accurate. Amen. Do I have any type of CD investments? No, I just use short-term bill or money market. They're pretty much about the same right now. Was Troy here? Did he survive his birthday? I mean, he might be recovering. He might be. I mean, again, Labor Day. I feel like people party on Labor Day, but I don't know. It was chill. I was kicking it. I stayed away from any crowds. I told you last Labor Day I got stuck in traffic, but I mean, I think Labor Day it's a drinking holiday. I think. I don't know. I didn't. Dude, that's it, bro. I was drinking like orange juice. I was mad coconut waters. It's beautiful, bro. Jay All is good. I haven't seen him in the chat. He messaged me on DM. He DM'd me on Twitter like a couple days after the Origin with some stuff, but that's it. Other than that, I haven't seen him here. Oh, I'm here. Had a late start. He's in the game, baby. I said, I would understand, bro. That's it. Birthday, then a day off the next day. I mean, run it up. Man, happy birthday, Power. God bless you. Enjoy thy birthday. Make that another year in the long term. That's what that stands for. Shout out to future self. No? Anyone? All right. Ramping up production. Yeah, that was part of the Tesla stuff. Like I said, no shortage of news for Tessie. in the last couple of days. Tesla. But we'll see. I'm still like shocked by it because it feels like if you just look at it, it's moving along with anything else that bounced. But I just feel like I've been seeing 5, 7, 8, 4, 5% days out of it. Let's give up SPY. Viva price target raised to 211 from 180 by Wells Fargo. Yes, dude. I don't know. Maybe should we have taken the day off? The day after off, too? I forgot about that. We could have had a 5-day weekend if you played your cards right. Because low-key, the data is only tomorrow. Then after that, I don't mean, except for Europe, just ECB stuff will move us. And then the bonds giving up isn't good. But not like low-key, bro. You're not even, this kind of feels like Friday. Even volume is starting to get treacherously low. It's 10 o'clock. And we're at almost 30 million in volume. So to give you context, we could do 26 million in volume in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess. 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 3 hours. It's like slightly below. That means opening volume was low, and then we're just naturally just fading throughout the day in terms of trade volume. MERM, what's this? MIRM? Kind of a decent pop, 2%. Miriam Pharmaceuticals. Spotify. So again, there was Chad sent me an article from Sweden, like a Swedish newspaper. And they blame Spotify of laundering money. Where was that? Here it is. So, I don't think it had an effect. It was a very interesting. We went over this early in the morning. Raul from the Top Ropes says how criminal networks in Sweden use false Spotify streams to launder money. This morning, Sweden's newspaper, Svenska Dagbladet, published a thorough investigation into how criminal networks have used Spotify to launder money for years, specifically that they have been paying for false streams for music published by artists with ties to groups and then capitalized on the engineered popularity. So, the first step belongs a criminal was to buy Bitcoin through cash in hand via a Facebook group. The gang then used the crypto to pay for fake streams, that is, buy music by bots, hijacked accounts, and other inauthentic methods. Apparently, this contact happened through Telegram, earning the seller the nickname Telegram bots, symbiotic relationships between gangs and artists. And so I guess then they would make the money. They would buy Bitcoin to buy fake streams, and then the streamer, they would blow up Tekashi 6ix9ine, but like the Swedish version, I guess. And then they would, maybe Swedish House Mafia. Maybe. That makes a lot more sense now. And then they would make money off of them. I don't know. I still like. So apparently the idea is you spend money on the fake bots, then they would blow up. And then eventually they would make real money to fund their criminal organizations. But Spotify don't mind. Is that Ruckus? We're still down on that, but a couple of those biotechs came up today. Yeah, we're still down on Ruckus. Folk was in the green. Where's the other one? Did RXRX? Oh, that was green today. Then they sold. Where's NVIDIA? Micron's running, and then AMD still 110. I'm saying Young Lean is the industry plant. I mean, with a name like that, we should call him Young Lean. I think the kids will love it. BS article, that's why. It doesn't really, like, I mean, that's not, like, that's not what I think of when I hear money laundering. Like, you know, I've never, like, seen, like, they're like, all right, man, we going to launder money, and we going to put all of our chips into Tekashi 6ix9ine to launder this said money. I don't think that's how it went. That's why I'm like, I see it as like a plot. You know, it seems like it's a conspiracy, but money laundering, I don't know. That just seems like a very interesting like music scheme to like blow an artist up and get famous. rather than like, money laundering, more or less. And it just seems like one guy probably sold drugs and then his homie rapped. I don't know. That one seems more closer to the matter than money laundering. Mm-hmm. Qualcomm's running. I feel like they've been on, I guess, 172 times on the high. I feel like I've seen Qualcomm a lot, but that pales in comparison to young Tessie. And then Spotify, too. Still up there. SPY's right above VWAP. Bonds have not hit a low for maybe just above an hour, I would say. But we're kind of doing nothing here. I mean, if SPY goes below VWAP here, if we break 4,500, that will not be good. But then again, I mean, you were a little bit lower earlier in the day, and we have not gone out of the range. Still 4,500, though. And then SPY's down 0.19, Dow 0.25. NASDAQ still in the green somehow. There it is. AMD, you got $2 a share almost, 2%, not bad. And then Meta's still up. I forgot about that. Spotify keeps going. Doesn't start moving till 1:30. Well, no. I mean, day after holiday, you sometimes get very slow days. Kind of makes sense with the schedule, but I think we got tricked into a cuck. I mean, I'm glad I only made one play and I'm up on it, but it does feel like it feels a lot like Friday. It's just like if you had plays that were winning, you rode them up today. If it was down, it sold off, and then overall index, it has been a little weirder. I mean, I will tell you, energy, banks, and like the interaction between like healthcare and some of the other like staples, it's been weird, but it's about it. But yeah, volume is low. The whole prop firm debacle. What's the prop firm debacle? All I know is that they're just shit, but I don't know if there's a new development. You're 30 minutes behind. You got to refresh. We were on I accidentally left DVR on, and everybody got lost in space. Prop firms are a debacle. Some prop firm got busted by the CFTF for what? Being a B-booking? Triangle schemes? They never took any trades. Oh, my Forex funds? I don't know. Oh, yeah. OSC issues as 3 days ago. After a $310 million fraud. Yeah. So they were making big money. I told you, they make fat money off of it, dude. They're not the only one, but I wonder why they only caught them. Since 2021, they got $310 million in just fees. So they wouldn't even place your trades. Yeah, CFTC, Murtsuza Kazmi and his entities known as My Forex Funds alleged fraudulent solicitation of customers to engage in leverage, margin, or finance retail exchanges. They filed a complaint in the District Court of D.C. And then that's it. But they have a court date so far, but that's it. They just froze their bank accounts for the most part. Yeah, they would just pay out the traders who win with the fees. Yeah, but like think about it. If somebody took a trade and voluntarily blew up their account, you keep their whole amount. It was like, I'm telling you, all of them. I've said that for a while, but hey, I mean, it's there. The data is there. The data is there. Is AMD reacting? It was early. I don't know the comment that made them go up. I think it was something, again, related to AI, but then they just started holding up. None of the guidance comments, I mean, Lisa Su didn't really touch on much, but it's been edging up here. Market's been going down. They've held up, but that's about it. If an outlier does well, they might not be able to pay. Well, they usually don't pay them. They usually just say it's an issue, and then they give them their money back and then just don't pay them the profits. You've heard of Robinhood, right? You remember GameStop? Yeah. I know I've seen other streamers advertise prop firms that offer you $50K for $50 a month, and I know the math was not mathing. Yeah, it's just like a more sketchier hard money for stocks. But then again, we've had the discussion a lot. It's not, like I said, anybody, it's a hard conversation to have because I'm on the side of fighting against the commercial that tells you, hey, let me give you everything you want. You know, give me small amount of money and I will give you large amounts of money for you to trade and unlock your trading as a career right now. You know, it's like it's a very hard side to argue because it's like you're getting offered everything you want. Like, so most people, they're like, nah, man, I want, like, Josh, what do you mean, bro? You know what I'm saying? What do you mean, bro? This is like, they said I could, and this is how I'm going to get it. So it's like, nah, don't fall for it. Am I crazy for the Roth to RH? No, they have really good retirement accounts. Because, again, I don't know because if you look to, like, Morgan Stanley or anywhere else, I'm sure they charge, like, different fees for, like, Roths and self-employed 401ks and all that. So we'll see. Bet here's a small amount of money. Thank you, my friend. It's good. At least the instructions were clear this time. I don't understand how they could give you $50K to trade. What happens? It's because you're trying to understand it. Like, you never heard that? It's like a joke, bro. Like, this is why you're not supposed to talk. Like, my guy gets it. Like, you say $50K for $50 a month, you should just stop right there. You know what I'm saying? The math does not math. But, like, once you try to, like, if you try to entertain fuckery, you get like caught up in it. You know what I'm saying? You're like, wait a minute, how do they get the money? It's because it doesn't happen. So it's one thing about like stop losses and how like if it was real, how they could prevent you and where there's the shortcomings. But at the end of the day, this case recently, what it highlights is that there was nothing happening. That's no money, no trades were really happening. That's it. It was somebody who created a paper trade program and got people to deposit money, and they were never paying out anything. It was just so that's how they were able to tell you had this amount of money or not. It was whatever they put into the program until you lost or made money, and then that was it. Yeah, you get limit downs, 50x leverage, but 2K stop loss, and then you're out, and then got to pay for access again. Yeah. I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. It's super, like, most people, it's been going to, it's like the speaker scam. It's like the gypsy driveway or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of these are just, this is the financial version of it. That's all. Like that, binary options. Like, if eventually you're going to spend enough time, you'll get exposed to it. But if you fall for it, I mean, at this point, you're just falling for the easiest trap of, hey, they offered me everything I ever wanted for a very low amount of risk. So there you go. Mobileye. Oh, where's Intel? And then Spotify. Has Intel been moving with Mobileye? I totally forgot about this whole little dynamic. And then SPY's below VWAP. Are we near 4,500, 4,504? Still a little bit more, I guess, until we break back. 4,500 is like what? Right here? So 44.9, 44972 on the SPY. GitLab. Small cap stock set for the worst day since April? What is this? The S&P small cap 600 is down 2.5% afternoon. Oh, is that because that's because of all of the upgrades and downgrades? Small caps have lagged behind large caps so much so far this year. The S&P is up 4.3 in 2023 versus the S&P's 17% gain. Damn, that's crazy. So Bill, interest rates have done better? And small caps? No shit. Oh, I guess so. You're on the plane. You leaving, baby? Be safe. Enjoy it. Safe travels. It's a good day to travel. I don't know, Chad. Do you guys want to have a debate today? Should we just get that pot? Because I'm telling you, the market kind of slowed. Unless we get a flush right here and get some activity. Otherwise, this thing's pretty like, it's just chilling out, man. That debate was fun on Friday. Is that, or maybe we do a workout session. I'm kind of down. We could do like Billy Blank's Josh Answers workout session. You know, we get out there and then boom. Check the weather. I think it's good weather. It was very cloudy in the morning. Airport's not bad at all in Vegas. I'll never debate a Chad after Friday. I'll lose for sure. That was a very quality group, even though it was a random sample of just Chads. That was a very effective group. But then it makes sense if you get a Chad who's willing to like type in the Zoom code, not F around, and really participate. Like that's a high level. You know, it was just a high level conversation, man. It was excellent. I got sun. I think I have sun. I don't know the weather actually. Because on my room, I close my blinds. Like usually, I have like one bathroom in the thing, one window. But like it's light outside, but I can't tell. Yeah, it's like cloudy, sunnyish. It's like chill. I stay in my cage during streaming hours. I have my little box. It's good. My first question for you is if you had any HIT videos, some high intensity. Is that what we're going to do? I'm down. All right, Chad, but you're starting to slip. Like I'm saying, I mean, maybe we do nothing if it like hits the lows and like literally just trades like Friday. It's gonna be annoying, but otherwise, if it does start to flush here, I mean, there is enough time. It's just very, very early. U.S. agency makes initial decision that 52 million airbag inflators produced by ARC Automotive Delphi are unsafe and need to be recalled. Is that old? Am I your neighbor? If you've seen me, I look like a lizard. But then again, it's like I don't really see my neighbors. I haven't talked to them in a while. What, Chad? It's time. I need to go to the potty again. We've already done it's already 10:11, man. Already 10:11. Actually, hold on. You guys might have some time.
an economy.
There it is. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on
Actually
Instagram
bigger
at the Trading
than
Fraternity.
Saudi Arabia.
I love you.
Inside the U.S. economy.
No, be right back. Only a couple,
Pumping out
3 hours
more
left.
oil
3
than
hours
they
left.
pump out. And so while we suffer, and some people will be suffering from these higher oil prices, maybe about inflation, we have this inflow into the U.S. economy offsetting it. Same thing, and the ability of the U.S. economy to adapt is one of the things I think people get wrong when they focus on a single negative. Watch for the stack negatives.
You're right. To put it differently, Lollapalooza effect. That was a Charlie Munger one. A great speech on the same idea. It takes more than one thing to go wrong. It takes a lot of them all at the same time.
All at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a quick note of caution, because we're all pretty giddy here. I mean, when the economy is growing slowly, and when it is growing slowly, it is vulnerable to anything that can go wrong. And it doesn't take a whole lot of those little things that you were just talking about. So I do think oil at closing in on $90 a barrel, on top of student loan debt payments restarting, on top of UAW strikes, on top of the higher fixed mortgage rates. I'm optimistic, but I think we need to be cautious here because the economy still is quite vulnerable. And another key reason why the Fed should end its rate hikes. No more rate hikes, please, because the economy is going where it needs to go.
You've been quite clear on that for some time. I'm already seeing a graphic, Steve. It's a Lollapalooza, and it looks like the show rundown, but instead of the bands, it has all of the different things.
Right. Well, one of the things, you and I have talked about this for a very long time, and I know we got to go. They're yelling in the back maybe at you, but is the counter-cyclical, the way that things have not been synchronous. Different parts of the economy have sunk down at different times. We probably going through maybe a goods recession for a while, and then a real estate, but real estate looks like it's maybe on the way back right now.
And that's what makes the state and local spending so significant. Contra 2008, that's a massive positive right now.
Now you're continuing your own conversation, okay? You get the blame, not me.
Gentlemen, thanks. Steve Leisman, Mark Zandi. We do really appreciate it. Time now to reveal what my next guest says is the one key trend to watch that could derail the Fed's 2% inflation goals and the market's hopes for next year. And like I said, it's not oil, but it is all these labor battles. UPS, United, American Airlines, 3 major companies that have already seen at least a 10% yearly jump in wages. And my next guest only sees that emboldening other unions. It's not just a threat to the Fed, but there's also a negative correlation between wage gains and stock prices. For more, I'm joined by Mark Avalone, president of Potomac Wealth Advisors. Welcome, Mark. So you think this isn't just all show? I mean, there's a real effect on the economy here.
Well, there is a real effect in the economy. It's a lag effect. It hasn't fully been impacted. But look at what the UAW is asking. And if we think that's going to end there, we're mistaken. It's going to embolden companies that may not even be unionized to have more. So the Starbucks of the world are feeling pressure. And I'm old enough to remember the late 70s, early 80s, and what cost push inflation does and how it makes things less competitive, or at the least is a negative to stock prices. So ignoring 10% wage gains that are going to take effect in the future simply because wages have been declining in the past 12 months does not look at the entire picture.
Yeah, STX
and
dying.
A lot of people will say, and I'm sympathetic to this argument, Mark, that unions are a much smaller share of the population than they used to be.
Keep listening. I'm in the
so
background,
forth.
but that's
you
huge.
think this will have other workers looking? See, here's what I want. I'll just play devil's advocate that this might be their last chance. If the labor market softens in the next 6 to 12 months, it won't matter if other workers would like this similar kind of pay raise. They may not have the bargaining power to get it.
That is all true. And I'm not saying that everyone's going to get a 10% pay raise like United, like UPS, or like the UAW wants. But to think that there's not going to be pressure from organizers to get a little more, for inflation to remain a little stubborn, and then government wages keeping up with inflation. We're still a little north of 4%. That is twice as much as the Fed's target. So yes, we've made a lot of progress, but just to think the trend line will continue uninterrupted, I think could be groupthink and a little bit of a short-term error.
You and I have talked a lot about kind of tactical investing, so it sounds like that's making you maybe a little bit cautious on stocks more broadly. A, is that true? And B, what would you be doing tactically here?
Well, I am more cautious because we like technology, and who doesn't? And thankfully, we stayed there, but the valuations are rich. But then as asset allocators, we have to go to the value side. You can trade in and out of some banks, which we have, but the reality is banks are under a lot of pressure. I had 2 due diligence meetings with bank CEOs, community bank, a regional bank, and they all said the pressure for deposits from the internet is huge. And I said, hey, the internet's been around a while. Why now? And they both said when you were paying 0, the online was not a competitor because you're not going to move for 0.75%.
Totally.
But when you see a splashy 4 or 5%, there's a lot of money
Airlines
leaving.
issues
And then they have what's called
ground
internal
stop
disintermediation, which is
issues.
existing deposits going to higher cost deposits.
And
both of those are
News.
bad for profit. So I think we're a little cautious on that value side because financials, largest sector in the value trade.
UAL, clap.
And so you, and we see the carry under
down 3.
pressure again today.
Man.
You exited that trade then? Because I know
Dude,
going
I
back
had
even a
that
couple
by
of months
30
ago, you were looking
seconds.
to pick up some, pick
The
something up there.
algos did not react to that, but there it is. Literally UAL. So literally they've grounded all airline flights from United. Again, and then STX is at the Goldman conference. So 2 of those. I booked, I think it's just for today, unless you're taking off tonight. I don't think they have a reason. I just saw that right there, ABC News. Again, it just came out and then started reacting. Do I want to go to the Philippines? I've heard very good things about the Philippines. You know, they got some really crazy hotels out there, but I don't think so. If anything, I think I'm going to try to do Switzerland or go somewhere where I could snowboard this winter. Other than that, then that's it. Yeah, STX, it's crazy because we've been watching this little conference thing and watching it bring stocks up. But now we're finally watching one where they dropped. Come to Singapore and Bali. I could snowboard, yeah. That's the only, my girlfriend, she looks down upon me because I don't ski. But yeah, I could snowboard. But like, I'd like the, what's it called? I like the, I want to go to Europe. I want to go like Europe for sure. That's it. Otherwise, I'm not going to go to, you guys are like, come to Colombia. I'm not going to Colombia, bro. What do you think this is, man? That's the Switzerland. Your family's from there. What? Connie? You're from Switzerland? The fuck, Connie? This whole time? That's crazy. Yeah, that's where my girl's family's from. That's why that's like the only place I'm allowed to go. My girlfriend will get mad if I went out of the country and I didn't go to Switzerland because I ducked it last year. I was like, nah. Duolingo on the high again. United Airlines, I'm trying to see, but literally it looks like it's just a computer issue that brought it down. But that was right there. Again, we had it like 30 seconds earlier. And then they had like weird guidance stuff in the morning. Honestly, I don't think the closure thing hasn't hit everybody else. My mom is one of 10, so I have family there. That's crazy. You're like, that's the same. My mom, I think my mom has 11 or 12 sisters. Something stupid. You guys know that? And you know my mom don't have one brother? My mom has like 11 sisters. It's insane. I'm like, that's crazy. You have to. If I go to Switzerland, though, all I want to do is I want to go on the nice-ass train. They got like a train. It's like a bougie-ass train with like giant windows, and it's like hella pretty, and they got dope-ass food, and then you just go on a train, and then that's it. And then you just go through Switzerland on a nice-ass train. That's the only thing I want to do, and then, like, obviously, I want to just see Switzerland, you know, maybe make a joke about cheese. Actually, the cheese is amazing. American? I thought it was UAL. But I got that report there right before it hit. We're going down a little bit. I don't know if the market's going to react, but airlines are down 1% since that came out. You could buy a cybersecurity company. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think those are all up. Well, you're definitely getting volume in reaction, and then SPY's still kind of doing its thing, but then bonds are still lower. The Orient Express. My friend just did it. It's $5,000 a ticket? Oh, what? They didn't tell me that. What do you mean? 5,000? Where do I go? It depends, but I thought it was gonna be like maybe $1,000. But then I'm like, no, actually I don't know how much I thought it would be. Never mind. I had no idea how much it would cost. Now that I think about it. Because now you're telling me 5K, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Did I think it would be 1K? But then I'm like, that still sounds like a lot for a train going to nowhere. Mobilize still going. Where's Intel? SPY kind of bouncing. Again, UAL grounding all flights. They're still going lower. Better take me to the moon for 5K. Nah, man. Maybe like somewhere else, but like the moon is like 250,000 minimum. I don't think that 5K will get you to the moon, sir. I hate to be that guy. SPY's getting footage. Kind of. We're still just holding this. This is like the low of We're like right above 4,500. You don't want Spirit for the moon or train. Bro, I'm not trying to go to the moon. No, thank you. My flight to Geneva is cheaper than my taxi from the airport to Geneva. Wow. Yeah. My girl said parking is crazy too. But again, I've never been. I don't really go to European countries. Best we could do is $250 to see the Titanic. Wow. Okay, there it is. Now I'm getting another report. UAL. It's hitting other like places, but where'd it go? I don't have the full report. It's not loading, but it says United Airlines issues nationwide ground stoppage due to computer issues. Yeah, it's hitting again. Microsoft. UAL's still selling again. That news is hitting the wire again. I don't know. Did you guys see it on this one? I don't know if you saw it on this one in front of you. Disney price target cut too by Wells Fargo. Guess not. So they're still going down. I don't know if any of the... Someone said American earlier, and I'm looking at the other airlines. They were just down. Remember, we were looking at them all day, and people were bringing up how travel was there, but literally UAL is down 4%. So it's dropped another 2% since we put it back up there. Did I scroll past it? I don't see it. Because it came out, like, even within 10 minutes, it came out pretty early, but I know the chat has it. I saw it on another one, but that's it. I'm not seeing it on this. It doesn't have... Well, I'm saying that because then it'll start to go everywhere. So, like, if you're hearing it on one place, it will start to get reiterated. Like, now it's hitting Dow Jones Newswire. So you might start to see it start to pop up here. I'm getting a report at 10:25 now. Oh, yeah, right here. This just came out. Yeah, United issues. So this is now, it's starting to hit like the third and fourth wires from here. United Airlines issues nationwide ground stoppage. This is an FAA advisory, says. Yeah, STX was a move from a Goldman conference. We had a lot there. I'm just saying, watch the airlines because UAL's suffering. They're grounding their flights. Maybe somebody else moves, but still not good. And then Old Total earns Microsoft Teams Certified Contact Center Solutions. Jill Biden is experiencing mild COVID symptoms. Will remain in Delaware for a week. Oh, that's the briefing. We'll give you a little bit.
With his physician. There are currently no updates to the White House COVID-19 protocols. We continue to work closely with public health and medical professionals to monitor the virus.
It's about the same.
We're in our strongest position yet to fight COVID-19 and the viruses responsible for majority of fall and winter hospitalizations.
It's 2023.
As we head into the fall,
it's about to be 2024.
We have more tools and systems available today to help communities this fall and winter season, including safe updated vaccines that will be available mid-September, widely available at-home COVID tests, widely available effective treatments, which can reduce the risk of severe illness, hospitalizations, and death. We will be encouraging, as I have said before, Americans to get their updated COVID-19 vaccine in addition to their annual flu shot and also RSV vaccines, as you all know. With that, thank you, Jake, for your patience. Jake is going to talk about the president's travel to India and any other foreign policy questions that you may have. The podium is yours.
Thank you, Karine, and thanks to all of you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And Karine mentioned my patience. I'm going to test your patience for a moment because I'd like to take a few minutes at the top just to set the scene for the president's upcoming trip to Delhi for the G20 and to Vietnam to elevate our partnership with Vietnam. On Thursday, the president will travel to New Delhi, India, to attend the G20 Leaders Summit. On Friday, President Biden will participate in a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Modi of the Republic of India. And on Saturday and Sunday, the president will participate in the official sessions of the G20 Summit. As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times. So as we head into New Delhi, our focus is going to be on delivering for developing countries, making progress on key priorities for the American people, from climate to technology, and showing our commitment to the G20 as a forum that can actually, as I said before, deliver. And thanks to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and India's presidency, we hope we'll be able to do all of those things. We're also looking forward to warmly welcoming the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, the newest permanent member. We believe that the African Union's voice will make the G20 stronger. Let me say a few more words stepping back about what the United States is bringing to the table as we head into this summit. Here at home, President Biden has worked to rebuild the American economy, as you've all heard him say, from the bottom up and the middle out, by making smart investments in the industries of the future while tackling climate change and empowering workers. And we believe that those investments are paying off. We think countries around the world, too, can benefit from a similar type of approach, and that we can help them as well by mobilizing investment to support them in tackling the challenges that they face. And that's one of our main focuses heading into the G20, delivering on an agenda of fundamentally reshaping and scaling up the multilateral development banks, especially the World Bank and the IMF. We know that these institutions are some of the most effective tools that we have for mobilizing transparent, high-quality investment into developing countries. And that's why the United States has championed the major effort that is currently underway to evolve these institutions so that they are up to the challenges of today and tomorrow. Just last month, President Biden asked Congress for additional funds that would have the impact of increasing World Bank financing by more than $25 billion. And we're working to make sure that other partners
Southwest
follow
just put something out
and
saying
at the
they completed
G20,
99%
we've been leading an
of
effort
flights
that we hope will see the G20 endorse this
during
level
Labor
of
Day.
ambition and deliver a broader vision of multilateral development banks that are better, bigger, and more effective. President Biden will also be calling on G20 members as leaders in the global economy to provide meaningful debt relief so that low and middle income countries can regain their footing after years of extreme stress. He'll be clear that the United States expects real progress on ongoing cases by the World Bank and IMF annual meetings in Marrakesh next month, and he will be clear that we need all G20 members to be constructive and at the table with no exceptions. We'll also be making progress on other key priorities, from climate to health to digital technology, including commitments with respect to a more inclusive digital transformation and a responsible path and approach to AI development. In addition, we'll spotlight the progress that we've been making on the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, or what we call PGI.
Hey, God bless you,
We'll have some
Keon.
announcements that we're excited
I just
about.
saw that come through there.
Now, we know that there'll be continued focus on how the G20 deals
love you.
with Russia's illegal and ongoing war in Ukraine.
Daily screaming of
The
Father
reality
Edgar.
is that Russia's illegal war has had devastating social and economic consequences.
It's good. I'm using
and the
this.
poorest
It's still
countries on
kind
the
of like
planet are
vacation
bearing the
day
brunt
until
of
we
that.
flush 100 points.
As he has
We're
done
gonna
before,
see.
President Biden
Otherwise,
will call
I'm
for
laying
a
y'all
just
chill a
and
little
durable
bit.
peace, one founded in respect for international law, principles of the UN Charter, the precepts of territorial integrity and sovereignty, and he will continue to emphasize that the United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes to redeem these principles. Last but not least, and this is important, you'll see that the United States will make it clear that we remain committed to the G20 as a critical forum for all of the major economies of the world to come together for global problem solving.
And you are
At
not
a
shadow
moment
banned.
when the international economy is suffering from historic and overlapping shocks, it's more important than ever that we have a working forum with the world's largest economies to deliver meaningful outcomes. So in a sign of that commitment, the United States is looking forward to hosting the G20 in 2026. Now, turning briefly to Vietnam. On September 10th, the president will travel to Vietnam to meet with the General Secretary
Come on, where's
and
everybody
Vietnam's
at?
top leadership. Building on President Biden's string of diplomatic successes
one
in the
VinFast?
Indo-Pacific just this year,
That's crazy.
this visit is a remarkable step
VinFast
in the
is
strengthening
done,
of
bro.
our diplomatic ties.
The guy
and
said
it reflects
Vietnam
the
and the
leading
chat
role
didn't
that
go
Vietnam
crazy.
will play
That's all
in
I'm
our
telling
growing
you.
network of partnerships in the Indo-Pacific as we look to the future.
Maybe it's the DVR.
For decades, the U.S. and Vietnam have worked to overcome a painful shared legacy of the Vietnam War, working hand in hand to promote reconciliation, with our service members and our veterans lighting the way, work that is dear to the President's heart, particularly in light of his close friendship with Senator John McCain. As we survey common challenges on everything from the South China
like
Sea
Vietnamese
to
food.
critical and emerging technologies,
do.
the United States and Vietnam
There's
will
only
chart
like
out a
one dish
vision
I
for
think I
facing
know,
the
though.
21st century together with an elevated and energized partnership. And finally, Vice President Harris is traveling literally as we speak to Jakarta, Indonesia, to attend the U.S.-ASEAN Summit and the East Asia Summit, and to engage with leaders from across the Indo-Pacific from September 5th to September 7th. Her upcoming visit will be her fourth visit to the Indo-Pacific in 2 years and her third visit to Southeast Asia. Vice President Harris has met with more than 36 presidents and prime ministers from the Indo-Pacific. And throughout her work, she is focused on strengthening alliances and partnerships, driving economic growth in the United States, and upholding international rules and norms. At both summits, the Vice President will underscore the United States' enduring commitment to the Indo-Pacific generally and to ASEAN centrality specifically. And we look forward to having her be able to report back to the President on those trips as the President embarks on his own trip to India and Vietnam. I told you that I was going to test your patience a bit. I think I made good on my promise. So with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Given what we know about how COVID works, I understand the president is negative now, but
First
are you
question,
planning for
COVID.
any contingencies in case he does test positive in the coming days or during the trip? Could he attend any of these meetings virtually? Are you thinking ahead to that?
I'll let Karine speak to COVID planning here at the White House, as it's beyond my ken. But of course, we have long experience now from the early days of the administration.
What are you going to do? The exact same thing?
For situations in which
Got it.
COVID plays a role in summits.
Thank God for the experience.
We've seen
Amen.
various leaders at various times participate virtually in events. But in terms of specific contingency planning here from the White House, Karine can speak to that.
And just one more. On Sunday, the president said he was disappointed that President Xi was not going to be attending the G20, but then he said, I'm going to get to see him. What did he mean by that? Has something been scheduled here?
Nothing's been scheduled, but the president has said before that he's looking forward to picking up the conversation that he had with President Xi in Bali last year, and he fully intends to do that in the months ahead. Yeah.
Jake, thanks so much. Can you, just following up on that point, give us a sense of the timing? Do you think that that conversation might take place in the coming weeks, in the coming months?
I can't give you a sense of timing today.
Okay, and on North Korea, very quickly, there are obviously reports that Kim Jong-un could be poised to visit Russia. This comes as the White House has recently said arms negotiations between North Korea and Russia were, quote, actively advancing. What is the latest assessment of the state of play between those two countries?
Well, actively advancing captures it well. Our current analysis is that
all those
discussions
companies?
between North Korea and Russia with respect to North Korea providing military support to Russia for its war in Ukraine.
I don't like the
those
price.
discussions
I mean,
are
at the right
actively
price,
advancing.
owning those brands won't be
Most
too bad.
recently, we saw the defense minister of Russia,
Especially
Sergei
during
Shoigu,
recession.
make a trip to Pyongyang, in essence, to ask for weapons. And we also have information, as we have indicated publicly, that North Korea's
Team is
leader,
on the
Kim
high.
Jong-un, has
then
some
Unity.
expectation that those
Unity kind of ripping
discussions
into the
will
high
continue as
1.5
we
right
go
now.
forward, including leader-level discussions, perhaps even in-person leader-level discussions. Now, I can't get into all the details of what we know, but at the broad parameters, that is what we are seeing. Ongoing discussions and discussions where we have information that the leadership of North Korea sees this as potentially leading to
I wish we
leader-level
grabbed that
engagement.
before earnings. Unity's
And
still
I would
going,
just
another
add
high.
that we have been
And SPY trying to bounce.
discussing publicly the possibility of North Korea supplying weapons to Russia for quite some time. And the reason why that there is such an intense effort on the part of Moscow to generate this kind of support from North Korea is that we have continued to squeeze Russia's defense industrial base, and they are now going about looking to whatever source they can find for things like artillery ammunition. That's what we see going on now, and we will continue to call it out, and we will continue to call on North Korea to abide by its public commitments not to supply weapons to Russia that will end up killing Ukrainians.
And any indication they're listening to those very public warnings that you've been issuing?
Over time, we have not seen them actively supply large amounts of munitions or other military capacity to Russia for the war in Ukraine. I cannot predict to you what will happen at the end of this. I can only say that the discussions have been
UAL
actively
stopped
advancing,
dying
and
for
the
now.
Russians have imbued them
Bro,
with an increased
Spotify's still
intensity,
going.
as reflected in the fact
All
that their
day
defense
today.
minister, their number one guy in their defense establishment, actually got on a plane and flew to Pyongyang to try to push this forward. Yeah.
Jake, just wanted to talk to you about Q20 for a second, but just to follow up on North Korea, could we get a little bit more analysis of how you think this is benefiting the North Koreans or what they want out of this? Do you think that part of this has to do with them getting less than they want from their traditional patron in Beijing? Do you think that the U.S. has any leverage in terms of what it can do
Even
here in
B&B
terms of
came back
either
up?
providing food aid to the North Koreans or ratcheting up sanctions? Where's the room for movement there?
So I can't speculate on North Korea's motives. What I can say is this. Providing weapons to Russia for use on the battlefield to attack grain silos and the heating infrastructure of major cities as we head into winter, to try to conquer territory that belongs to another sovereign nation, this is not going to reflect well on North Korea, and they will pay a price for this in the international community. We have also imposed sanctions, specific targeted sanctions, to try to disrupt any effort to use North Korea as a conduit or as a source for weapons going to Russia. We did so as recently as mid-August. And we have continued to convey privately as well as publicly to the North Koreans and asked allies and partners to do the same, our view that they should abide by their publicly stated commitments that they're not going to provide these weapons.
Gives off vibes
what has
like
changed in their calculus is not something that I can speak to. That's in the mind of Kim Jong-un, and he obviously will be the ultimate decision maker. But we will continue to look for opportunities to dissuade the North Koreans from taking this step, to get others to do the same, and to report to the world what we are seeing in terms of the actively advancing discussions that are taking place between these two countries.
And then on G20, just cognizant of the fact that the State Department has blistering human rights reports out on both of the countries that Biden is going to, India and Vietnam, including passages about their restrictions on freedom of expression for the media, threats of violence, arrests,
Happy Tuesday,
this
Monday.
sort of thing. Is that something that the U.S. journalists who are traveling with Biden should expect? And are you taking any actions to ensure their safety?
It looks. I like that brand, that name. If that's who they own,
ability of the American
I'll have to look
press
into it more. But
traveling with
obviously, it's
President Biden
still
to be
trading
able
at
to
a
go to
price.
the
But
G20 and cover the
like I said, the right price,
in
those
an
bands
unencumbered way
those
is
brands
something
aren't
that has
bad.
been a serious priority for this White House, for me personally, as recently as just this morning, and we are putting our money where our mouth is in terms of making sure that American press will have all of the access that they need and are entitled to as members of the international press, as members of the White House press. Secondly, President Biden himself has spoken to questions related to democracy and human rights as recently as the state visit earlier this year. The United States, our position on these issues is clear. It is reflected in the statements of our president. It is, of course, reflected in the reports that you're referring to. And when it comes to the trip to Vietnam, we believe that we have a powerful opportunity to advance our partnership in a way that will deliver for the American people and will deliver broader security, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. But we also always raise issues related to freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and other basic human rights that are at the core of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This trip will be no exception to that. Yeah.
What does it say about the state of Russian supply lines that they're asking, of all people, the North Koreans for help? And is North Korea able to provide artillery and the things you were talking about at a volume that could have any kind of meaningful impact on the conflict?
We have asked our intelligence community that second question. It is a good question. Our visibility into both the question of quantity of stocks and then, of course, quality of stocks is somewhat constrained. But it's something that we will continue to look at carefully. I think there is an open question about how much material and what the quality of the material is that could be provided if it were to be provided. And then I think it says a lot that Russia is having to turn to a country like North Korea to seek to bolster its defense capacity in a war that it expected would be over in a week, that in September of 2023, it is going to North Korea to get munitions to try to continue to grind.
I was looking at the launch. It's commercial real estate, though.
On the G20,
great price for now, but
is the president scheduled to meet with Mohammed bin
lots of
Salman
dojo
or Erdogan
battles
or
on the
leaders
way.
that we might be interested in? One piece there.
I don't know who, I laugh because I don't know who fits on the list of who you might be interested in. It's like there are two categories, the ones you're not interested in and the ones you are interested in.
We're interested in all of them. I'm the State Department.
AMD's kind of climbing back up here.
All right. We don't have bilaterals scheduled with either of those two leaders at this time. I'm not going to speak to how the schedule will shape up over the course of the coming days. And as you know, there's a certain dynamic element to this, which is all of these leaders in a very confined space with time on the margins. So some of the bilateral engagements, as you saw last year in Indonesia, will likely be announced at the last minute. And we will do our darndest to make sure that they are done in a way where the U.S. press has the ability to participate in them. Yeah.
Thank you.
They're going to do
the
their
following
darndest.
communique said that most members of the G20 condemned the war in Ukraine. What progress has been made in the last 10 months to get India and China on board with that position?
Well, first of all, India signed on to the statement, most members. It was, as I recall, Russia who was the main objector to the proposition that so many of the other members of the G20 signed on to. I don't expect that Russia is going to flip its position on the Ukraine war this year. So to get absolute consensus on a statement on Ukraine is challenging because you've got Russia seated at the table, albeit not at the leader level because Putin isn't going to be there. But the fact that most members of the G20, as most members of the UN General Assembly, continue to hold the position that Russia's war was illegal, in violation of the UN Charter, and that this war must end on terms consistent with the UN Charter, that is the result of months of hard diplomacy by the United States and our partners, and it continues to reflect where international sentiment is on this issue.
And what assurances has the administration received from Congress that the U.S. will be able to continue funding Ukraine's defenses going forward?
Well, we are working closely with the Congress, as you know, right now on a supplemental funding package that the President has submitted, seeking funding through the end of the year. We've been working with both the Senate and the House. We've had constructive conversations on a bipartisan basis in both chambers. We believe we will be able to secure the necessary funding as we go forward. I'm not going to speak to assurances per se, but the conversations have been constructive, they've been positive, they've been substantive. And we anticipate being able to work our way through to a sound package so that Ukraine can get what it needs. Yeah.
On World Bank reforms, on the one hand, you've talked about it not being about a specific country, that it's not about China. On the other hand, though, you have said that you need an alternative to the, quote, coercive and unsustainable lending through the Belt and Road Initiative. So, I mean, how can it be about China and not be about China at the same time?
Well, we believe that there should be high standard, non-coercive lending options available to low and middle income countries. That's a fact. It's also a fact that World Bank reform is not about China, in no small part because China is a shareholder in the World Bank. So growing the size, relevance, capacity of the World Bank to deliver for low and middle income countries is not against China. It's for the entire international community, all of the shareholders of the World Bank, China being one of them. And we believe that just as the United States would benefit from a more stable, more capable set of low and middle income countries being able to deal with their own problems with help from the World Bank and the IMF, China would benefit from that too.
But there is at least a part of it that is focused on China, on those coercive practices of those reforms.
This is an affirmative agenda. It is an agenda about providing high standards, transparent, sustainable, resilient funding streams to countries that cut through the red tape and give not just the poorest countries in the world, but middle income countries who are dealing with the stresses of climate and COVID and migration and the war in Ukraine access to capital that they can actually take advantage of and put to work. That's not against anybody. That is not a negative agenda. That is an affirmative agenda, positive agenda, and one that's been embraced not just by the United States, not just by our closest allies, but by a very wide range and diverse set of countries. And we believe it will be embraced by the G20 as a whole when we go to New Delhi.
And if I may just finally, you mentioned China being the third largest shareholder. How does it impact
UAL
that Xi
ground
Jinping
stop
won't
canceled?
be at the table?
That's why I put it up
when
earlier.
you're
We were getting
asking
some
for various
headlines. So
reforms?
you're making some
Does it
movement on that.
change the pitch at all, or how does that change with them not being there?
It won't change our pitch. And our pitch has been consistent working into the summit. President Biden will reinforce it. China will have representatives at the table, albeit not represented at the leader level, but the United States is going to put forward the same straightforward, in our view, clear-cut case for why this is so important. And more importantly, we'll also put on the table the fact that we are asking the Congress for financing to be able to make sure that the United States is not just talking the talk, but we're actually walking the walk. Yeah.
NVIDIA CXAI's on the high. Again, chips are kind of moving around. They were just near their highs.
Oil curbs. Can you talk to us about what that means to you geopolitically?
Yeah,
CXAI. Global oil market. We saw crude go above $90 a barrel today. And then separately, does that up the ante for meeting with the Saudis at fora like the G20 where you want to do big things with PMs, as you mentioned?
So on the first question, I'll leave it to others to speak to the specific oil market impacts. I would point out that what was announced today was a continuation of an existing policy, not a new set of cuts, just a continuation of those cuts for 3 months as opposed to for 1 month. So as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing that the president is focused on is just trying to do everything within his toolkit to be able to get lower prices
UAL's
for consumers
bouncing.
at the gas
That
pump in
news
the
is getting
United States.
confirmed.
It's really the price of a
Ground
gallon of gas
stops
for the American
canceled.
consumer, not the
CXAI is just up. Remember, that was like one of those
which
earlier hype AI
what
plays.
Here or there that is going to be his ultimate metric for whether we're succeeding or not. Secondly, as I said before, we don't currently have bilateral meetings scheduled at the G20 to announce with any leaders. I don't think that the announcement today is going to move us one way or another in terms of engaging with leaders at the G20. So, we'll make our decisions on that on the basis of a far broader set of considerations than any one policy.
Does it change the calculation at all, though, for communications in the future with the Saudis? I mean, does it make it more pressing to engage with them on this issue?
We have, obviously, regular engagement with the Saudis at multiple levels, with their energy minister, with their leadership, and that will continue. And we will make sure that they understand where we stand, and we will come to understand where they stand as well. And the thing that we ultimately stand for is a stable, effective supply of energy to the global markets so that we can, in fact, deliver relief to consumers at the pump, and also that we do this in a way that is consistent with the energy transition over time.
China, because my Bloomberg colleagues reported that Huawei has reached a breakthrough with its new smartphone that shows it's using the most advanced chips produced by Chinese chip maker SMIC. I'm wondering how concerned you are about this development, and does it prove that the U.S. export controls are failing or that they're violating those export controls?
I'm going to withhold comment on the particular chip in question until we get more information about.
That's a very good question.
Precisely its character.
So they did this thing over the weekend. They opened up a
Huawei phone. From my
phone,
perspective, though, what it tells us,
the most advanced shit
is that the United States should continue on its course of a small
He's
yard
not commenting
yet.
You might get an update on that.
Restrictions focused narrowly on national security concerns, not on the broader question of commercial decoupling. That is where our emphasis has been. That's where it's going to continue, sort of regardless of the outcome. But in terms of characterizing the chip in question, that's something that we need to gain more information from before we make any definitive comments on it.
Yeah.
Do you see the tension between India and China affecting cooperation, especially with the climate issue in the summit?
DMTK on the low looks like a dead stock. Dermtech.
And second, if you allow
couple of random small caps on the low, but SPY's creeping up. Squares on the high, Palo Alto's on the high. Let's check energy. They come down a little bit.
Call and maybe a serious steps towards normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And will the president meet with the Crown Prince on this summit? Thank you.
I think I've answered your last question. With respect to Secretary Blinken's calls, I wouldn't describe them as run-of-the-mill or routine. He speaks with these leaders occasionally, but not every month. But it also does not portend any imminent breakthrough or action with respect to the question of normalization. It's an important moment for a check-in at a high level, and Secretary Blinken is well poised to do that given his relationships with both men and the central role that he is playing in efforts to explore whether, in fact, a broader normalization is possible. But beyond that, I won't characterize the call. As far as the question of tensions between India and China affecting the summit, really, that's up to China. If China wants to come in and play the role of spoiler, of course, that option is available to them.
Is UAL recovered?
The chair,
yeah.
India.
So this is right when we had the news there. It came back up. This was the stoppage. This was announced the unstop.
G20 will do is encourage them to come in a constructive way.
On restoration's been going all day.
On multilateral development bank reform, on debt relief, on technology.
I think today's just day after holiday. Again, tomorrow ISM will cause the reaction, but also the bonds and currency that unwind. Dollar strong, bond yields back up again. It's not really looking too pretty, but all on the data. We'll talk about it in a little bit. Get your White House break here. It's still very early. It's about to be 11.
How is the U.S.
5 minutes.
analyzing this? The second question is, Russia Defense Minister Shoigu said that the North Korea, Russia maritime joint military exercises
These captions are butchering it.
How are you concerned about this?
We're staying in close consultation with both South Korea and Japan on the question of North Korea's advancing nuclear and missile capabilities. I don't have a specific comment on their most recent characterization. They're prone to making a lot of statements of a lot of different flavors. We're just studying each of their individual tests and making determinations about their capabilities accordingly. And then we're responding to that through increasingly tight and interconnected trilateral cooperation, as most recently evidenced in the President's summit with President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida at Camp David. And then with respect to the comments by Shoigu on the military exercises, as far as I'm concerned, Russia looking to do more military exercises with North Korea, that's their business if they should choose to do so. I think if you look at the broader pattern of activity across the Indo-Pacific.
And
the security
DBGI's
cooperation,
on the high.
the exercises,
Band
the
is
work
running
together
now.
on trying to ensure a secure, open,
Yelp has been on the high ticker a couple times,
What
too.
the United States has done with a broad network of allies and partners, I believe, has enhanced the stability and security of that region. And the year 2023 has been a year of substantial progress in that regard, delivered by President Biden, from our relationship with India to Southeast Asia to Australia to the Pacific Islands, and then, of course, to Korea and Japan. So we're quite hopeful about the progress we have made in enhancing our own deterrent capability, our own security and prosperity, and we'll let other countries and the relationships they're developing speak for themselves. Yeah.
Thanks. Brett McGurk is in Riyadh, and so are Palestinian negotiators. Can you update us at all on Saudi-Israel-U.S. diplomacy talks? And then I have a quick follow-up.
So Brett's trip this time is focused on a set of broader regional issues. One of the main things that has brought him there, along with Barbara Leaf, the Assistant Secretary of State of Near East Affairs, and Tim Lenderking, our Special Envoy for Yemen, is to talk about the war in Yemen. We are entering either our 17th or 18th month of a truce, the longest period of peace in Yemen in years, which has been delivered in part through painstaking U.S. diplomacy. We not only want to keep that going, we want to deepen it and get to a permanent peace in Yemen, and that's one of the main reasons that Brett is there. He'll also be meeting with the Crown Prince of Bahrain in advance of his trip here next week. And then, of course, he will speak to the Palestinians about the whole range of issues relative to the Israeli-Palestinian file. Normalization will be one of the topics on the agenda, but it's not the main thrust of this trip. And like I said before, with respect to the phone call Secretary Blinken made today, we don't expect any imminent announcements of breakthroughs in the period ahead.
Does the administration support Palestinians' public demand, though, that they'll accept nothing less than statehood?
I thought it said
I'm not going to negotiate from the podium on the question of normalization, how the various pieces fit together. Yeah.
Jake, it seems like every administration, when it gets into office, complains about the problems it inherits from the previous administration. But how do you defend this administration's role with issues like Russia, China, North Korea, Iran? It seems like in all of those
honestly,
cases,
I don't know who
our
this
relationship is worse.
I've seen him. I thought it was Jake Tapper, but it's
well,
not Jake Tapper.
First of all, Russia decided
like a
to
CNN
launch a massive land war in Ukraine. The United States has mobilized not just the West, but a coalition of dozens of countries. And more than 140
his name's Jake. I don't know what
have
where
voted
Jake came
for a UN
from.
General Assembly
I've seen him
resolution
before. He speaks nice. He's killing game, honestly.
If you look at the U.S. leadership in that regard, we have stopped Russia from being able to take over a sovereign state. We have ensured that Ukraine will continue as a viable, free, sovereign democracy out into the future. In the support we have given to the brave and courageous Ukrainians out there on the front lines. I think the story of how the U.S. has stood up to Russia and galvanized the world to do so is a significant achievement of President Biden and one that we expect to continue. With respect to China, I'm not sure I'd agree with your characterization of the previous administration.
My
but
mom
I'm not
wants to play
interested in
pickleball.
comparisons. We're taking our own approach
I'll tell you about it
which
after
is
this.
to ensure that we compete intensively to put the United States in the strongest position possible,
us in the strongest place,
while at the same time managing that competition so that it doesn't tip over into conflict. We believe we are managing the competition effectively. And from the question of what we inherited to where we are today,
still holding,
if you look at the U.S.
I mean,
economy,
it's 1 minute,
and you look at
30 seconds
China's
shy
economy,
of the next hour,
if you
2
look
hours
at the
left.
U.S.'s alliances and the strength that we have built up in the Indo-Pacific and beyond, we feel very good about the strategic position of the United States in terms of the unfolding competition. With respect to Iran, I would just point out that under the administration before the previous guy, Iran's nuclear program was in a box. The last guy let it out of the box. We are now trying to manage the results of that decision, and we are doing so while deterring Iran from going for a nuclear weapon. We have thus far been able to do that. It's something we remain vigilant about every day. And finally, with respect to North Korea, the previous administration believed that if it simply engaged in summit-level diplomacy, it could end North Korea's missile and nuclear program.
This looks like
By
extended
the time we
hours
took
on
office, North Korea's missile and nuclear programs had accelerated dramatically. The most important breakthrough we had seen from them, the first test of an intercontinental ballistic missile, that didn't happen on Joe Biden's watch. that happened before he came to office. So we are dealing with the inheritance, not just of the last administration, but multiple administrations on North Korea. And we are doing so in a way where we have drawn more closely together the U.S., Japan, and Korea in a historic summit that has strengthened our capacity to deter and defend the interests of the United States and our allies and partners going forward. So if you look at the overall position of the United States as it relates to those 4 countries, as it relates to our broader alliances and partnerships, and as it relates to the underlying sources of national strength, our manufacturing, our infrastructure, our technology, all of this, we believe we will leave better than we found it by the time President Biden exits this office. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to return to the Ukraine supplemental, and you said that you believe that you'll be able to secure the necessary funding. I was hoping you could talk a little bit about why you believe that and whether it's getting harder to get those supplementals through Congress, and also why the administration doesn't do more to sell the American public on the need for those.
We'll give it like one more question.
On the first question, our view is that the strong bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate has been on evidence, has been on display, not just in the past votes.
That's how you guys fall back in time.
But in the current public statements of critical members of both parties in really important positions in the Senate, as well as key chairs of committees in the House. And so we believe that there is still, while there are some dissonant voices, a strong core on a bipartisan basis of support for ensuring that we continue to provide Ukraine with the support that it needs, because it's fundamentally in America's national interest to do so. And with the question of, quote unquote, selling it, the president has made clear repeatedly since this conflict began what the stakes are for the American people. That letting Russia run roughshod over Ukraine would put Europe at risk, and we know what happens when a marauding, aggressive, hostile power places the continent of Europe at military risk. It comes at much greater cost, not just in American treasure, but in American lives later. And so let's make the investments now to ensure we uphold the fundamental rules of the international order. The president has made that case repeatedly. We believe if you actually look at where public attitudes are, that they have been surprisingly resilient despite the constant assertion that the bottom is going to fall out from underneath them. And similarly, we believe support will hold up in the Congress for us to be able to continue to provide Ukraine with the support that it needs. But we don't take that for granted. That's something we need to go work at every day, consult with members, ensure we're answering their questions, ensure accountability for every dollar that's spent, ensure that our allies and partners are stepping up and doing the burden sharing so that they're carrying their fair share of the load. We're doing all of those things too. And I think in a dynamic discussion with the Congress, we believe that we can secure a good funding package when all is said and done.
You feel like support is still steady rather than eroding in terms of monetary support for Ukraine?
What I will say is we believe that there is still a strong base of bipartisan support in the Congress to pass a material package that Ukraine needs
starting to climb up
to be able
and then
to
crowd,
not
that's
just
another
sustain its gains on the
cybersecurity stock
battlefield,
at the
but
high.
also to ensure that those gains can be consolidated and not rolled back as we go forward.
The NASDAQ is barely hanging on. It's 0.04 now, but broadly speaking, it's because higher interest has not really hit some of these tech names. Again, interest expense, corporate interest expense percentages have not increased. But then again, higher for longer. We'll see if they last for longer.
Maduro has any actual interest in democratic elections?
Look, I'm not going to speak to promises, pledges,
FDIC
hopes for the
marketing,
future.
Signature
the
Bank's
administration's
$33
position has
billion
been clear and
property loan
consistent
portfolio.
for a long time. We're prepared to engage in discussions about specific sanctions relief in return for concrete steps that lead us towards
maybe that's why yields have been going up.
So our measurement is not about promises. It's
check
not
regionals
about
too, though. But
what we may get on the come. It is
those
about
little reds
getting
still turning
clear,
green right below VWAP right now. Regionals are almost down 2% on the day.
I'm not going to characterize any current diplomatic discussions in that regard. Just to state that that is our North Star. We're going to judge by actions, not by words. And that's how we approach our sanctions relief policy, not just with respect to Venezuela, but other countries as well. Yeah.
Just on Haiti quickly, with the General Assembly coming up at the UN, what kind of priority of it is it, pardon me, for the administration to pass a resolution through the Security Council that would operationalize
a multilateral force in Haiti, and what kind of force do you want to see? Do you want it to have the ability to actually go out front into the streets in Haiti and actually secure, key ports and bridges and so forth?
What we're looking to do is to support a multinational force that is fundamentally a policing support mission, not a military mission, and one that is in support of the Haitian National Police, not taking over the sovereign policing capacities from the Haitian National Police. In terms of the precise operational elements of that, how they will operate physically in Port-au-Prince and other parts of Haiti, I'm going to defer that question because the experts are engaging to work out what an operational plan would look like. In terms of New York, it is certainly our priority to get the necessary backing that we feel we need to build for a multinational force and to get the resources necessary. And we've said that we're willing to put forward a substantial investment to do that, and we're asking other countries to do the same. Last question.
Last question.
Given that you said bolstering the World Bank is not about countering China, in this country, credit card delinquencies have spiked, mortgage rates are through the roof, inflation remains a problem. Meanwhile, the federal deficit this year has almost tripled, and the president wants to increase funding to foreign nations through the World Bank. How is that fair to citizen in, say, Scranton?
Look, I think citizens in Scranton recognize that problems that happen overseas don't stay overseas. They come here too, at great cost to working people. COVID came here from overseas. When there's massive debt or instability or conflict elsewhere, it has a drag on the global economy, and America is part of the global economy. So our perspective is that for a modest investment from the point of view of the overall size of the U.S. budget to put into ensuring greater stability, greater prosperity, greater capacity in the rest of the world, that is going to end up reducing the costs and burdens on working people in Scranton or Minneapolis or any of your all's hometowns. And frankly, that's not some novel idea. That has been a bipartisan commitment of the United States for decades. And even the last administration, the biggest skeptic of all of this, made investments in foreign aid because those investments are in the naked self-interest of the United States as well as being the right thing to do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jake.
Thank you, Jake. What's Jake's name?
Thank you, Jake.
What's his full name?
I just have two things,
Okay.
and then we have a few minutes to take a couple more.
Okay, you
questions.
guys want Corinne? I can wrap it up here.
Don't see her in here.
I'll listen.
It's
I'll give
Ryan's
Corinne
birthday.
one,
I
and
thought
for
she
the
was going to be
sake
here.
of
She's not here.
giving
Happy
Corinne a
21st
question or
birthday, April. And then the second thing is I want to say congratulations here to Kristen
Jake
Welker
Sullivan.
on her last day.
There
We
it
were
is.
talking earlier, and you
Sully.
said you have covered the White House for about a decade.
Wow.
Which makes you, 30 years old? 30. That's great. So, in all seriousness, we will miss you. And
Google's popping here.
We are incredibly.
Oh shit! I
thrilled
forgot
and
we're still in the
excited
meta.
for your new
Yo,
adventure
Google's
in
kind
a-
of
in
popping
a,
big at the
in
highs.
a different Washington institution, if you will. And so we will be watching. Please keep in touch, and of course, book our people, as you know. But seriously, in all seriousness, this is just for me personally.
Google's still
it
running
is,
here.
it
Check
is,
news.
It's been a joy working with you,
Hey, Sue says
and I
he
am
sees
so
nothing
thrilled
there.
to have you.
I mean,
see
we've seen
you,
a lot of these
in
random
this new
moves so far
world,
today.
In this new role that is going to, I think, little girls and boys are going to watch you and hopefully be inspired.
I see them
by everything that
mention
you do every
that
Sunday.
Google may have
So,
a
as they
shorts
have
problem
been
on
this past
YouTube.
10 years. So
I
thank
see
you.
something about charter in their mention.
Cover this administration, the White House for the past decade. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And thank you to all of my incredible colleagues.
All right, Kristen, go forward.
They're saying the
okay.
Disney Plus thing could benefit them, but I don't think that's it.
Oh my gosh. Jane, happy birthday. Oh, all right, Mr. Shear. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.
You guys hear that?
Yeah, I know April needs English.
Not to talk about news, everybody, but
it is news.
Okay,
It's
the
party over there.
COVID protocols for the president. Is he going to test every day before he gets on the plane? Does he have to mask when he's in India? I think there are not.
Some CI.
I think the protocols for the G20 are that they're really on.
Moving
so I wonder
a little bit.
Sort of what's going to
Watch
happen.
Broadcom too, considering their earnings. We were talking about
so
that.
what I can tell you is that the president certainly is going to test on a regular cadence determined by his physician. Of course, all travelers, including the president, will test before traveling to India. So that is certainly something that the president will do.
I bought Bill on the small account. Yeah,
as I
any
mentioned,
available cash I put into Bill.
The CDC is following CDC guidlines. The CDC does not recommend
and then SPY's still kind of working its way down. We're near the 4,400.
We're going to follow
4,500,
the CDC guidelines. They recommend a combination of things, as I mentioned at the top, which is masking, testing, and monitoring for symptoms. He has no symptoms. So we're going to continue to follow those guidelines. He's going to have those close consultation with his physician, and that's all I can share at this time.
Can you be more specific on what a regular cadence?
111 on
regular cadence is up to really in consultation with his physician. I can tell you right now, as I said, all travelers are certainly going to test right before they head out to India, and that's including the president. So that is something that's happening in we're leaving on Thursday. So there you go.
Just a couple more logistical COVID questions. Are these PCR tests that the president's getting?
That is something that the physician decides on. I just don't have that information.
And just reiterate again to us, what is the current COVID protocol for anyone meeting with the president? Senior staff, those who meet with him every day, brief him. Are you all still tested?
So anytime we're around any of the principals, we do test. That has been the way we have moved forward for the past almost 2 years here. So that has not changed. No White House protocol is going to be changing, as I said at the top. But when we do have close engagement with the president, his senior staff, and as you all know, or anyone, we do test.
And just a broader COVID question. We recently did an interview with Dr. Deborah Birx, and she said that American leaders are living in a fantasy world amid this latest COVID surge. She said that next month's vaccine booster is coming way too late. What's your response to that assessment, which she shares with some other experts as well? I mean, are you confident that you are as prepared as you can be and that this booster is going to work?
Well, look, we know that we have made historic progress in this nation in this ability to manage COVID, right? In a way that's no longer
AMD's still
meaningful
going.
and disruptive.
And
INTA.
INTA.
Right? And that is because of the work that this president has done, of the work that this administration
good for them. I think like
has
112,
done. And we actually believe we are in a better place than we have ever been to deal with COVID. And that's because we have tools in our tool belt, right? We have we're going to have those mid-September vaccines, which is going to be incredibly important. We have these home at-home tests, which is absolutely important. We have these treatments that we know are effective, so that we can reduce severe illness, we can reduce hospitalization, and we can reduce death. So look, we listen to the experts, the scientists. That's what we do here, and we're going to be continuously working with them, certainly in coordination. CDC and FDA announced these midterm. Why I keep saying that? These mid-September, yowzer! These mid-September. It passed. It passed. So I'm safe. Anyway, so these mid-September vaccines, which are going to be incredibly, we believe, important. If it's also done, let's not forget, the flu vaccine and also the RSV vaccine. All of those things are important, and this is something that the president had made sure that that is available. We feel, again, we are in a very good position to deal with COVID-19 in the fall, and we're going to continue to listen to the experts as we move forward.
And just one more. Jake noted, obviously you have some experience on attending summits virtually if need be, but when you look ahead to what the next week looks like and could look like, are you actually thinking logistically through this? Should the president, were he to test positive,
I'm just not going to get ahead of that. What I can say right now is that we do not have any changes to any updates or changes to his travel. The president tested negative yesterday. He tested negative this morning, and he has no symptoms. He's feeling good. You're all going to see him in about an hour and see for yourselves. Of course, he's going to be very cautious.
Come on, stay away 17, 6, 4, 5 feet from me right now.
CDC guidelines.
That's fine. You'll wake it up. You'll walk it off in the morning.
That's how
it's
we're
fine.
going to move forward.
You got to get booster on booster on booster. I told you that already. Come on.
Just repeat what my colleague Jake said.
Oh, wow. Boeing Aviation Aviation
how to
Group
move forward in
finalized
these
order
situations.
for
But again,
13
we
737
feel,
MAX jets.
We don't have any updates
That's coming out now.
in any
Yeah.
schedule.
I'll see you in
and
a
the
little. Give me
president's
1
feeling
hour.
fine,
I'll
and we're gonna move forward.
beyond right there.
On COVID, just to follow on that,
Good.
is there the president did have a bit of a cough yesterday during
No,
his
I'm
speech.
fine.
I was wondering if he had
Fine.
any other symptoms or if there's any concern.
It's fine.
about
Only
that.
symptom I have is your bullshit.
no
It's giving me
symptoms
giving me a
that I can-
sneeze.
that's related-
It's giving me
that would be
allergies. All this
related to,
bullshit from the media
to this-
makes me
this
makes me
kind of
sneeze a
conversation
lot.
we're having.
That's the only
You mentioned the
symptom I
mid-September
have.
vaccines, and I'm just wondering because there is this.
Sorry, come on,
spike
stupid
of-
question.
Of kind
You
of
ready for this
incidents that are
shit? About
happening.
to,
Is there
I'm
any
going to dominate
concern that
20,
that is
25,
coming just a little
24
bit too late
in the
terms
year
of
for the election. That's how I'm in
immunization
the
that
game.
population now?
No, totally understand the question.
Yeah,
That
look at
is,
square. Boom.
The
Block.
experts feel that
Can't block me, I'll block you.
Listen to the
Boom.
experts, CDC, FDA. They got to go through their process in getting these vaccines done and ready to go. That's going to be mid-September. We're September? I don't know, 5th. What is it? Right. So we're not far from that, from mid-September. And we're going to do our job as we do every time when it comes to new vaccine or any of the tools that are out there. We're going to make sure that we encourage Americans to get those vaccines. We know that these vaccines work, right? We know when people stay up to date with their vaccine, that works. And so that's where I'll certainly leave that. But look, we have seen. We've experienced increases in COVID-19 during the
Pfizer
last
don't
3
like
summers,
this.
so it's not surprising
Dollar
that
General
we're
dying
seeing
too.
an uptick in this long period, right? It's been a long period of declining rates. So this is not surprising. But again, we're going to make sure that when these mid-September
Wendy's?
vaccines are available,
Y'all
that
got
we're
Wendy's
certainly gonna
vaccines?
let folks know and give them the
Oh, that's a
information that they
game
need.
changer. They
And
got a
also remind
Baconator,
them to take your
mRNA,
flu
dog.
vaccine
Hold
and
up.
also RSV shots. All three are going to be key and critical.
Y'all
as we
heard that?
get
I
into
said,
the
wait a
beginning
minute.
of the fall. Go ahead, Joey.
That's a game. I didn't hear about that.
Positive for COVID in the coming days. We can assume he's not going to travel to India.
I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals. I'm really not. There's no updates to his schedule. That's where we are right now. He tested
AMD's still
negative
ripping
last night. He
fastly.
tested
There's meta
negative
now.
today.
Spies, this
That's
might
what
be the
matters. He's
VWAP
not
push,
having any
but
symptoms.
all day
Just not
bonds
gonna
have
get
not
into
played along. I mean, NASDAQ has held up.
Just a quick follow, and then I'm going to do
I
the
thought I was
shopping
going to end
segment.
this already,
So
but they
when
keep throwing
should
in
we
multiple
expect
questions.
The next
Yeah,
test
Googly
update from
Woogly's
you?
insane,
Because
and
CDC
Tesla
saying
now.
Not every day,
Back
but
with
he's
the
doing it based
Fitbits
on
all day
doctor's
today. That is,
recommendations.
it's
Would
it's
you
just
get
under
tested tomorrow
10,000
and then
or
again on Thursday
1,090
before
highs
you-
of the day.
Look, this is
Plants are
something,
moving now too.
this regular cadence is going to be up to his physician, a close consultation with his physician. As I just mentioned, all travelers, including the president, is going to get tested before we go to India. We leave for India on Thursday. Today is Tuesday. I don't have anything else further to share. We just shared with you that he tested clearly last night, and today. That is up to the physician. We are going to continue to follow as well as the president CDC guidance.
On the UAW possible strike, the president said yesterday when he was asked if he was worried about it, he said, no,
is
I'm
Intel
not worried
climbing
about a
too?
strike until it happens.
Spy went
I
above
don't think
VWAP
it's
there,
going to
first
happen."
time in like an
The head
hour.
of the UAW
Hour and
said
like
that
10,
he
15
must
minutes.
know something we don't know. Why is the president confident a strike will not happen?
I mean, as you know, Karen, as someone who's followed this president very closely for some time now, he's optimistic. He is an optimistic person, and he's going to continue to remain optimistic as these negotiations continue, and that it will result in a
Walgreens
win-win.
has an eight-
Remember,
everything
this is
has
a
an
president
8%
that
dividend
believes
yield.
in collective bargaining. He believes
Don't
on both sides
honestly, in a
coming to the
weird way,
table,
don't fall for it.
And that
Because
with,
MO has
you know,
an
with the
8%
UAW
dividend. We'll
being
talk
at
about
the
it
heart of
after when
an electric vehicle
KJP
future made in America with good
is off
paying
the
union
stage.
jobs. We
Still
believe
only
this is a
11-19.
win-win, right? We believe this is incredibly important, and so we believe as well auto workers should get the wages and benefits they deserve. This is a president that has been very consistent and has been has said that over the last 2 years. So he's optimistic that both sides are going to come to the table and come to an agreement, as we've seen with other situations where there was collective bargaining, where both sides came in good faith and resulted in a good outcome. And so he's going to remain optimistic. He believes again in collective bargaining, and that's what we hope to see, that both sides continue to have that conversation.
Updated on the latest on the negotiations.
So as I mentioned, I think I mentioned this, and you all know this, I think you've reported on this, Gene Sperling has played the lead on having those discussions, as well as Julie Su. So we've been having conversations, and so he's updated by Julie Su, and also White House senior staffers here, including Gene, and so that's how he's staying up to date. force. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
One
more
quick one
Diesel
on
and Tesla.
COVID. When the boosters are available, can we expect that the president?
Even Intel's still up there, but now AMD's outperforming. AMD was down while
So
Intel
I
was
can't
up.
speak to a schedule,
So
but yes, we can
AMD's
expect
moved top to
that,
bottom like
both of
3-4%
them will
almost.
get their updated vaccines, like all Americans who are eligible should do so.
And then on the potential government shutdown, I understand that.
Oh, yeah,
the
nobody
action
talk about that
is largely
shit.
over right now, but how does the president see his
Government
role
shutdown's in like 2
terms
weeks,
of
now that I
government
think about
shutdown
it.
at this point?
Or 3
So look,
weeks. Only,
and I've
hold
said
up.
this over and over again, and I'll continue to say this.
Okay.
There's no reason. There's
Okay.
no reason for Congress to shut down the government. Absolutely none.
Okay.
They should keep their word, and they
Okay.
should do their job, which is keeping the government open. And we have to. It is critical. It is important. We just heard from the National Security Advisor, right? It is important to fund these incredibly vital programs that American people need, and also our troops
Then you're right
need,
above
and
VWAP
emergency
though,
needs,
with that little those little
that
pops.
we
I mean, if
have.
that fails
And
real
so
quick,
there
womp
should
womp womp. No real
not
movement in the
be
bond,
a
just the
reason
bomb
to
bounce
shut
off the
down
bottom.
government. We
Nazi's
believe
still
Congress
up.
should do their job.
Spy
It is
Dow's
their
still
job.
down,
It
and
is their
Russell's
job to get
still
this
a
done.
massacre.
Conversations about this in recent days. Can we expect him to? Will you read some of those out if he does?
So I can't speak to any conversations that he's had. You know, many of these conversations that the president has, we try to keep them private. I can say, and you've heard from Jake. He said that there's been extensive conversation on the supplemental, specifically to Ukraine, on both the House and the Senate side, and how we truly want to see this continue to be a bipartisan effort moving forward. And just more broadly, as you're asking me about the
Sound
the
U.S.
budget,
patent?
you've heard me say that OMB Director Shalonda Young has been very
kinda
much
moving.
involved
What's the
in
patent
this
for?
conversation. Our Legislative Affairs Office has been very much engaged in those conversations, and that's going to
They had a
and that's
$5
certainly
price
going to
target
continue, because it
earlier
is
in the
crucial
day.
and it is important that we continue to fund these vital programs.
Very quickly, finally, Kareem, there's been public reporting that he would support a short-term CR, but is that in fact the case, that he would sign a short-term CR if that came?
So look, we believe that it is going to be up to them, right, up to Congress, what they decide to do. So I'll certainly defer to them. But look, again, government should not be shut down. It should be funded. These vital,
I
critical
forgot the
programs
shutdown is
that
in
American
like 3
people
weeks.
need.
Maybe
I'm
that's
not
why the
going
bonds
to,
are tweaking out, but it shouldn't as
look,
last. They still
I'll
have
say
a lot
this.
more
It's
money
clear
than
because
last
the
time, so there's
fiscal
no real issue.
year is coming to an end, that Congress will need to pass a short-term continuing resolution to keep the government running. That is clear. That is where we are right now. And I think I've said this before, OMB has provided technical assistance. I talked about this last week, to ensure there are no disruptions to impact programs the American people rely on. As far as how long this should go, or I would have to refer to Congress on that specific thing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Karine. President Biden is the oldest president in U.S.
knew he
history.
waited.
Why does White House staff treat him like a baby?
No one treats the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, like a baby.
So there's this book that
What a
says
question.
when
That's
staff
a
walked
ridiculous
back
claim.
what sounded like a call for regime change in Russia, the president, quote, rather than owning his failure, he fumed to friends about how he was treated like a toddler. Was John Kennedy ever babied like that?
So look, I'll say this. There's going to be always a range of books that are about every administration, as you know, that's going to have a variety of claims. That is not unusual. That happens all the time. And we're not going to litigate those here. That's something that we're not going to speak to. There is one thing that I do want to, because I think I was asked this question last week by one of your colleagues about this particular excerpt that they were referring to. And so I'll say this, we did see the excerpt, the context of the excerpt, and it seemed to be making the opposite overall point about how the value of his experience and wisdom resulted in rallying the free world against authoritarianism, which is important. We have seen this. You all have seen this. And passage of the most historic agenda in recent history, in his handling of foreign policy, like rallying the world around Ukraine, as you just heard from our national security advisor, who laid out in really good questions that your colleagues asked about how the president is moving forward, about Ukraine, about kind of leading into these conversations that he's going to be having at the G20.
Why do you think it is that in a Wall Street Journal poll, 2/3 of Democrats think President Biden is too old to run again?
Look, here's what I know. Here's what I can speak to. I can speak to that a president who has wisdom. I can speak to a president who has experience. I can speak to a president who has done has taken historic action and has
She's talking
delivered
about
in
Obama
historic
right
pieces
now,
of legislation.
not Biden.
And that's important. When
She's like, I'm
the
talking
last
about a
guy who was
president
in this
who has
in
done
the
a
Oval
lot,
Office
and-
talked about infrastructure
What's his name? Say his
week, it was a
name.
joke. And
Say
the
his name
president
then.
passed a pretty
Put that
important piece of
sentence with his
legislation
name.
in a bipartisan way because of his wisdom, because of his experience. And now we have infrastructure decade. And it doesn't stop there. It starts last week. We talked about how the president beat Big Pharma, something that elected officials and politicians have been trying to do for 33 years, and he's been able to do that. And we introduced the first tranche, the first 10 drugs that
Sound is
Medicare can
popping
now
again. There was that
negotiate
patent
on,
news,
right? And
is
it's
that
going
Albertsons
to
going
save
up, and then
money
Mu,
for our
and then
seniors, for
Zscaler,
Americans across the country.
all at the high.
The
Spy
gentleman that
still above
introduced the
VWAP.
president,
Zscaler, a
Stephen,
little
who's 71
poppier.
years old, paying $16,000 a month. $16,000 a month just to stay alive because he had cancer and diabetes, and he cannot retire because he has to pay $16,000 a month. And because of the work that this president has done, he doesn't have to do that anymore. And I'll say one last thing. I know you have a follow-up, probably about 5 more, but let me just say this one last thing, is that the interesting thing about this is that the president has done these historic pieces of legislation, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, whether it's the American Rescue Plan, whether it's CHIPS and Science
I won't give her
Act,
credit. We moved
whether it's
on
the
from
Inflation
asking if the
Reduction Act.
president
There
was
are
a
some
baby
Republicans
to another
right,
topic
in the
quite
House, in the
seamlessly.
Senate, that did not vote for any of these legislations that I just laid out,
I'll take.
who
Before
go back
you
to
know
their
it.
state,
I
go
still
back
am
to their
thinking about it, but
district,
she
and
moved
take
on.
credit for something that
moved
the
on.
president did.
I'll
So
give you
this
credit.
is not
Yeah, the
unusual.
baby thing
They
got
did
me,
this
but
in
she's moved
2019.
on.
They did this in 2020, and they did this in 2022, and the president continues to prevail.
Okay, just one more. The president
Sure.
said over the long weekend that he hasn't had the occasion to go to East Palestine. I just haven't been able to break. The derailment was on February 3rd. President Biden has not had a break since February 3rd.
The president will go to East Palestine. He promised that he would, and he will. You saw him.
So he was not on a
That's
break
crazy.
when he was in
That's in
Lake Tahoe.
February. Sorry.
I will say this again. The president is going to go to East Palestine, as he has said that he is committed to do. You saw him just this Saturday visit
I feel though,
a
there's some.
rural
I haven't
area,
even returned phone calls
right,
in
that
6
was
months sometimes.
devastated. Some parts were devastated
I
by
get it, Biden.
Hurricane Idalia, and
I
he
ain't
was
even
there
running the
with the
country
First
like that.
Lady. They were able to hear directly from the
Yeah, it's
American
still Peter.
people, and he was able to talk about what is it that they need. What else do they need from the federal government? So the president is going to go to East Palestine. I don't have a time or date to announce at this time, but he will go.
Thanks, Rita. Given recent events, is there any plans to alter the vice president's schedule and pivot her since she's...
I'm sorry, we're ending it there. Nothing is topping does he act like a baby. Man. So you guys, how do you feel? How do you feel on this Tuesday, Monday? You got to hear some Jake Sullivan, then some Corinne. You got to hear a little bit, Don't forget what they said, man. Don't forget what they said, man. They just said, get this. Everyone's talking about getting sick too. It's been a crazy weekend. You got a lot, man. You gotta get your boosters. So it's been wild so far. You still feeling political? Can I do it to you guys? I have one thing. I mean, like the video. It's not tinfoil. I'm just asking you to like the video because I love you, and I want you a part of of today. Weight Watchers going up. Hey yo, Ozempic. They put the O in Ozempic. Not really, but Weight Watchers popping up here right now. Yeah. Weight Watchers. I see price target earlier, but remember, we were just talking today how they're linked to the Ozempic stuff. I saw them at like $4 though when we had that news. That's why I refused to play it at $9. They're still up a lot on the year. It's hitting voice scanners. Well, they're up 1.1. It's running off the high ticker. I don't know. Check anything else, NVS or anything else related to Ozempic or diabetes. But are you guys ready? I'm meant to drop did you like the video? I'm just asking. I don't want you to miss this. I'm just making sure you tap in and that you're here. But honestly, if you're political, you're going to hate what I'm about to say. Honestly, it's like people are going to hate what I'm about to say. I'm sorry. Okay? I love you though. It's not personal. This is strictly based off of ability of sports. So, are you sure? I don't know if you're ready, but I apologize now in advance. But I'm apologizing for you not understanding that it's not that serious. But I saw a video the other day, and it was the first thing I agreed with in a very long time. A very, very long time. And it was a video of Donald Trump hitting a golf ball. And Donald Trump was hitting a golf ball across a lake. It was like a straight shot drive. And as he was hitting this golf ball, there's like people behind Donald Trump telling him that you can't even go to jail. They were like, he's telling like, you can't do that in jail. Like straight smack talking him while he's doing. But then I was like, man, that is very, very impressive for like a 78-year-old. And honest, that's what. And then the video was like talking like there was another. I saw a bunch of like follow-ups, and people were saying the same thing, like just at a straight ESPN level, bro. It's just like that's it. It's too it's too much now. Where I'm like, man, that's I don't know. Is that video new or old? If it's old, it doesn't hold the same weight. But if that was like new and they're like talking, I was like, man, that is just impressive for like an 80-year-old too. You know, that's it. After what I've seen from 80-year-olds in the 2020 to 2024 season, I've downgraded 80-year-olds all across the board. You know what I'm saying? From like Pelosi all the way down to McConnell, even Biden. It's just 80-year-olds have not performed this season. This last 4-year season has been tough. So that was good to see one of them drive a golf ball while getting shit talked. I was impressed. That was the first thing out of this whole like political thing where I was like, you know, that's a sign to me. That was very nice. I was like, all right. I was impressed by that. So Trump, you get a A+ for that. That's the first thing I've seen in a while. I was like, damn. Biden ain't doing that shit, man. We'll keep it simple. Yeah. Again, they were talking shit to him. They were saying that while he was swinging. That's why I was like, but man, I don't know, man. I want to see like we literally need like part of the election is like we need them to do like some sort like kind of like Mario Party. Like if the candidates did a bunch of mini games and like we just got to see, you know, because I'd feel more comfortable. Like I'm saying, like who knows? Like what if Biden like pulls out a Rubik's cube and like solves it? Like you think Trump gonna figure out a Rubik's cube? Nah, yeah, it's too different. Why do you even need to do that? To screw that. He's gonna try to go bankrupt on one side. It don't add up, man. But I'm just saying in general, like little mini games would be very helpful to see our candidate, like Mario Party. Yeah. Mario Party for political parties. I think it worked out well. But yeah, I rest my case. Thank you for accepting my opinion. Again, maybe we'll incorporate this into the debate on Friday. Who knows? It's kind of sad when your options are Trump and Biden. I mean, you know, the reality, and honestly, I would love to use my non-mainstream platform to highlight it. The reality is there are other candidates besides Trump and Biden, but just how things play out, how people get publicity, how a lot of it's driven by advertising and popularity. Once again, I mean, it's like you're not really like you're not hearing or seeing it. And then again, how it is in terms of like parties and getting them up there. So, I mean, I encourage you to look. There's going to be a lot. You're going to get a lot of people in the next couple of years or the next year. You know, it's going to be a very interesting end of 23, start of 24. But, you know, there's more candidates out there. Like, you just got to look. And, I mean, even the couple of Democratic ones, too. So that's on you to look into them. But then again, I mean, it's hard for the media in the world to shake the Donald Trump Biden, you know, just it's like a weird version of Rocky. Yeah, come on, I can't fuck him up. Come on, I'm telling you, I'm gonna knock him out. Let me run up the stairs. I run back down. I don't even need cardio. Yeah, you're gonna need a cardio and a lawyer. I'll put you in jail after I whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't get away from that script, bro. We love it. It's too much, too many clicks. It's too good. They both they got their thing, you know. So, but there is other candidates. DBGI. That thing I think was at like $7 or something earlier. $10? I don't know. Digital brands. Would you rather be getting The Rock versus Kanye? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think like in a weird way, like we don't like line people up for president in the same unless we're like already in politics. But it's a little like I don't know. I don't think so. We're not like, yeah, man, he could act like let him do there. That's it. Like that's the weird part. Most people are just career politicians. But I don't know. You guys don't like The Rock now. I think where The Rock got caught up in too much conspiracy with Hawaii. Yeah. I think that, I don't know. So I'm just like, I don't know, man. The Rock. That's why, yeah. I still like his movies, though. And then bonds might hit another low. SPY still above VWAP. Microsoft pinned. I had Novartis up. Weight Watchers were still moving. What was the other one? AMD. I hit a high. That was nice. Intelia is still doing good. BNB still 143. Yay, 2024. I don't know. I feel like we haven't, dude. Kanye, like, y'all don't. I think that's kind of weird. I'm just, where the fuck did Kanye go? Kanye literally just pissed everybody off to the point of like he's already like pissed everybody off. You know what I'm saying? And then he like piss everybody off, does all that stuff, and then just that's it. I ain't seen him. And then he just disappeared. He just fell back. Mm-hmm. I tell people he did that to get rid of all the contracts he had with huge companies. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it cost him a lot, but I think Adidas is still, like, they're still selling the shit under his name. I think they still even have the right to a degree. And then what time is it? Oh, 11:30. Hour and a half left in the day. It's not that bad at all. I mean, the NASDAQ has been up now maybe half of the day. And then Dow was the leader, that flipped, but it's only 1/3%. The real thing is the Russell small caps. But I think what happened today, it's actually very interesting. This is where the next couple of days, honestly, even till like September 16th, it might be a little weird because if you don't notice what happened today, the Russell's down almost 2% and NASDAQ's up. Everything else moved under a quarter. But why this happened, because think about all the announcements you had today. You had Airbnb added to the S&P 500. You had companies dropped. You had companies added to the small cap 600, 500, the Russell. You had all of these different additions, and that's why the actual action doesn't occur until like September 16th. So today, when there's news that you're getting removed, there's a big reaction on a lot of these small caps that got clapped, and then there's a positive reaction, but it's outweighing some of the ones that got removed. And on the year, like we talked about earlier, small caps have actually underperformed the S&P by like a big margin. S&P's up like 17%, and the small caps are up like 4% or something like that. So yeah, there you go. So, but other than that's a big feature of today. I think very, very important. Big expiration. Isn't that the witching? So maybe that's when you're going to get the rebalance too there. Or again, the actual changes. So like S&P doesn't physically, literally add Airbnb into there till it like happens. The ZT, I rolled over at 101.222. I went negative on it today. So I was positive on it like $2,000, and then it flipped. So now I'm down 300. So, but 101-222. Airbnb replaced, I think some bank, and then I'm forgetting the other one. Nothing a quick Google search couldn't yield. They're joining Blackstone. And Airbnb join. Who do they remove? Newell. And then there's one more. So, but Blackstone replaced somebody else. City? I mean, the banks are just like the bonds, or just like real estate and REITs too. They have risk. They have a good value, but at the same time, it's like there's a lot of headwinds. If bond rates stay high, if yields go even higher, who knows what happens. But like commercial real estate, banking, lending, I mean, they're all going to have to pay pretty much. It's the bond ETF to invest in if you think rates will drop in March, when then everyone will move their money into bonds. 2-year and the 30-year. So the 2 years a lot higher, so you would get a lot more immediate response. And then the 30-year has just more leverage. You get a lot more bang for your buck, as Hugh would tell you. But 2-year and 30-year, great place to be at. Even the 10-year as well. I like the 10-year. I think you couldn't go wrong there. But the 30-year moves crazy. That's if you want gigantic swings. The 10-year moves a lot more stable than the 30-year. The 30-year is kind of like no man's land, low key. Lincoln National and Newell have been removed. Yeah, it's like one bank and then Newell. Are they materials? Are they food? I think materials. And then they added Blackstone, which is kind of weird considering I feel like Blackstone hasn't been smooth sailing with all their real estate stuff. But even then, with the bond plays, we'll see. And somebody brought it up here earlier today, just like, again, the yen. You just even asked now. Yeah, the yen, the yuan, all of them are just crazy right now. So, I mean, it looks like something's about to happen. My plan was YCL in 6 days. I'm going to keep holding those. That's it. I think at this point, I mean, I was off by a month, but it cost a decent amount as it's fell through. I think the yen has already dropped like 6%, but I do plan on rolling over and buy. I might even start to double up or triple up, but I want to see as it reacts to 150. I mean, it's either we get a move on the yen like bonds by the end of the year or not. But the one thing about the yen, why I'm confident with that, is that no matter what, if that play is just if anything hits the fan, more or less, I'm using that play, or it's either a specific policy in Japan or whatever happens with bonds. I just think it has a lot of opportunities to. It's Frankenstein, so I do believe in the former safe haven. So I'm waiting on that one, but I'm getting crushed on it for now. But I'm planning to make the other. I remember I did the first YCL average down after almost a year. Then I grabbed the future. Then I'm down on that. Then I'm still waiting. I think the future expires in like 3 more weeks. And then we go from there. The index is not responding. I think it's something weird with the bonds, and it's day after holiday. Because at the same time, this last couple days here of bonds, I mean, we unwound the reason why we went up. So just keep in mind, this little bounce here, a big part of this was rates calming down and people not, freaking out about a hawkish Powell or anything of that nature. But and then everything that happened in August. But at the same time now, 2 days, you've unwound all of it. So you might start to get that pressure again. And then not to mention, we have one big set of data now after the holiday. And then after that, it goes crazy from there. Then it's CPI and then Powell. You have to roll it. You have to close the play out for the loss and then buy it back up and then reopen for the next time. You got a dope Jackson Hole shirt? Really? Does it say Jackson Hole? I'm telling you, I thought that one. Mosby told me that my shirt was a Jackson Hole shirt, but it wasn't. But I really thought it was because it had a mountain on it. I got kind of excited. Oh, shit, bro. That goes hard, bro. What the hell? You got like the vintage. You got the vintage fade on it too, bro. This actually looks hard. And you got the gummy bears. Happy birthday, baby. And you got some gummy bear, bro. That one goes hard. That's a solid ass shirt, bro. That's a solid ass shirt. I could get behind that. Tell whoever gave you that. Thank you. Tell them it's a good gift. Even Chad says thank you. That's how good of a gift it was. You've never seen it before? The lady found it? Who found it? Was it not a birthday gift? That's it? You just found this in your house? It's crazy. The spirit of Jackson Hole arrives after Jackson Hole. No, it was a gift. Oh, okay. Oh, the lady, like, I don't know. If you said old lady, I would understand it. Like, if you were in, like, a biker gang. But, like, the lady, okay, I get it. I think. And then you were like, until the lady found it. Now I'm like, what? The first lady, the cleaning lady, who found it? Jackson Hole, INTA. There was a lot of biotech plays today. Whoa. Oh, no, never mind. 30 cents. I thought it was up $3. It's like, hold on. Net. JD came up. JD was down. Net's kind of popping here. I feel like once every hour we get a burst of things that was already up just starts popping. The SPX levels, yeah. You got a lot for now. I mean, it's 4,500 flat, then 4,493, then back down to 4,482, then 4,475. And then that whole fiasco last week on the upside, it's 45.13, 45.16, which was Friday's close. Then maybe like a baby level at 45.32, and then 45.41. That's on the upside. And then it goes to 4,600. I think if you break 45.40, it just starts moving up like 20 points at a time, maybe more, and then goes straight to 46 again. Tesla's on the high, and then SPY getting some candles once again. JD, that's a China name, red to green. Am I closing Meta today? It depends how much they pay me to close it. You know? Because we were up a little bit more early on. That's why I'm seeing. But like I said, I like the news and I like where it's at. But I'm not too sure. I'd be open to it if it goes up enough. But I'm also down to swing it. VTEX. See, Rite Aid. That thing's getting murdered. Has it been murdered all day? Yeah, 3%. They just got a red candle. No news. There's Procter. Where's what's it called? CVS. And the other ones. Yeah. My weekend was great. Actually, I had a great weekend. Weight Watchers again. We have that on the high. Did you get? Yeah, I did go to the spa, bro. It was chill. Like, I could not complain. Like, honestly, my weekend worked out perfectly, bro. Like, it worked out very great. Like, it was a blessing. I'm glad Friday we had a lot of fun, but at the same time, too, I hope you guys got your little mini vacation, even though we hung out for a decent amount of time. But it worked out very good. I was very chill. It sucked that people got sick over the weekend. But besides that, I mean, I was chill. Even my girlfriend, she got sick and she loved it. It was very, very relaxing. Tesla news, I don't know. The levels on the 2-year. I have one on the 10-year. It's every quarter point. So, like, low key, it's the same ways. Like, I still have levels on the ZN, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right here. So these are all, and again, these are all the strategic points. We're going to get above here. Once it died from here, that's where it all started to go to shit. But let me see. You just got to go to the 2-year bond and then correlate it with the futures level. Well, like, Usually the bonds, they move at these quarter point increments. So that's why, like we said, 5. Remember at 4.75, this is where we made the play because it was either going to reject that 4.75 or go straight through to 5. So it's pretty much every like quarter point at a time. But now really 4.5, this will probably be like the bigger breaking point up and down because if it either hits there, it'll either bounce off heavy or fall below. And then back down to 4.25, but then really like 4.0 down to like 3.75. Those are the main ranges. And then we get back to the October levels, but that's for another day. So really like wherever 4.75 is, and then 4.5, and then 4.0. So pretty much 4.0 to 4.5 means just straight shot. Is NASDAQ up because of Tesla? Maybe. We went over it there was a lot of red names today, but I could get you a breakdown. NASDAQ 100, believe it or not, 56 names red and 45 names green. Percentage-wise, Airbnb is a bigger percentage on the NASDAQ 100, but then Tesla is the next big one, and then Zoom, Netflix, CrowdStrike, Zscaler, AMD, those are all on the NASDAQ as well, too. So, and then Moderna is on the NASDAQ. They're down. Walgreens is on the NASDAQ 100. They're actually demolished. So, yeah. And then Dow Jones, you have 19 names red, 11 names green. Intel's the best on the Dow. And then SPY, 377 names red, and then 125 green. So Tesla is the strongest on the SPY. You know why? Because Airbnb is not on the S&P. That's what I was saying earlier. So they don't get included till the 16th. 10-year at 4.26. So yeah, so if that goes below 4.25, we have a problem. If it goes higher than 4.25, might just go up to 4.5. Home builders, I think it's because of rates. I think all of the interest rates, again, you're going to get mortgage data tomorrow. And I mean, last time I told you, I got a quote from somebody trying to get a loan. It was 8.3. So that could be it. But other than that, I think just kind of some of this rebalance and then the ads and removals causing all of this today. Weight Watchers still going, man. 3.8 since that news. JD still climbing up. Sound back to red. Remember, they had news earlier. Microsoft starting to tick up. You got out of the ZT now, the short, and then you're going to long back to bear steepener. Yeah, I'm still in the 30-year steepener. I need to switch to the 10-year, but now 2-year went negative again, and then I'm still negative on the 30-year. But whenever that goes positive, I'm going to probably close it out. But I kind of like the long end. It sucks when it goes against you, but like the ZB moves fucking crazy. I don't know. But I like it overall. Bonds and yens, all the friends. 10-year keeps going up, we clap. Maybe on the market, I mean, the market has shown a lot of resilience, but I do think if the 2-year goes a little higher, then we're really screwed. But at the same time, it's one thing about the bonds now, but like, there's a lot of currencies. It's, the dollar, I said it this morning, I usually don't talk about it, but, the dollar's getting ready to tick up into aggressiveness. You know what I'm saying? Like the dollar is at the point where it could get very bad. It's starting to get strong. So now with all the other currencies, the Chinese yuan, all that, that's where we have to start thinking about it. The yen is free. I think it just wants to hit 150, and then the question, does it hit that and come down, or does it break out? And that, I mean, Japan's been borderline pretty quiet since all of that has happened. The dollar, I mean, the yuan and then the yen and other currencies really, really getting smashed here. Even the euro and I mean, that's another part of the situation. Where's good old EW? Should we go for it again? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like low key, bro. Like Germany's getting clapped again. Ironically enough, I think this is around the same price. It's actually a little lower from when we wanted to make that play last year with like EWG, bro. So low key, Germany, Europe, some of that, like their economy and the data coming out, it's not looking good. And then they're still raising rates. So again, it's having pain on the pound and the euro. That's another reason why the dollar has been doing what it's been doing here in the last month and even on the short term. I think oil is ready to go crazy. However, I'm holding whatever I have, even down to old shitty UNG. But like again, I'm still in it. But to the logic is my original set of eyes would tell me that oil is about to go ape shit, especially if real estate and everything else goes ape shit. However, I don't know if oil can withstand the forces of like Captain America and like whatever price cuts, gouging, whatever you want to call it, in between happens. That's the issue. I got big news. The newest member of the chat was born last Monday. Our baby girl, Hadley. Biggest blessing I could ask for. What a beautiful name, Hadley. I love it. Hard congratulations, Dan. Oh, my goodness. Nah. Dan, I feel like you've been with us way longer than 12 months, too, man. That's exciting. Congratulations. Start her up a long-term, baby. Let's go. It's a blessing. CXAI again. Hadley. I like it. It's a beautiful name. Beautiful name. Get that long term. Amen. And another Chad was born. So I'm talking about. The peach. Yes, we had the peach earlier. It was glorious, gracious, magnificent. I've been here since 2019. That's what I was saying, man. Yeah, I was saying I've seen that name for way longer than 12 months, baby. Congratulations, man. That's an honor. It's crazy. That's why I'm like, man, some people I've seen for years on here, and I'm just like, bro, you guys are becoming parents, and it's amazing. I don't know if you already had a kid or not. That's why I was freaking out with young Buffett on Friday. Congrats again, young Buffett, and now baby Buffett, and now baby Sir Necky on the way, baby. Is going to be beautiful. I love it. Bro, Hadley. But yes. So great talks, great economy. Yeah, so watch out. Euro recession, dollar affecting it. We got a new Chad born. It's a glorious day. Dollar or yen affect our bonds. There's a carry trade. And again, depending on the price of the yen or the dollar and the yield in America or Japan, incentivize people to move money in or out of America or Japan. That's essentially the logic there. So you don't got to know all of the levels there. It's a very complex trade, but generally speaking, if yields become more attractive in Japan, people would want to repatriate money, take it out of America and bring the money back to Japan. And then vice versa, if rates in America go higher and Japan is lower, why would you keep your money in Japan? If you could take that money and move it to Japan and America from Japan, that's what you'd ideally do. That's what investors do. Now, there's a cost of that trade, though. So depending on the value of the currency, they call it the cost of insurance, essentially. It's like, theoretically, this trade makes a lot of sense, but going back and forth, you don't necessarily, if the currency values, if the yen or dollars up or down too much, it may make it a better or worse trade to go about. So that's why, but generally speaking, yields go higher or lower, then you could talk about repatriation. And that's where things get either good or bad for either country. So it could benefit Japan, it could hurt America, or it could help America hurt Japan. Oh shit! Hold on. Dude, Tesla. I'll talk about it. I've been saying it all day, man. I've been like, man, it keeps doing these 4 or 5% days. There's there hasn't been a shortage of news, but there's also like a lot of carryover and follow through from whatever. But there was also auto numbers today. You had the Model 3 price cuts in a new version just on Friday, and there's another one too. There's another piece of news. I keep blanking on it, but overall, it has been doing this like every other day. I got the joy, 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 that in my heart. Hey, that in my heart today. Want, W-A-N-T on the high. AMD keeps going up there, and then there's Tessie. SPY trying to climb. So today would be, bro, I'm telling you, today, if it wasn't about all the small cap ups and downs, SPY would be green. If the SPY got to include Airbnb up 8% today, I'm pretty sure. Then again, all the other names, there's a lot of movers here. It is Power Hour. Indeed, 1 minute in. Welcome. And then SPY with a nice little chicle. And maybe watch Energy too. I think Energy financials, they've had a pretty big bearing on the day. 4507. I feel like every time I've looked at the chart, I've had weird 405, 4507 deja vu. Airbnb is getting added to the S&P 500. So that's it. That's a big deal. That's why. But they're up 8%. However, it is not included in the S&P 500 today. So does that make sense? That's why the NASDAQ 100 is green, because a lot of these names that got hooked up today by getting upgraded to another index, they're up today, but they don't necessarily weigh on their index till 2 weeks from now. So that's why Airbnb, it's contributing to the NASDAQ, but not the S&P today. But that's the only reason why it's up. If anything, there was bad news out of New York, but it's kind of old news in the sense it's been talked about a lot. I mean, it's not like it's like super duper new, but essentially they're like banning like some more Airbnbs in New York. But Airbnb's up 8% off of being added to the, what's it called? For being added to the S&P 500. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What's this? Oh, I didn't see that. Palantir is the next to be added. They do it like every quarter, every 2 quarters, but I mean, I'm proud of Airbnb. It's a big accomplishment. So this whole time you were buying it, man, it wasn't an S&P company, but now it is. Now you have an S&P 500 name, one of our favorites. Very, very good guy, man. Very, very good guy. They've came so far, I know. You're a father now, too. That's why you know. You're going to see. It's crazy. There are only 2 people who are bullish for September. I don't know. I gave you the fun facts this morning, though. Like I'm saying, man, there's a lot of the September has dropped, but at the same time, 2014 to 2017, that 3-year period was 3 Septembers in a row of green. So it kind of fits the environment. Everybody, I think, around then thought it was going to be bearish. Even September 2015 was green, which is amazing if you think about it. But then it was after August, the flash crash. So although there's a lot of historical averages, I mean, it's not like we are, I don't know, like September, like we straight up, we don't know. Like it's not, I don't think we're doomed to, like August or July, I think was like positive seasonality. I didn't really fight, but then again, I don't know if we're doomed to eternity because of all of this. Another month, another 10%, baby. Amen. We stuck ours in a bill today. So I don't know, man. I don't put out a stream alert for Bill. Save us all the time and effort. But automatically, all deposits go into Bill. So while we're waiting, again, everything still pays out, and it's all good. Nepal lately? A couple days ago, yeah, I think we saw him in the chat, and they sent me one of those pictures not too long ago. I'm extremely bullish. You have been. I respect your consistency. But yeah, you have been. Airbnb trending stock today, big bust in public relations. Yeah, because now they're S&P company. So, I mean, some other funds can start picking them up. But just in general, though, I mean, it's a little accomplishment. It means they're up there. They're getting included into how the S&P views the economy. They made it. That's good to say. That's good to know we bought it before it was a S&P 500, and hopefully it grows, and hopefully it becomes a leader on the S&P, you know? Wall Street starting. Maybe that's what they needed. I don't know. Maybe they needed the S&P edition for Wall Street to stop shitting on them. So now you can include it in your funds. But that's crazy. I mean, it's good. There's big volume on the announcement today, but this isn't. Again, we'll see what happens on the 16th, but it's still like, it's like both high and low. It's still like just holding IPO price. IPO price, premium IPO price. JD still going up. They removed Lincoln Financial, I believe, and Newell Brands. S&P, BNB. S&P and B? Yalla. S&P and B, Habibi. You rented and then they left. They checked out early and you got paid still? Yeah. Just wait till they like poop on your carpet. But yeah, I still like Airbnb. No one's pooped on my carpet recently, but when I first started out, you know, it's definitely a learning process. But it's fine. Just tell them. If you put no pooping on the carpet, they won't do it. Did anybody stay at a hotel this weekend? Did anybody go to a hotel for Labor Day weekend? How much was Wi-Fi and how much was water? And then how much was it to park your car? I think it's a good question here for today on S&P Day. Yeah, a lot. 20 for Wi-Fi, 20 for there, 23 bucks for valet, 90 bucks, 50 a day for Hilton. Why are you guys gonna make a TikTok about it? You guys know that y'all should make a TikTok. You didn't use the Wi-Fi, free parking, and didn't drink water. The room was $340 for 2 nights. I have to stay in hotels because I like to poop on carpets. I understand completely. Holiday Inn was $400 for 1 night. Honestly, man, maybe Chingy was onto something this whole time. We looked down upon it, but honestly, maybe the Holiday Inn is where it's at. You email me, Luis Garcia. No Luis Garcia, sir. There's no the. Just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And my dad hates Airbnbs because he thinks there's cameras watching him. I'm laughing because, like, I went to this like crazy like resort thing, and it was very like nice and relaxing, and like the people there were like extremely nice, and like for the first hour, I'm telling my girlfriend, I look when we get back to the room, I start looking for cameras in this room because I'm like, they're creepy. They're creeping me out, bro. They were all just like hella smiley, and like everything was too perfect. It was like too perfect. So like honestly, it depends on your level of paranoia, Airbnb or not. Because like I was like, nah, this is too nice. They're too nice. I'm like, I'm not trusting this, and I was like, nah. I was like turning off lights, turning on my phone, looking for cameras behind the mirrors. Like that's it. I was trying to see how fast it would take if I could Amazon like a metal detector, but I was like, nah. I looked though. Hilton down over 6% on track for largest percent decrease since June 2020. I don't know, man. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is Airbnb. That could be some solid tin, to be honest with you. Hold on. But I don't give you 10. You guys, that's it, man. You guys have to wait till the 10 comes out privately. But maybe that's it. Maybe all of the hotels are dropping because now with Airbnb and the S&P 500 after the inclusion, all of those, if there's any funds that were mandated to buy certain quality of funds, I mean, now you could swap out Airbnb for Marriott and Hilton. Because Booking and all the other ones are still up. Booking and Expedia, they're still up there. But then the actual travel plays are down. But then again, there was a lot of negative travel news over the weekend with all the other stuff. And then, yo, Spy, you're low-key flushing right now. Hold on, a couple of candles low-key straight down back to just right above 4,500 once again. But it's picking up. Low ticker is kind of all over. What time is it? Oh, it's 45 minutes. All right. So Meta, I'm selling out of that 120. We won't hold that. I'm going to hold everything else. AMD's in the green. And I think that's it. Meta's only play. I mean, 120, just under $3 a share. Still not too bad. I'll take it. But very light. Nothing happened. Top roped them. That one got quick. And there's only 45 minutes left, though. I didn't realize it is power hour. So whatever happens now, like I told you guys all day, and from yesterday, the ISM services in the morning, the Alfa Romeo, yeah, I pulled that one up on stream. I think when you sent it to me. That was like Friday, bro. It's time for the market to show you how much it hates you. Well, wait for the bonds are already doing it. Like they're moving around a lot. Let's see what the data tomorrow does. Because if tomorrow's not like one of those bond-inducing days, then we'll see. NASDAQ just went negative. Remember, it was green most of the day. Started off red, then it went green. But like it's been a couple of hours. We were green on the NASI. Now that has gone red. I emailed you. No, man, I didn't get it. Unless you're the guy I blocked and banned for playing that game again, which is kind of, otherwise, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I didn't get anything, man. Otherwise, you're giving me traumatic flashbacks of one time I had to ban somebody for playing this game. I don't know, sir. Biggest concern, dollar breaking out. It's kind of like the yuan. The dollar, like the dollar's up, the yuan is up, the yen, but they're not higher than October. So they still have runway. So I wouldn't freak out just yet, but you're in the right place to keep your eye on the ball in that case. No. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Maybe try another email. Otherwise, I haven't got it, though. I don't know. Like, maybe I'll check spam. It's weird. Oh, yeah, it showed up in spam. That's weird. All right, I got it. I'll get you a response later here. Dude, and there's a lot in here, actually. I think I got it, though. I got your email, man. I got you. Let me see. That's so crazy. Yeah, I see. Dude, that's all right. I got something for you, bro. That's wild. And God bless you. Amen. Amen. I'm going to be praying for you, too. Ramundo visit enabled progress on trade differences. You're going to get a lot of these headlines, I feel like. We've heard a lot of trade stuff over the last, again, this, India trip is going to cause a lot of different things. If you're clapped, nope, you're not clapped, my brethren. But you haven't put a message out in a while. It's a very bold claim. Very bold claim. I think you're the Luis now. No, but you're good, bro. You're good. Do I miss my Bloomberg setup? No, not at all. I bought a supercar instead. At least that's like the equivalent payment of it, but so it doesn't cover the full amount. But yeah, no, not at all. Now Chad has a free wire too. I got a car, you got a wire. I don't know. You tell me if you're happy about it. That's it. You just get a little less brainwashed, and there's some good stuff though. I still love Bloomberg. It's like a hate-love relationship. It's kind of how I am with anything, but I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling. I'm happy with it. I can't complain. Can't complain. PRST. Presto Automation. This sounds like a AI name. And again, SPY was dropping earlier. You had a little bounce. Maybe we resume. You're right above 4,500. Yeah, hell yeah. I got the keyboard, though. Amen. Amen. Typical Tesla. Honestly, I'm kind of mad though, because it's the same thing, man. It's the same thing. It's it's the day after the holiday. It kind of is super duper chill. Timmerhouse tweet. Remember, there was bullish comments out of Waller this morning. I don't know if I'm surprised we didn't get a reaction. What car? It's the same car. It's the car I bought at the beginning of the year. It's crazy to think that was like 6 months ago. I still haven't told anybody the car. I posted more Instagram reels rather than posting my vehicle, my mode of transportation. It's been very effective. No pump it up. We pump it up at 4,600, my brother. Where's Timmy? Where's Timmy? 17 minutes ago, he said Fed inflation gauge attempts to capture the underlying trend of inflation, calling the multivariate core trend fell to less than 2.8 in July, lowest reading since January 2021. Theta drains central. It's day after holiday, though. This happens. Like, there's been times like day after 4th of July, we boomed. I think day after Thanksgiving, we were super duper slow, if you guys remember that. So, but other than that, it's like today kind of just, it feels like it feels like Friday before we went into the long weekend. So, I don't know. I chalk it up to day after, man. Day after. If I send you houses, would you let me know if it's undervalued or overvalued? If there's a legitimate deal on the table, yes. But if it's not, like, if it's just like you send me like 50 links off of Redfin, dog, I cannot commit to that verbally, unfortunately. But if it's like, hey, if there's an active deal, you own it, or you have it where something is like you're actually, like in it, and there's something there, and you're actually gonna make a move, definitely. I think real September seasonality will start tomorrow, but also, I don't know. I think, like I'm telling you, it's kind of a phenomena today with all of these additions to the S&P. And remember, we just had that little rebalance with the Magnificent Seven, but it's going to be weird after September 16th, but theoretically, we should begin to start from here. But then, like I told you, or like we talked about at the end of last month, we might kind of do a lot of something. And then the final days of the month, that may just sum up how the month ends and how it's read in the history books. Love listening to Uncle while driving or working out, baby. Hey, man, I feel you. Should have taken, you could have had a 5-day weekend. That's why I told you, if you took off Friday, you got a 4-day weekend. We got I felt like I had a 4-day with you. I'm telling you, I had a great vacation. I chilled. We had fun on Friday. We had PHILO at like 8 in the morning, bro. It was great. It was chill. Mosby got to come on. Like, it was chill, man. But yeah, it's like today, you probably could. We could wrap it. You want to wrap it up right now, bro? We could wrap it up 30 minutes early if you like, but we're already here. I mean, you should have just quit like 2 hours. I told you 2 hours ago you could have left. But I think it's the day after the holiday hangover. Oh, you took today off for your 4-day? I feel you. So you worked on Monday and then took today off? I feel. You could have got the 4-day weekend however you wanted. Oh, Sidonian, you got the promotion too? Yalla, Habibi, let's go. That means more 10% for the 10%. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Why leave before the nice hit on resistance and plunge down? I mean, I closed out a Meta. That was my only trade today. I got like $120. Again, AMD went up. That was nice. So now Intel, AMD are up. We even closed out of NVIDIA with profit. So, I mean, so far, chips now are back in the green on all of those wacky-ass plays. that was a fun couple of weeks, huh? But you got nice. You got like 3% on AMD, 2.8. And then you got 8.2 on Intel. So those are great on shares. Even with options, I have no idea what they look like on options, to be honest with you. Because a lot of time, it was like 2 weeks. Made a nice flip. Yeah, the Meta one was simple. I mean, if we averaged down a little, we could have got more dollars, but kept it small. Ran up a little. Baidu went down on us. That was a good green one, but then JD went red to green again. But that's it, man. We chilling. We chilling. Baidu holding. So we'll see. And then oil, that's a big one. And then regionals, man, they still, I don't know. I can't really shake it. 2% today. Russell down 2, and there was a lot of other drama, but it's not, Russell's not just because of regionals. So in the morning, regionals were kind of doing better, and the Russell was still down. Or maybe my Russell is wrong. Hold on, now that I think about it. Nope, it's down 2%. That's legit. Okay, just in case. Just in case. NVAX running, so they went up, died, and now they're popping back up again. Rut is in a rut. Indeed. We talked about the reasoning because of all these S&P ads. NASDAQ back to green, or it was briefly, but you're coming back down here. And then Dow's actually working its way lower. So it's down 0.43. I want to say that's the low of the day, no? Yeah, Dow is actually like subtly giving up here, and we got 4 minutes till the 3:30 ramp. And then, but wait, hasn't every Monday been green? So hold on, this is our first Monday of September. So remember, last month it was every Monday would be green, and then we would sell off. So we'll find out what happens here. Because Monday, that means Friday was red too. Are we going to really start off the first, it's not even a full week, but yeah, wasn't this one down day too? Oh no, Friday is green technically. Scammers. So I don't know. I was like, because you even surprisingly you haven't got your down Friday, down Mondays too often. Oh, it's Tuesday. I'm an idiot. It's Tuesday, Monday. Sorry. Yeah, very no, apologies. Yeah, it's Tuesday. It's definitely Tuesday, but it's Monday. So yeah, no, that time it got me. I was like, wait a minute. It'll be down Friday, down Tuesday. That doesn't have anything. I thought it was Monday. I knew it wasn't Monday until I was just comparing the day before. It's leap week. I think aren't they going to start adding new leaps too? But overall, I'm more concerned with again that expiration on September is probably going to be massive. Again, futures, the yen, and then what's the other one? There's another one. There's something else on the 16th, but there's a lot of again big expiration. Oh, I think that's around Powell too. That's the crazy part. The up shares, no, I flipped out of those. I think I flipped out of those the same day. You took the kids parasail. I saw that. I saw those. You sent me that earlier. That was. I think I might have to do it. But I'm honestly terrified. And Novak's through the high still. What we do, we like to watch them go parasailing. I watch the people like in La Jolla. You could just see all these people, and I'm like, bro, it's crazy. I used to think they used to fly with a boat, but apparently it's like a bag you wear. It's hard to explain unless you've seen it. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. It's not scary. It's calming. It looks like, I don't know, man. I said, now YouTube's like, I've seen too many accidents. I've watched, I've literally sat there for, maybe at least an hour watching them. And, it looks pretty generally safe, but I'm just too soft. ZS Pro. Oh, do they have earnings today? Is that why they're up? They're one of the big ones here today. Oh, shit. Let me open it here. If they report this week, it's showing me $14, give or take, like $1. So that's like just under 10%. And they moved 2% today. They had something today, too, and they're near their highs. Jeez. They got a lot going on, sir. They look like they want to run up, though. I think they're just waiting for confirmation, but then if they come in with mediocre earnings, then they're clapped. You went parasailing with your wife on your first anniversary. Day after fleet, someone died due to harness breaking. Liar. No way. That's like, I don't know. If I watched Final Destination, I'd be like, what if it circles back? I'd be like, no, man, that's crazy. Are you serious? Did you guys, like, do you pray now or no? Because that'd be crazy. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you guys have went parasailing. That's crazy. I've never gone. I've not done, no, I've not jumped out of planes. Usually things involving parachutes, I feel like the way I look at it is that I'm going to do it if I need to. But I've not voluntarily unleashed a parachute. UEC is up 53% over 3 months. There's a lot of names. I mean, Zscaler too. I don't know. Let me check that option chain. I don't know if I want to play the shares. But Zscaler, are they today or is it just this week? So $28 would be double. That'd be like 188. It's today. Loading MIF 350. That's why I was like, loading MIF 350. Yeah, bro, a lot of you guys have paraglided. That's crazy. I've seen it. Biden awards the Medal of Honor live. Wow. You guys want to listen to it? I need to run through this option chain. So honestly, I'm about to get mad quiet anyways, and you're going to ask if it's muted. I might as well play the Medal of Honor. I'm proud of him. Biden getting up here.
The pilot we honor today, Captain Larry Taylor. The Medal of Honor is our nation's oldest and highest recognition of valor. Now, when I called Larry to let him know he finally was receiving this recognition, his response was, I thought you had to do something to receive the Medal of Honor. Let me say that again. He said, I thought you had to do something to receive the Medal of Honor. Well, Larry, you sure in hell did something, man. If you ask anyone here, I'm pretty sure they'd say you did something extraordinary. That includes our Secretary of the Defense, Secretary Austin, Secretary McDonough, the Secretary of the Army, Warmoth, Chairman Milley, and Senator Blackburn, and also Senator Haggerty, who all joined us today.
That one was rough.
I also want to thank previous Medal of Honor recipients who have come to recognize their brother in arms. Paris Davis, Walter Marm, and James McLuhan, and Leroy Petrie. Gentlemen, you're the very best the nation has to offer. We owe you. The same goes for Sergeant David Hill, Vietnam veteran, former firefighter, and as the last surviving member of Larry's mission, the driving force behind his Medal of Honor nomination. On behalf of our nation, thank you all for being here. And finally, Tony. Larry learned many ranks and call signs throughout his military service. He earned them. Captain, Dark Horse, Mustang, and probably a few we can't say out loud. Best left out of the presidential record, I guess. But I believe that Larry is most proud of being called your husband. And it's an honor. It's an honor to have you both here as we give this heroism its full recognition that it deserves. Born in the volunteer state, raised by a World War II veteran, duty defined Larry Taylor's life from his earliest days. As a young man, he volunteered to join the college ROTC unit at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Then, after graduating in 1966, he commissioned as an armor officer. Larry had dreamed of leading men into battle on what he called chariots of steel. But it didn't take many days on the ground for Larry to realize he belonged in the sky. He wanted to be a pilot, not just any pilot, a Cobra pilot, flying the newest, fastest, deadliest Army helicopter at the time. A gunship built for only 2 people and their ammo. So when Larry was offered a spot to fly in the Fighting First in Vietnam, he jumped at the chance. It was there that then Lieutenant Taylor would go above and beyond the call of duty, quite literally. June 18th, 1968, it was pitch black, no moon, no stars, no light beyond the glow of Lieutenant Taylor's cockpit controls when he heard a whisper come through his radio. We're surrounded. We're surrounded. That's what he heard. The call had come from a 4-man Army Patrol unit just northeast of Saigon, a unit that included Sergeant David Hill. Earlier that day, the men had set out to recon the area, but in the dark, the men found themselves in the middle of the Viet Cong stronghold. Nearly 100 enemy soldiers now encircled their unit. The men picked up the radio and made a call. It was no longer a recon mission. They needed a rescue mission. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Taylor and his co-pilot began racing toward them. Over the radio, he laid out the game plan. He would use his Cobra to give the unit cover until a rescue helicopter could extract them. There was just one simple problem. It was pitch black. Lieutenant Taylor couldn't determine exactly where they were. So he asked his men to launch a flare, a move that revealed their location to him, but also to the enemy. Lieutenant Taylor knew the risk, but he was ready. Over the radio, he said, "Let's get to work." The flare went up, and the fight was on. The enemy fire lit up the night. Lieutenant Taylor and his co-pilot dove down, positioning their Cobra nearly parallel with the Viet Cong fighters. They flew dangerously low levels for more than a half an hour, firing thousands of rounds of rockets to cover the ground on which the men were. Then Lieutenant Taylor heard a sound. Not only meant one thing, his helo was hit. And then it was hit again, and again, and again. At that point, according to Army standards, he could have left the fight. But Lieutenant Taylor had his
don't
own
trade it. Not a
sacred
recommendation.
Quote,
I have
never
the
leave a
earnings
man on the ground, end
preview,
of quote.
but Z-scalers within
He
2
tried to
standard
find an escape route
deviations.
for the unit.
So I did a
His
weekly
Cobra
and then I did a
taking more
January
rounds
call.
as he
I
did.
spent like 150 on the
He kept
call
trying to
for
radio
January,
for
and I
rescue,
spent under
knowing
100.
that he and his men
but
below
it's
were
within
almost
2
out of
standard
time
deviations.
and ammunition.
2 standard
On his
deviations
last
below
try,
$1.
he learned that any attempt to save the men had been called off. The rescue helicopter was not coming. Instead, Lieutenant Taylor received a direct order: return to base. His response was just as direct: I'm getting my men out. I'm getting my men out. Lieutenant Taylor would perform the extraction himself, a maneuver never before accomplished in a Cobra. Remember,
ZS
the Cobra
is
was
the ticker.
only a
NVIDIA's
gunship
waking
only.
up here too.
It had no cabin for passengers, but that was the least of his problems. First, Lieutenant Taylor
And then
needed
Dow
to get
Jones.
his men
I had
away
the Dow
out
up here the whole
of
time.
the rice paddy. where
Spy
they'd been
coming up
pinned
above
down.
VWAP.
He
20
needed
minutes left on the
diversion.
day.
So despite the fact that he had no rockets or rounds left, Lieutenant Taylor drew the enemy fire himself, using his landing light to trick the enemy into thinking he still had ammo. He started making runs on the Viet Cong fighters. The ruse worked a few times, but it was enough for the men to make it to the extraction point. There, still under heavy gunfire, Lieutenant Taylor landed. The men mounted the exterior of his helo, clinging to the skids, climbing on the rocket pods. Within seconds, Lieutenant Taylor was back in the air, but the mission wasn't over. Lieutenant Taylor saw his fuel light flickering. He had started off with 1,600 pounds of gas, and now he had about 6, not enough to make it back to base. Worse, the soldiers he was carrying were covered in wet mud and clinging to the Cobra against 50 knots of wind. Even if he could make it back to base, his men would freeze or fall first. So he once more risked his own safety for his fellow teammates. He located a friendly area to set his bird down. The 4 men dismounted the helo and disappeared back into the pitch-black night. No moon, no stars, no light beyond the glow of their faces when they briefly turned and saluted Lieutenant Taylor for saving all 4 of their lives. He wouldn't see some of these men again until 30 years later at Army reunions. By that time, Lieutenant Taylor had long become Captain Taylor. He had flown more than 2,000 combat missions, and he received a Silver Star, a Bronze Star, 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses, and 43 Air Medals. Thank God he's not putting them all on his chest. He'd have trouble standing. Incredible. No, really think about it. It's incredible. But the greatest honor of all, families showed up at these reunions too. They'd look for Larry. They'd hug him. They'd say, "You don't know me, but you saved my daddy's life." In a few days, young soldiers about the same age as Larry was during the dark night in Vietnam, they'll arrive at Ranger School. Like all of us today, they're inspired by his story, and they will be. But how? By how he refused to give up, refused to leave a fellow American behind, refused to put his own life above the lives of others in need. When duty called, Larry did everything to answer. And because of that, he rewrote the fate of 4 families for generations to come. That's valor. That's valor. That's our nation at its very best. And that's why it's now my great honor to ask Lieutenant Colonel Ann Hughes to read your Medal of Honor citation. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Amen. Is this the guy?
Attention to orders. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has awarded, in the name of Congress, the Medal of Honor to First Lieutenant Larry L. Taylor, United States Army, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty. First Lieutenant Larry L. Taylor distinguished himself by acts of gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty while serving with Troop Delta, 1st Squadron, 4th Cavalry, 1st Infantry Division on June 18, 1968, near the village of Ap Go Kong, Republic of Vietnam. On this date, First Lieutenant Taylor commanded a light fire team of 2 Cobra helicopter gunships, scrambled on a nighttime mission in response to an urgent call for aerial fire support from a 4-man long-range patrol team. Upon arrival, First Lieutenant Taylor found the patrol team surrounded and heavily engaged by a larger Vietnam
This is a Medal
force.
of Honor announcement.
He immediately
They're giving
requested illumination rounds
Larry
and
gets the
supporting
Medal of Honor.
artillery to assist with identifying the enemy position.
NVIDIA and Apple on the highway. We only have
Despite
15 minutes
intense
left.
enemy ground
I want to
fire,
see him. I
he
want to
flew
see him
at a
get
perilously low
the
altitude,
badge, and then we'll
placing
end it.
a devastating volume
But
of
we are about
aerial
to close.
rocket and machine gun fire on the enemy forces encircling the friendly patrol. For
They're on
over
video.
approximately 45 minutes, First Lieutenant Taylor and his wingmen continued to make low-level, danger-close
Even
attack
Meta's
runs
climbing
on
up
the
here,
surrounding
too.
enemy positions. When enemy fire increased from the village at Gokong, he requested artillery rounds with lower illumination altitudes be fired on that portion of the village so that the burning rounds ignited the enemy positions. With both Cobra gunships nearly out of ammunition and the enemy still closing in on the patrol team, First Lieutenant Taylor flew the patrol team's potential ground evacuation route, finding it unviable based on the heavy enemy ground fire encountered. Returning to the patrol team's location, he continued to circle it at a low level under intense enemy fire, employing his searchlight to make fake gun runs on the enemy positions to distract them from the patrol team. Running low on fuel and with the patrol team nearly out of ammunition, First Lieutenant Taylor decided to extract the team with his two-man Cobra helicopter gunship, a feat never before accomplished. He directed his wingman to fire their remaining minigun rounds on the patrol team's east flank. First Lieutenant Taylor then fired his own last minigun rounds on the enemy
well, how come there isn't a Larry
opening
Taylor
an avenue
movie?
Of movement to the east for the patrol
This story sounds wild.
He directed the patrol team to move 100 yards towards the
Bro,
extraction
doing fake
point
gun
where
runs?
First Lieutenant Taylor,
Or like fake
still under
runs to
enemy
make him
fire,
think you
landed
had
his
ammo?
helicopter and instructed the patrol team to climb aboard anywhere they could.
And then he just said, hop
With the
4 people
four-man
on a 2-person
long-range patrol
plane
team
or
seated
chopper?
on rocket pods and skids, he evacuated them to the nearest friendly location, undoubtedly saving their lives. First Lieutenant Taylor's conspicuous gallantry, his profound concern for his fellow soldiers, and his intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army.
There it is. We almost missed it. Yeah, bro. You don't see this too often. Oh, Larry. Long live Larry. Shout out to Vets, baby. I do want to see Call of Duty Larry, or at least the movie. Thank you, Larry. All right, man. That's it. He just walks away? That's it? Oh, you ain't going to dap him up? I thought you ain't. Dang. He ain't chill. That's it, bye. So it is all about Larry today. Oh, come on. I thought it was going to be about Larry. Man, anyways. That was good. Medal of Honor, bro. You have not seen, again, that's a kind of unique. It does not happen every day. So you just had that there, Mr. Larry Taylor. Sounds like a legend. I think Hollywood is going to make a movie out of this soon enough. The couple of movers there throughout, though, NVIDIA, AMD, NASDAQ still green. We only have 12 minutes left, so 10-minute rigged is right around the corner. I made a play on Zscaler, so here is their earnings preview. If you guys, I think they report after the bell or not. Let's see. They report earnings on September 5th after the close. That would be today. Tuesday, man. It's because I'm like, it's Monday, but it's not Monday. They lied to us about the date. Not really. They just gave us a day off. Our first home to live was just approved. We close Friday and move in this weekend. Oh, my goodness. Are you excited? So get ready, man. Just save. Listen, man, save as much as you can from the original home because those Home Depot expenses add up. But other than that, it's an amazing time, man. I hope you enjoy it. I hope your dwelling is a profitable investment. The richest man of Babylon smiles down upon you. I'm glad you own the land, baby. The kids will be happy. Hell yeah, man. I mean, you got backyard. We talk backyard, family room. You got a pantry. I tell you, the first time my parents got a house with a pantry, we freaked out because we were like, damn, we got a food closet now. That's crazy. Half acre and... That's dope, bro. Let's go. Congratulations. Yeah, bro, you could build on that, man. You could build them a tree house. Just tell them, give them $20 in Home Depot. Say y'all can build your tree house. If you could build it, it's yours. You got half an acre, man. That's crazy. So SPY's coming back down again. A lot of these violent ups and downs. I wouldn't even call them violent. All within, half a point probably. NASDAQ almost back to red. Still barely hanging on. And Russell, again, massacre, slaughter, whatever adjective you're looking for. But here's for Zscaler. So that's the one I made a play on it, and why I made a play on it. They kind of seem like Snowflake. They have similar expectations. If they do good, it'll run up, but 2 standard deviations was less than $100. Even the ones a little further out the money, like, again, further time, it added up very nice. I said they're cheap. Again, even those snowflakes, even those leaps, that was in criteria. I mean, where the Teladoc ones, you're down on those ones 50% because it finally dropped. But the Snowflake, again, we made those free initially. But then the Snowflake ones, those are down like $100. So, I mean, again, with time, as long as it doesn't completely die, I think it could be decent. But we will see. But it meets the criteria as far as what's expected for their earnings. Market is dumping. That's 10-minute rigged on these last candles. So I don't know. 10-minute rigged, you're going down. I'm going to try to run through this preview for you because there's still stuff going up here now. But revenue is expected to come in at $430. The company guided $429 to $431. Non-GAAP gross margin of 80.2%. Non-GAAP operating is 16.2. The company guided 16.1 to 16.2. EPS is 49 cents. Company guided for approximately 49 cents. Cash from operations, $136 million. Free cash flow, $100 million. Deferred revenue, $1.4 billion. Short-term, $1.2. Long-term, $133 million. Billing, $660 million. Quarter 1 revenue is expected to be $464.7 million on non-GAAP gross margin of 80.3, non-GAAP operating margin of 14.6, and EPS of 46 cents. Cash from operations, $177 million. Free cash flow, $139 million. Deferred revenue, $1.37 billion. Short-term, $1.24. Long-term, $128.74, and billings of $434 million. History since last close of June 1st. This is the part I don't like. They're up 9%. S&P is up 7, and XLK is up 5.3. Near-term options imply 11% move. Last 4 quarters have moved gain of 5, loss of 11, loss of 11, gain of 22. Revenue has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters as well. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You've been looking for my channel and I've been shadow banned, at least for you. Well, send me a video recording if you would like to go after it, but at the same time, just youtube.com/thestockmarket/live will always bring you to my channel during market hours to the video that is live. And I should be on, God willing, you know? God willing, God willing. So 190, does that meet thy criteria, my brother? I said it out loud. I think they're pricing in 14, so $28 above there will be 2 standard deviations. If that's below $100, I mean, it's fairly cheap, even if you look at the premiums and how the contracts moved. The Zscaler contracts, they did run up a lot, so it's not like they came out of nowhere. Like from the last week or so, I want to say they were kind of dead, but they pretty much borderline. They're up like 100% already. That's the thing I don't like. The ones on the yearly, I could get behind a lot better. Actually, let's see where those are at. Yeah, those are barely up. I guess it's still 60% shit, but somehow it's still within 2 standard deviations. So there is a little bit of that premium there, but I just also don't think it traded in the last couple days in terms of some of these options. They were a little dry. This is my startup page. Wow. There's no such thing as shadow ban if that's the case. Amen. Oh, ASON. I love ASON, but I don't know. That one might be a runner, actually. That has the potential to move. I'm surprised that guy hasn't got into AI of some sorts. So I haven't looked into it. I bought Walgreens for Colt's sister, and it dropped an additional 7%. But other than that, I'm still waiting there. We bought it even earlier, and it kept dropping. But Walgreens, you're going to have to let the dust settle on that. But honestly, I think it's a great price. However, anything at 8%, if it stays in 8%, you could get way better. But if it goes back to the 6 and 7 land, I think it'll be chill. Favorite play for the next few months? I think the yen for sure. Just coming into the end. I mean, the next few months is the end of the year. So I just feel like that's a great way to get bonds without saying you're getting bonds. And it offers its own unique ability. And then SPY, I mean, you're still getting these candles. Bonds are coming right back down. SPY's still trying to fight. A couple of your tech names are holding up, and they're trying to fight too. Then Palo Alto, that's been on the high all day. And then ASON, again, let me see if I could get you the preview. So ASON, they're expected to report like near the lower end, 157. Guidance was 157.5 to 158.5. Gross margin or GAAP gross margin 90.1. Operating margin loss of 16%. Yikes. EPS loss of 11. Guidance was loss of 11 to 12. If they do good, so they're expected to do very bad. So honestly, if ASON could run if they have a good earnings and then they just rock it, and then they're down 6% since last close. Since last quarter, June, SPX is up 7 and XLK is up 5.3. Options imply 13% move. Latest earnings was a loss of 3, a gain of 19, loss of 10, gain of 25. Revenue 11 out of 11 quarters has beaten. EPS 11 out of 11. Short interest 11%. Forward quarter has beaten 10 out of the last 11, and then forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 11 with 4 in line. As Dow Verb, I've seen run SPY kind of coming down here. You're breaking 4,500 with 4 minutes left. Chatadonia! Oh my goodness. It's the time. I need earmuffs, Chad. Are you guys going to be okay? Are you guys going to be okay? I'm very scared for you guys. I didn't give you guys enough of a time limit. I need earmuffs right away. Please, it's going to get loud in here. You have maybe 15 seconds max. As the new guy comes on, Chad, that's it. We've rushed into this. I know. It's a very, very wild one. But earmuffs, please. Right now. There's no turning back. No turning back as of now. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and cloudy. Not looking like a good day unless you took the day off, because the market did nothing once again, but maybe we'll see what happens in September. The good news is there is no COVID guidelines until the elections come closer, so enjoy that while it lasts. But other than that, all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Nicole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. The fake Monday. The Tuesday Monday. Chatadonia. Not much time remaining, and you gotta wrap it up. What's this? Erdogan says Black Sea grain deal can be revived following talks with Putin. Oh, that's coming in by CNBC right here at the close. But Chad, wrap it up. You got data tomorrow that could actually move stuff. Remember, it's probably going to be overseas or what happens in the UK or Asia that drives us on. But Chatadonia, not much time. You specifically have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize or plays, options, shares, futures. You don't have much time, but you got to finalize it. You got data. You get to have the market. You don't know what China's going to do. We're back from the holiday. Maybe everybody else comes back, but you need to make up your decision. Chips are up. The small caps are down. They're adding companies to the S&P 500. The UK might enter a recession. The dollar, the yen, the bonds. It's all crazy, but you have less than 10 seconds. seconds. So wrap it up, Chatadonia. Bring it home. Finalize it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Harna, let's go, baby. Chatadonia, are you kidding? We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game right now. Let's go. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, everybody that made it to the bell, it's an accomplishment. I don't care if you were the best in the world. You contributed the best or you are a baby back bitch. I need a GG. It's good sportsmanship. Membership badge or not, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. We made it to the bell. 7 hours in the books. That's what I'm talking about. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Oh, yeah, everybody too. I see you too. Go. The honorary members, the positive people. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody that contributed. Plays, moves, positive vibe. Ready to go. Long term, 10%. Stop playing with me. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. When they do Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, this one comes up next? I'm kind of down with it. But nah, bro, don't forget. Yeah, where's Joe Scaler?
Me.
Give me Joe Scaler.
It's 4 p.m. here. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch.
Hold on.
I love you, Prezi, that's me.
God
you
bless
can just call me JB.
Thank you for another awesome day.
You could
God bless Chatadonia, baby.
Riding with me. She like you up for some weed.
Thank you for
Say bad things about the
contributing.
vaccine.
It's over
I'ma
now.
make sure you don't
Thank
speak.
you for watching
Got a
the
laptop,
watch
you
list.
won't
If
see.
I'm gonna see you there, otherwise, I'll see you later, baby.
I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8 old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got common goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the whole. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coat. Hunter my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze, but mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just since my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing but something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresh to the bread truck? All I got is out of sex. Yeah, all I gotta make is one car. Sitting on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
There you go. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Just don't forget. Just make sure. Now I got the description for you, but that's the day, man. For real. In all honesty, man, if you came out and you vibe with us, you showed us some love, you played the game, you had something to contribute, you stayed in the game, baby. Yeah, you dropped some positivity, or you maybe dropped some food for thought to think about. You know what I'm saying? God bless you. Even 1.5 with no 10. That's a W. They don't. Where's the? So God bless you. Your tin sales, that's it. I'm premium. I'm going to sell the tin for more than likes now. That's it. I'm just saying. That's all. For the likes, that's it. Because I couldn't even sell it for likes. I want to see if I could sell it for something else. That's it, man. I'm gonna try to contact Alex Jones. I just choked on my own hair. I have a hairball. It's just because I got this hair everywhere. You know, I took off the headphones so I could yell. So I could yell at you. I took off the headphones. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, ah, they don't feel me, man. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. That's the day. Check out the links. Be an explorer. Hopefully we see you on the watch list. I hope I see you there. I hope if I don't see you there, that'll be amazing. But I mean, I hope I see you there, bud. Okay. I'll see what we got there. You know, but other than that, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for participating. I hope you had a good day. You got your Z-scaler. I don't know. I got the numbers, but hold on. But that's the day, man. Fill out the prayer request wall so me and my mom can pray for y'all. And that's about it. Z-scaler, they had a loss of $30 million. So I don't know. Were they expecting a loss? I thought the revenue, 430. That's net loss. Hold on. EPS, cash from operations, I saw 136. Revenue, 455. So they beat the top end by like 20 million. And then they guided up on EPS. So they usually don't guide up on EPS. They've done that half of the time, and now they guided up by 10% almost, 220 to 225. That's the beat we need, but we need that one to hold up. So again, 64 cents estimate was 49 cents. They killed it. 455 revenue estimate 430. Where's third quarter? First quarter adjusted EPS 48 to 49. Estimate was 45. So it's good so far, but again, they're already up 9% on the quarter. But we'll see, man. Let's see. It's a good response now, up 7. I don't know. The weekly, we have one extra week, but I just still don't know. But yearly, we'll find out. Asana, they beat 162, estimate 158, loss of 4 cents, loss on the year versus 34 cents year over year. GitLab, 1 cent estimate was 3 cent loss, or they had a positive 1 cent gain. GitLab's, didn't they run last time? I feel like we were just watching this, or was that, I don't know. I feel like I just watched GitLab run. Yeah, I think they're going up again. Ascend, do they have data? We're seeing. God bless you, JP. Hassan Whiteside. Hassan 4.9. He's running a little bit. You know, young Justin or Dustin. Oh, I don't have a hiccup. Oh my goodness. I was screaming over the music too much. Hassan. Oh my gosh. Was it Hassan that oh man, Chad. What just happened? Alright, please hold. Ugh. And I'm honestly, you think I'm gonna let you go through today without this? Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish. S&P 500. That's it. They told us to clean if it was too much. They didn't stop us. You know what I'm saying? That's it. They still added us to the S&P. They can't ignore us now. We on the list, baby.
Cousin out Pluto. Rollie on my
like
wrist.
Hiccup ad lib.
Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighty, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Bro, I'm trying to yell at you, and then they keep coming out. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chad. Oh, Chad. That's it. I sound like a pig. On that note, we'll call it a day. Zscaler killed it. We'll hope that has follow through. Maybe Pumper Sandler. Where you at, man? Give me like a $80 upgrade. But that's it, chat. I was going to dip out on y'all before, but now that's it. The hiccups. Oh, my goodness. The KO. That's great. Great timing. On that note, chat, I love you. God bless you all. Thank you again for a wonderful day. Fill out that prayer request wall and keep praying for me. And we are praying for you, man. Me and my mom, and I know the rest of the Chad's holding it down. Pray for your brothers and sisters out there. But Chad, that is everything. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why that faith, hope, love ain't ever going out of style and why destiny and trust are always part of the equation, baby, and why we ain't never backing down, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, Chad, I love you. God bless. Yeah, I can't. I don't even know. I think Josh left. He got the hiccups. I feel like I got the hiccups. You got to test me for hiccups. How do I get tested for hiccups right now? Is there a way to get tested? Do I have to wear a mask? Fuck, I'm leaving. Anyways, I love you, Chad. Have a good... if I start... I don't know if I get one more hiccup around here. Oh, damn it. All right, I yield back. I reclaim my time. What is a hiccup? Nothing's coming up. Why do you call it a hiccup? Can you explain it to me? Exactly. Nothing's coming up. Why don't you call it a hiccup? Oh, damn it. It's happening again. Exactly. This is an epidemic. I'm going to donate the $20 billion of funding to it now till we find out how the fuck to name this and get... Okay, I yield back. I've reclaimed my thank you. Goodbye. Damn it.